Chapter 217, The Nine Lives of Su Jiue. With a resounding roar, as the array that terminates all things was activated, the desolate wasteland before Jiang Heng, along with the myriad steel legions, was consigned to oblivion. In her fifth incarnation, Su Jiue attained the Tao of the Emperor through the array, bringing an end to an era of warfare. After achieving enlightenment, she once again dispersed her essence into the cycle of reincarnation. Her soul, entangled with boundless karmic retribution and the fruits of 5 lifetimes, was once more cast into the endless whirlpool of rebirth. Jiang Heng's consciousness was likewise swept into this maelstrom, as light and shadow danced, and time and space shifted. When he finally beheld the scene before him, an overwhelming sensation of tearing surged from all directions. This world was bizarre to an extreme. The sky lay shattered, exhibiting an irregular, patchwork glass-like texture. Upon the earth, bottomless black fissures were scattered, resembling wounds carved into the world, exuding an aura of devouring void. Occasionally, a kaleidoscopic storm would sweep by without warning. It was not true wind, but rather pure spatial turbulence. Wherever it passed, mountains were twisted into helixes, and rivers were folded into mere paper. This was a realm where the laws of space were chaotically distorted to the utmost. Here, mere survival was a luxury beyond reach. Jiang Heng's gaze swiftly found Su Jiue. At the edge of a colossal spatial rift, a 7 or 8-year-old girl was securely binding herself with a frayed rope to a relatively stable boulder, lest she be swept away by the omnipresent spatial pull. She appeared emaciated and clad in rags. Jiang Heng could distinctly sense that her soul in this life was even more fragile than in the last. The accumulated fruits of the Tao and karmic burdens from her previous 5 lives weighed upon her essence like the heaviest of shackles. Moreover, the chaotic space of this world relentlessly tugged and severed her delicate soul at every moment. Were it any other being, in such an environment, their spirit would likely have long since shattered into nothingness. Yet, Su Jiue merely curled her body, slowly acclimating to this world. Time passed, though it was uncertain how long. A minor spatial storm abruptly formed near the boulder where she hid. Countless minute spatial rifts descended like a swarm of locusts. Little Su Jiue's body was instantly slashed with dozens of cuts, blood flowing profusely. The intense pain finally stirred a flicker of emotion in her once numb gaze. She did not scream, nor did she exhibit fear. Instead, she extended her bloodied little hand, cautiously touching a spatial rift that swept past her. With a sharp hiss, her fingertip was instantly cleaved, revealing a wound deep enough to see bone. Yet she smiled. "So, this is how it is," she murmured softly, as if uncovering an immense secret. From that day forth, Jiang Heng beheld a different spectacle. Su Jiue ceased to evade. She began to actively pursue those tiny spatial rifts, using her own body to experience the sensations of being cut, distorted, and folded. Time and again, she was torn apart, yet through sheer will, she barely managed to heal. Like a butterfly dancing on the edge of a blade, she was ever on the brink of being wholly disassembled. Jiang Heng also discerned that the heavy karmic burden deep within her soul, during this process, functioned as an anchor, preventing her from becoming completely lost amidst the spatial tumult. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Time swiftly elapses amidst the relentless self-destructive training, day after day. 10 years, 20 years, 50 years. Su Jiue has transformed from a frail girl into a slender young maiden. Her body is adorned with a myriad of intersecting scars, a sight both shocking and harrowing. Yet, her eyes shine with an alarming brilliance. In her perception, the entire world is no longer a cacophony of distorted images. Instead, it resembles a constantly shifting 3-dimensional network composed of innumerable lines and planes. She has learned to navigate this web of death, identifying the safest paths. Indeed, she has begun to experiment with plucking at certain lines. On this day, she arrives before a colossal spatial rift. Beneath the rift lies eternal nothingness, while on the other side sprawls a lush oasis. This oasis is one of the few stable zones in this fractured world, home to its indigenous inhabitants. To cross over, the sole method is to await the rare stabilization period, which occurs once every few years. During this time, the spatial rift briefly mends. However, Su Jiyue is unwilling to wait. She gazes at the chasm before her, taking a deep breath.
In the next moment, she raises her hand and gently swipes at the void. A soft sound emerges as the space before her is torn open like fabric, creating a gash over a meter long.
On the other side of the gash lies the verdant oasis. She has successfully ripped apart the fabric of space with her bare hands, and without a moment's hesitation, she steps through. As her foot touches the ground of the oasis, the fissure behind her quietly mends. This scene is witnessed by several indigenous people at the edge of the oasis. They are momentarily dumbfounded, gazing at the bloodied girl who has appeared out of thin air, as though she were a monster. "H, how did you get here?" stammers a daring young man. Su Jiyue offers no response. She merely lifts her gaze to the shattered sky of this world. Su Jiyue's arrival stirs an uproar within the stable zone. When she demonstrates her ability to tear space asunder with her bare hands, all are left in stunned silence. In a world that has imprisoned countless generations within spatial confines, her power is nothing short of miraculous. She is honored as a distinguished guest. Unreservedly, she begins to impart her understanding of the laws of space to the indigenous inhabitants. She teaches them how to perceive the textures of space, how to evade perilous currents, and how to utilize the folds of space for short-distance leaps. In exchange, she seeks but one thing. She desires a location, the most chaotic and tempestuous realm of space. The natives inform her of such a place, the center of the world, the eye of the void. This is the source of the shattered space within this world, the origin of all chaos, and a ceaselessly raging storm capable of devouring everything. It is a forbidden zone for all living beings. Upon hearing the description, a satisfied smile graces Su Jiyue's face. She understands that the opportunity for her enlightenment lies therein. Amidst the awestruck gazes of countless onlookers, she walks alone toward the heart of the world without a trace of longing. Jiang Heng silently observes her departing figure. As Su Jiyue's silhouette vanishes beyond the tumultuous horizon, the scene before Jiang Heng abruptly shifts. He discovers that his perspective has entered Su Jiyue's body. He can feel her fervent heartbeat, the indelible obsession residing within her soul, and the unwavering resolve that propels her forward at this moment. This is the first time he has experienced Su Jiyue's inner thoughts from such proximity. As she approaches the eye of the void, the surrounding space grows increasingly tumultuous. Enormous spatial rifts, larger than mountains, continuously appear and vanish around her. The terrifying suction is capable of reducing a star to dust in an instant. Su Jiyue's body appears as insignificant as a speck of dust in the face of this mighty force. Yet, her steps do not falter. She arrives at the edge of the eye of the void. It is a vast, bottomless whirlpool, pulling in countless shards of shattered space, emitting a deafening roar. Merely standing at the edge, she feels as though her very soul is about to be torn asunder. Yet, there is no trace of fear upon her face. She gazes quietly into the heart of destruction, as if admiring a breathtaking masterpiece. "Not enough. It's still not chaotic enough," she murmurs softly. In the next moment, she raises her hand and, summoning all the power she currently possesses, presses forcefully toward the center of the eye of the void. Shatter! Boom! The already tempestuous spatial vortex spirals into uncontrollable chaos under her deliberate ignition. The entire world trembles violently at that instant. An endless storm of nothingness rushes toward her like a rampaging beast freed from its cage. In that moment, she chooses to merge with the very source of chaos in this world. As the infinite darkness engulfs her, Su Jiyue closes her eyes, a liberated smile gracing her visage. "My lord, wait for me." Once the cataclysmic storm has fully consumed Su Jiyue, the world plunges into an unprecedented silence. The eye of the void vanishes, replaced by pure nothingness. Time loses its significance in this realm. Whether it has been 10,000 years or merely an instant remains unknown. In the heart of that absolute void, a glimmer of light quietly ignites. Soon after, a flawless figure emerges from the radiance. It is Su Jiyue. At this moment, her body bears no scars, her skin as smooth as jade, her silken hair cascading like a waterfall. In her eyes, the scenes of creation and destruction across myriad realms are reflected. There is no trace of spiritual energy fluctuation about her, yet simply by standing there, she commands the very laws of space to yield in submission. The fractured sky mends itself at a visibly rapid pace. Abyssal fissures quietly seal above the earth. The tumultuous gales transform into gentle breezes. She immerses herself in the void, discovering the singular order amidst utter chaos and destruction. She attains enlightenment. Through the path of space, she shall become a great emperor of her era. Su Jiyue slowly raises her hand, sensing the power capable of commanding all realms and traversing time and space. In an instant, her divine consciousness envelopes the entirety of the world before her, even piercing through the barriers of existence, revealing the boundless chaotic void beyond, along with innumerable realms akin to the sands of the Ganges. She embarks on a quest to locate the coordinates of her original world. Deep within her soul, the heavy karmic threads transform into the clearest beacon at this moment. After an indeterminate passage of time, she finally discovers it. An unprecedented radiance erupts from Su Jiyue's eyes. Without a trace of hesitation, she lifts her hand and gently swipes at the void before her. The barrier of dimensions, formidable enough to withstand an emperor, is effortlessly torn asunder in her presence. A stable spatial portal gradually takes shape. On the other side of the portal lies a familiar aura. Su Jiyue glances back one last time at the world she has rescued and bestowed with a new lease on life. Then, she turns and steps forward, her figure instantly vanishing into the spatial portal. Chapter 218. The 9 Lives of Su Jiyue. Jiang Heng's gaze shifted as he followed Su Jiyue through the spatial portal, the familiar essence of the world enveloping him. The air was thick with spiritual energy, and the laws of the universe held firm. Su Jiyue had returned to her original world dimension. As an emperor who had attained enlightenment through the path of space, upon her arrival, the fundamental laws governing the world quivered slightly, yielding to her presence. In that moment, she embodied a deity walking among mortals. The instant she descended, her unparalleled imperial consciousness surged forth like an invisible tide, radiating throughout the world. In an ephemeral heartbeat, her awareness blanketed the entire realm, encompassing every corner of Zhongzhou, the desolate heavens, and the boundless seas, penetrating even the molten depths of the earth. She swept over every city, every sect, every mountain range, and every inch of land. Her consciousness was meticulous, probing the essence of every living being, tracing the threads of causality interwoven within. She was in search of something, someone who had haunted her dreams across 6 lifetimes. Time passed, moment by moment. Su Jiyue's form trembled slightly in the air. Nothing. Still nothing. The entire world had been turned inside out by her efforts. Yet she could not sense even the faintest trace of that man. It was as if he had never existed in this realm. How could this be? Su Jiyue's face suddenly went pale. She attempted to follow the threads of causality, only to find herself confronted by an abyss of nothingness. Could it be a thought surfaced in her mind? Could it be that he no longer existed in this world? Yes, it must be so. He must have ventured to another world dimension. Yes, this thought clung to her like a lifeline. The desolation in her eyes was rekindled by a fervent flame of obsession. My dear, I will undoubtedly find you. Even if you flee to the farthest reaches of the universe, I will bring you back, she murmured, her voice imbued with a chilling determination. In the next moment, she raised her hand once more, using her supreme mastery of the space pathway to forcibly tear open a colossal rift in the barrier of the world, leading to the cosmic river beyond. With a resolute step, she plunged into the vastness of the cosmic river. Thus began her quest in the 6th life. Jiang Heng's perspective also widened. He beheld a solitary figure traversing the endless expanse of the dark cosmic river, moving between infinite worlds. She resembled a tireless wanderer. With each arrival in a new world, she enveloped it with her imperial consciousness, fervently searching, only to be met with disappointment before moving on to the next realm. This cycle repeated endlessly. Jiang Heng witnessed a myriad of bizarre worlds, magical realms where dragons soared, interstellar civilizations that had achieved technological zeniths, and lifeless dimensions steeped in desolation. Su Jiyue's figure traversed these worlds, leaving her footprints across countless realms. Yet, the one she sought remained elusive. Time lost its significance in the void of the cosmic river. A millennium, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years. Even for an emperor, lifespan was not infinite. The essence of Su Jiyue began to wane, a subtle hint of twilight creeping upon her. It was the harbinger of a life force nearing its extinguishment. She realized she was nearing her limit. She halted, standing amidst the void, glancing back at the path she had traversed. The way she had come was long submerged in chaos. She could not locate him. Having expended her entire imperial might to traverse millions of dimensions, she was still unable to find him. A tidal wave of grief and despair engulfed her. She laughed, a laugh tinged with desolation and madness. My dear, where have you hidden yourself? Ultimately, she followed the faint connection she had felt, exhausting her last reserves of strength to tear through space and return to her original world dimension. She landed atop a mountain peak. Observing the rise and fall of the sun, the shifting clouds, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Days later, she slowly rose to her feet. The laws of the space pathway, capable of toppling the ages, began to unravel inch by inch. Jiang Heng understood that she was preparing to disperse her path and commence the next cycle of reincarnation. In this life, she had traversed the realms through the space pathway and still could not find him. Thus, in the next life, she had already formulated a new plan in her heart. Rather than floundering aimlessly, she would seek out clues herself. If she could return to her first life, she might uncover the whereabouts of that man. But before that, she intended to save her kin. After solidifying her plan, the last vestige of her obsession dissipated. Su Jiue's figure, along with the fruits of her path in this life, transformed into a cascade of light, dispersing across the heavens and the earth. The soul burdened with the karma of 6 lives was once again cast into the whirlpool of reincarnation. Before Jiang Heng, the scene shattered anew. Light and shadow were formed. He knew that Su Jiue's 7th life had begun. In truth, had he wished, he could have shattered this heavenly illusion long ago. Yet, his reluctance stemmed from a curiosity regarding Su Jiue's 9 lives, particularly the man she spoke of. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sound of hammering resonated in Jiang Heng's ears. Before his eyes lay a colossal island suspended in the sky. Upon this island, palatial structures stood tall, each resembling a massive furnace exhaling searing flames. The air was thick with the scent of metal and fire. This was a world where the art of forging was revered. Here, the mightiest were not cultivators harnessing spiritual energy, nor were they body refiners. Instead, they were master forgers capable of utilizing the heavens as their forge and the sun and moon as their flames to craft divine weapons that could annihilate the world. Jiang Heng's gaze quickly fixated upon the most magnificent palace, the strongest forging sect in this realm, Divine Weapon Valley. Today marked the joyous occasion of the Valley Lord's birth of a daughter. Yet, the atmosphere within Divine Weapon Valley was thick with tension. For at the moment the infant was born, the valley's treasured artifact, a legendary weapon forged by the first Valley Lord, the Celestial Hammer, began to resonate, vibrating of its own accord. Soon after, countless weapons and magical treasures within Divine Weapon Valley, regardless of their rank, began to tremble and roar. 1,000 weapons bowed in reverence. This phenomenon, which had only existed in ancient legends, filled every elder and disciple of Divine Weapon Valley with profound shock and dread. The Valley Lord, a towering man with fiery red hair, cradled his newborn daughter in his arms, utterly at a loss. The infant did not cry or fuss. She simply gazed at the world with a pair of bright, curious eyes. She was none other than Su Jiue, or more accurately, the 7th incarnation of Su Jiue. Chapter 219. The 9 Lives of Su Jiue Valley Lord. This is an ominous omen. An elderly elder with white hair exclaimed, his voice trembling as he beheld the myriad of weapons still humming with energy. Countless warriors pay their respects, as ancient texts record, either heralding the birth of a celestial sage or the arrival of a peerless demon. This woman. Enough. The crimson-haired giant's voice boomed like a tangible wave, shaking the entire grand hall. He lowered his gaze upon the pure and flawless visage of his daughter cradled in his arms. She is my daughter. Regardless of whether she is a sage or a demon, she bears the bloodline of the Divine Armament Valley. This proclamation paved an exceedingly smooth path to greatness for Su Jiue in her 7th life, in stark contrast to the tumultuous beginnings of her previous 6 incarnations. In this life, she is a prodigious child born of divine weaponry. Her father is a grandmaster of artifact forging and the lord of the Divine Armament Valley. She possesses the finest resources in the world, the most profound heritage, and, above all, the most unreserved paternal love. As time flew by, at the tender age of 3, she first stepped into the forging chamber. An elder, sweating profusely, was laboriously hammering a spirit sword on the verge of completion, yet no matter what he tried, the ethereal glow of the blade remained dim and unyielding, unable to break through its constraints. Everyone was at a loss. At that moment, Su Jiue, just learning to walk, wobbled over. She extended her delicate little finger towards an inconspicuous spot on the sword's body. Here, her tender voice rang out clearly. The elder paused, momentarily taken aback, then felt a flicker of irritation. What could a mere child possibly understand? But the Valley Lord, that formidable crimson-haired giant, fixed his gaze intently. Do as she says. The elder, hesitant yet compelled, retrieved the glowing sword body and gently struck the indicated spot. Buzz. A melodious chime of the sword resonated throughout the forging chamber. The once dim sword body instantly erupted with dazzling brilliance, its grade elevated by an entire tier. Silence enveloped the room. All gazed at the 3-year-old girl with eyes wide in astonishment. Such miracles continued to unfold in the days that followed. By the age of 5, she could forge artifacts independently. At 10, she had memorized every text on artifact forging in the Divine Armament Valley. By 30, her forging skills surpassed all the elders in the valley. The Valley Lord, observing his extraordinarily gifted daughter, transformed from initial elation to profound astonishment, ultimately sighing in contentment. He realized he had nothing left to teach her. All he could do was to fully open the treasure vault of the Divine Armament Valley to her. No matter how rare the materials she required, he would spare no effort to procure them. Su Jiyue accepted all of this with serene composure. She exhibited none of the joys and sorrows typical of her peers. All her time and energy were devoted to the art of forging. Day after day, year after year. It was as though the cold metal and searing flames were her only companions. A century passed in the blink of an eye. Before the core forbidden ground of the Divine Armament Valley, at the celestial fire furnace, Su Jiyue stood quietly clad in white. The passage of 100 years left no trace upon her visage. Instead, it rendered her even more ethereal and transcendent. Behind her stood the Valley Lord, now somewhat aged. Yue, do you truly wish to attempt forging an Emperor-tier weapon now? His voice bore a hint of concern, though he recognized his daughter as an unparalleled genius. Forging an Emperor-tier weapon was a domain reserved for grandmasters with profound foundations. Su Jiyue did not turn back. Father, I require it. With those words, she extended her delicate hand and grasped the air. Boom. The primordial celestial fire that had slumbered deep within the earth for millennia was forcefully drawn forth, transforming into a roaring fire dragon that surged into the celestial fire furnace. The entire floating island trembled violently. She began to forge. Without blueprints or references, every step, every rune, was already engraved in the depths of her soul. That was the foundation she had accumulated through her 6 previous lives. For 7 days and 7 nights. When the furnace finally opened, a terrifying aura of weaponry capable of rending the heavens surged skyward. A battle hammer, ancient in design, yet radiating the pressure of an emperor, floated before Su Jiyue. She had succeeded. She had truly forged an emperor-tier weapon without being an emperor herself. The crimson-haired giant watched in awe, trembling with excitement. Yet a sense of inexplicable loss washed over him. His daughter had soared too high and too far. Yue. Su Jiyue sheathed the hammer and turned to face him, her expression still tranquil. Father, it is not enough. Another century passed. On this day, Su Jiyue approached the celestial fire furnace once more. She left her father with a final declaration. Father, today, I shall attain enlightenment. With that, she stepped forward, her entire being merging into the colossal celestial fire furnace. Boom. The entire world shifted dramatically. Above the boundless skies, countless thunderbolts converged, forming an endless sea of lightning. The calamity of the great emperor was upon them. Yet, Su Jiyue wielded the world as her forge and the emperor's calamity as her hammer, forging an emperor-tier weapon of enlightenment. Madness, sheer madness. The Valley Lord gazed at the apocalyptic scene in the sky, murmuring in disbelief. From Jiang Heng's perspective, the boundless sea of lightning and the violent flames of calamity not only failed to harm Su Jiyue, but instead became her finest forging materials. Under the relentless tempering of the emperor's calamity, the celestial fire furnace underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. Ultimately, a grand furnace, imprinted with the runes of the Great Path and exuding the aura of creation, replaced the original furnace, floating between heaven and earth. The Creation Emperor Furnace. Su Jiyue's Emperor-tier weapon of enlightenment. Her flawless figure stepped forth from the Emperor Furnace. In that moment, the world-ending sea of lightning above abruptly stilled, then receded like a tide, as if it had never existed. The raging flames of calamity transformed into gentle flames, merging into the newly birthed Emperor Furnace. Adding the final touch of Dao rhythm, the laws of the Grand Path resonated with a hum of submission. She had already ascended as the Empress of this realm. Yet, it was not the end. Su Jiyue's gaze remained indifferent as she waved her hand. Countless pieces of Emperor gold, collected over 200 years, soared into the Creation Emperor Furnace. She intended to forge 6 Emperor-tier weapons. Buzz. The Creation Emperor Furnace trembled violently. the runes upon its body swirling as it began to fervently refine the Emperor Gold materials. Su Jiyue's expression remained impassive as her hands formed intricate seals in front of her. With each seal, a distinct resonance of the Great Path's laws was invoked. The first seal was imbued with a wild essence. Within the furnace, a primordial source stone, bearing the essence of myriad beasts' blood, was instantaneously refined, merging with countless divine gold to coalesce into an ancient seal. On the seal, the phantom images of thousands of demonic beasts roared and bowed in reverence. Then the second seal descended. This time, it was complex, profound, and contained the fundamental principles of heaven and earth. A scroll, crafted from the divine gold of the celestial path, unfurls slowly within the furnace, resembling the embryonic form of a scroll pivoted upon the trunk of a wise ancient tree, as if it aims to inscribe the operational laws of the myriad pathways of the universe upon its pages. The third seal of the law, ethereal and elusive, beckons the intersection of dreams and reality. Countless illusory crystals and mind-bewitching flowers are refined, transforming into a mirror as smooth as water, within which the dreams of countless beings seem to reflect, indistinguishable between truth and illusion. The fourth seal, meticulously structured, outlines the most stable and arcane patterns of the cosmos. A colossal divine stone of return is molded within the furnace into a compass, its surface adorned with celestial stars, the dragon energy of the earth, spatial nodes, and the myriad origins of arrayed pathways, all evolving within. The fifth seal is cast forth. A chain, predominantly composed of fate's divine gold and entwined with countless threads of causality, flickers in and out of visibility within the imperial furnace. It appears to transcend this timeline, each flicker akin to a leap between the past, present, and future. Finally, Su Jiyu manifests the sixth seal. A complete core stone of boundaries is cast into the furnace, merging with countless divine materials of spatial properties, ultimately transforming into a streamlined celestial shuttle, seemingly composed of starlight and dark matter. Around the shuttle, space continuously ebbs and flows, folding upon itself. Chapter 220, Su Jiyu's 9 Lives. 7 Imperial Weapons. Together with the creation Imperial Furnace, a total of 7 Imperial weapons hover before Su Jiyu, exuding a terrifying pressure potent enough to make the heavens tremble. Each weapon represents the essence of her past lives' Dao fruits. The master of the Divine Armament Valley, a robust man with red hair, has now become utterly numb. 7 Imperial weapons in a single day. Such an occurrence has surpassed his cognitive limits. This transcends mere miracles. It is a myth. An unparalleled achievement capable of overturning the entire history of weapon-forging civilization. Yet, in the next moment, Su Jiyu's actions nearly caused his eyes to bulge. She extended her finger toward the 6 newly birthed Imperial weapons and gently tapped them. Shatter. Crack. Crack. The ancient seal, which had summoned the phantasmal forms of myriad demons in reverence, revealed spiderweb-like fissures upon its surface. The golden scroll, seemingly chronicling the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, began to fracture from the center, inch by inch. The illusory treasure mirror, capable of reflecting countless dreams, displayed the image of its own shattering upon its surface. In that instant, the 6 supreme Imperial weapons, which could provoke envy from any force, became riddled with cracks before erupting into fragments. However, this was not an ordinary shattering. From Jiang Heng's perspective, the 6 Imperial weapons transformed into the purest, most primal torrents of 6 distinct Dao laws. The way of beasts, the way of symbols, the way of dreaming, the way of arrays, the way of causality, the way of space. They spiraled through the air, akin to weary birds returning to their nests, as if drawn by an irresistible force, surging toward the solitary, suspended creation Imperial furnace. What are you planning to do? The red-haired man gazed at the shattered Imperial weapons, murmuring with a face full of heartache. He could not comprehend it at all. Yet at that moment, Jiang Heng began to vaguely grasp Su Jiyu's intention. The land of illusions. She is constructing the nascent form of the land of illusions, utilizing the creation Imperial furnace, forged in her 7th life as the embodiment of the world, as the foundation and crucible for all. The way of space from her 6th life serves as the bones, forming the framework, territory, and dimensions of this world. The way of arrays from her 4th life acts as the veins, stabilizing the energy circulation of the world and establishing the coordinates of time and space. The way of symbols from her 2nd life serves as the laws, inscribing the rules of heaven and earth upon it, establishing the foundational laws of this world. The way of dreaming from her 3rd life provides the skin, bestowing this world with a perfect veneer indistinguishable from the real world, shielding it from all prying eyes. The way of beasts from her 1st life infuses vitality, granting this world seemingly real flora and fauna, imbued with the breath of life. Finally, and most crucially, the way of causality from her fifth life serves as the lock. With that chain of causality, she anchors the remnants of souls she wishes to resurrect, long dissipated in the universe. This is no mere forging. This is, in fact, creation. A fabricated, perfect, eternal land of illusions, designed specifically to harbor the souls of the departed. As the torrents of the six Tao laws fully converged within the creation imperial furnace, an unprecedented radiance erupted from the furnace. Within that brilliance, the nascent form of a world began to manifest and evolve, though merely a trivial embryonic form. The complexity of the contained laws far surpassed any small world that could be opened by even the mightiest of emperors. Having completed all of this, Sujiu's imperial might began to recede like a tide. A hint of weariness appeared on her jade-like visage. She turned to face her father, who was rendered utterly speechless, and revealed a genuine smile, imbued with a semblance of daughterly apology. "Father, take care of yourself." As her words fell, the Tao of forging she had just attained, along with the embryonic form of the imperial furnace infused with six laws, shattered, transforming into a cascade of radiant light. Merging into her brow, the seventh life concludes. Her soul once more plunges into the cycle of reincarnation. Before Jiang Heng, the scene spun wildly once more. When he regained his vision, a desolate, primal aura assailed him. The sky loomed low, and the earth stretched vast. Gargantuan beasts, their forms akin to mountains, rampaged across the wilderness, emitting earth-shattering roars. This was a world where power reigned supreme, a primitive realm. Sujiu's eighth life was born within a primitive tribe that relied on hunting colossal beasts for sustenance. This time, her birth bore no extraordinary omens. She appeared as an ordinary infant of the tribe. Yet soon, her extraordinary qualities began to manifest. At the age of 3, she could lift a stone lock weighing 100 pounds. By 5, she could drag the corpse of a ferocious beast many times her own size. At 10, she single-handedly vanquished a colossal primordial python measuring 100 feet in length with her fists. She did not cultivate any techniques nor comprehend any laws. Instead, she repeatedly tempered her physical form with the purest and most ferocious spiritual energy of this world. She traversed the simplest yet most tyrannical path, the way of strength. One strength shatters myriad laws. Time swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, 200 years had elapsed. Sujiu had grown into the most formidable warrior of the tribe. Her figure was tall, yet not imposing. Rather, it exuded a beauty filled with power. On this day, atop the tribe's watchtower, a horn of terror echoed to the utmost degree. Roar! A thunderous roar resonated from the horizon. A beast, resembling a moving mountain, adorned with bone spines and a single horn atop its head, trudged heavily toward the tribe. Wherever it passed, the earth split, and all things turned to ash. It was the divine beast of this world, a terrifying existence that had lived for countless millennia. Its power comparable to that of a high-level quasi-emperor. The entire tribe fell into despair. At that moment, Sujiu stepped forth, advancing slowly toward the world-destroying beast. "Come back," cried the tribe's elder in a desperate howl. But Sujiu did not look back. From Jiang Heng's perspective, her diminutive figure stood resolutely before the colossal beast, akin to an ant daring to shake a tree. She approached the monstrous entity, gazing upward at its towering form that obscured the heavens. Then, with deliberate grace, she slowly raised her right hand, clenched it tightly, and unleashed a formidable punch toward the sky. Chapter 221. The End of the Celestial Illusion. The True and False Jiang Heng. The pure, unadulterated power that Sujiu projected transformed into an invisible shockwave, soaring skyward. The beast god, rivaling a high-level quasi-emperor, momentarily faltered beneath the might of her strike. Instantly, intricate fissures erupted across its mountainous body, spreading like a spider's web from its head. In an instant, a resounding thud echoed, a delayed yet thunderous explosion. The colossal creature, under the terrified gaze of the tribe, was obliterated in the skies, reduced to a swirling mist of blood. One punch, instant annihilation. The entire tribe fell into a profound silence, their expressions frozen in sheer astonishment as they gazed upon the figure suspended in midair, akin to revering a true emperor. Sujiu, however, merely retracted her fist, her delicate knuckles unmarred by any injury. Ignoring the shock of her clan's people below, she cast her gaze toward the boundless firmament. She sensed that some unseen shackles were beginning to loosen. The opportunity for enlightenment had arrived. Boom! The once clear expanse of the sky dimmed abruptly, as endless calamity clouds surged forth from the void, gathering in a frenzied manner. Yet this time, the imperial tribulation was unlike any she had encountered before. There were no thunderbolts, no celestial fire, no inner demons. Only weight, an inexhaustible weight. It felt as if the entirety of the universe, the vastness of all realms, was pressing its weight upon Su Jiyue, intent on crushing this heretic who dared to attain enlightenment through sheer force into fine powder. Crack! The space beneath Su Jiyue's feet shattered inch by inch. Her body began to descend toward the earth at a slow, yet unstoppable pace. Her bones groaned under the unbearable burden. Yet, a proud smirk graced Su Jiyue's lips. She lifted her head, gazing at the intangible yet oppressive weight of the celestial path, and once more raised her fist. Open for me. With a commanding shout, her inner strength erupted without reservation. This punch transcended time and space, disregarding distance. As a mere observer, Jiang Heng witnessed a fist imprint materializing at the heart of the endless calamity clouds, as if an invisible hand seized the heavens and tore it apart. The terrifying weight that could collapse eons dissipated before this strike. To prove the path through strength. To shatter the imperial tribulation with absolute power. The 8th-generation emperor achieved, feeling the terrifying power within her, capable of obliterating an entire world with a single punch. Su Jiyue bore no trace of joy on her face. Her consciousness delved deep into her soul. There, 8 resplendent fruits of the path, each radiating distinct auras, spun slowly around her true spirit. Each fruit represented the cultivation of a past emperor: monster, symbol, illusion, array, void, cause, tool, power. 8 entirely different, yet supreme paths converged within her. This power approached an unfathomable proximity to that of a heavenly emperor. Yet simultaneously, the immense karmic weight accumulated over 8 lifetimes clung to her true spirit like a parasite, hindering her from attaining true completeness. Only one remained. Su Jiyue whispered softly. She understood that the 9th existence was the critical key. Reincarnation. To enter the cycle of rebirth, to comprehend it, to master it, and ultimately, to transcend it. Only thus could she meld these 8 fruits of the path with the endless karmic weight, breaking free from the chains of fate. Only so could she resurrect her kin and once again embark on the journey of reincarnation to find him. With this thought, her gaze seemed to pierce through the barriers of time and space, transcending the confines of this celestial illusion, directly locking onto the observing Jiang Heng. She smiled, a smile infused with the fatigue of 8 lifetimes, the anticipation of imminent success, and a kind of obsession that even Jiang Heng found unsettling. My lord, wait for me. As her words fell, the path of power she had attained in this lifetime crumbled with a thunderous sound. The 8th dispersal of the path. The soul bearing the fruits of 8 lifetimes transformed into a streak of light, resolutely plunging once more into the endless whirlpool of reincarnation. However, at the very moment Su Jiyue's 8th existence faded, Jiang Heng's body jolted violently. Boom. A torrent of immense information exploded in his mind without warning. Vague yet vividly real images flashed before his eyes. He saw a forest blooming with peach blossoms, where a delicate little fox, adorned with 9 fluffy white tails, stumbled while chasing a fluttering butterfly. He heard a gentle voice, one he had never encountered yet felt profoundly familiar. Jiyue, don't run so fast, be careful not to fall. The scene shifted. The little fox turned back, its large, sparkling eyes brimming with joy, calling out in a childish voice, "My lord, hug me." A warm hand gently scooped up the little fox, affectionately ruffling its damp little nose. He saw, beneath the starry sky, the now breathtaking 9-tailed celestial fox nestled in a man's embrace, her face radiant with bliss. "My lord, will you always be with me?" "I will. Let us make a promise." "All right, promise." The images shattered, and more fragments of memories surged forth. There was the reluctance of parting, the tender reassurances. These memories were fragmented and incomplete, yet the profound love they contained, the deep-rooted yearning, was strikingly clear, hauntingly familiar. Jiang Heng's pupils constricted suddenly. He stood frozen, realization dawning upon him. It turned out that the so-called my lord was a part of him, or rather, it was a fragment of his reincarnation, while Su Jiyue was the encounter from that lifetime. No wonder Su Jiyue was so steadfast in her belief about him. No wonder there existed such profound entanglements of fate between them. Logically, as a transmigrator, he should not possess a past life. Yet having witnessed Su Jiyue's numerous reincarnations across different realms, he began to comprehend that the universe's cycle of rebirth was far grander and more intricate than he had ever imagined. At this moment, the celestial illusion continued to unfold, preparing to unveil the 9th existence. But Jiang Heng had lost all interest in watching further. His eyes slowly opened, now brimming with an unprecedented clarity and complexity. "Enough." He spoke softly. As his words resonated, he slowly raised his hand. Buzz. The 3,000 mixed primordial Dao bodies commenced an autonomous operation, unleashing an aura that transcended the myriad paths of the heavens. The ethereal manifestations of the 3,000 great Dao laws emerged around him, rising and falling like stars encircling the moon. With a mere utterance, the laws obeyed his command. At that moment, his own Dao forcefully overlaid the rules of this realm. Crack, crack. The entire heavenly Dao illusion, from the sky to the earth, from past to future, was instantly riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web. In the next instant, it shattered with a thunderous roar. Everything in sight transformed into swirling motes of light. Yet, the anticipated scene of returning to the pinnacle of the divine mountain did not materialize. As the radiance dissipated, Jiang Heng found himself ensconced within an endless abyss of darkness. The surrounding walls appeared to be composed of twisted flesh and writhing shadows, emanating a nauseating aura of the bizarre and ominous. At the very heart of the abyss, a white figure floated silently. Su Jiyue. In this moment, the aura of a quasi-emperor radiated from her without reservation, forming an invisible barrier that isolated the sinister atmosphere. Her alluring fox-like eyes fixated intently on Jiang Heng not far away, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, shock, confusion, but predominantly wariness. Jiang Heng, though adorned with a gentle smile, emanated a foreboding aura that resonated with the abyss itself. However, when his figure abruptly materialized within this space, both Su Jiyue and Jiang Heng directed their gazes toward him. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Su Jiyue's eyes widened in shock, followed by an unexpected surge of joy. Despite the presence of two Jiang Hens before her, she, sharing a soul connection with the true Jiang Heng, could effortlessly discern that the one who had suddenly appeared was indeed the genuine article. The Jiang Heng, exuding an ominous presence, saw the true Jiang Heng and instantly lost his smile, emitting a disdainful click of his tongue. You again, always thwarting my plans. Chapter 222, Destruction and Oblivion. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, a far more terrifying aura quietly emerged from the abyss composed of twisted flesh and blood. The darkness seemed to take on a tangible form. A towering figure slowly stepped forth from the boundless shadows, bearing an enormous, pitch-black coffin upon his back, surrounded by an aura of desolation and finality, as if he himself were the embodiment of destruction. Destruction. The moment he appeared, the strange and ominous atmosphere of the entire abyss intensified tenfold. Su Jiyue's complexion paled further. She forcibly suppressed the surging blood within her, swiftly appearing beside Jiang Heng, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. My lord, she whispered, her voice faint yet imbued with profound clarity. Jiang Heng remained silent, merely giving her hand a reassuring pat. His gaze calmly surveyed the figures of oblivion and destruction before them. Ha ha ha, destruction's voice rumbled, low and gravelly, as if scraping against one's very soul. To repeatedly obstruct our plans, what audacity you possess. His gaze traversed between Jiang Heng and Su Jiyue, filled with insatiable greed. However, it works out. One bears the mixed primordial 3,000 Dao body, the other possesses the fruit of 9 lifetimes reincarnation. Both are exceptional fodder. Oblivion resumed its lofty demeanor, coldly declaring, since we have crossed paths, let us settle both new and old accounts. As his words fell, the pitch-black coffin behind destruction emitted a creaking sound. A gap slowly opened at its mouth. Roar. In an instant, 9 deafening dragon roars erupted from that crevice. 9 massive black dragons, swirling with destruction and ominous energy, surged forth from the coffin, coiling around destruction. As the 9 dragons emerged, their collective aura even faintly surpassed that of an ordinary quasi-emperor, causing the very fabric of this abyssal space to twist and wail. Meanwhile, Oblivion made its move as well. It raised a hand, summoning a black spear that similarly exuded a sinister aura into its grasp. Kill. Destruction commanded fiercely. The 9 black dragons, akin to 9 bolts of black lightning, tore through the darkness, bringing forth a destructive dragon's breath that sought to annihilate Jiang Heng and Su Jiyue. Oblivion simultaneously advanced, transforming into a streak of flowing light. The spear in hand carving an uncanny arc aimed directly at Jiang Heng's brow. Faced with such a lethal scenario, Jiang Heng's expression remained unchanged. Be cautious, he softly advised Su Jiyue beside him. Buzz. In the next moment, the dormant mixed primordial 3,000 Dao body within him surged into motion. An aura of terrifying might that surpassed the myriad paths of the heavens erupted forth from his being. Boom. An ancient and weighty cauldron, seemingly embodying the secrets of the universe's inception, ascended from the depths of his soul, hovering above him. The mixed primordial returning ruins cauldron. The cauldron trembled slightly, releasing an invisible chaotic aura that swiftly enveloped both him and Su Jiyue. The destructive breath emitted by the 9 black dragons was instantly dissolved and devoured upon contact with the chaotic aura, failing to stir even a ripple. Su Jiyue did not remain idle. Gritting her teeth, she forcibly summoned the power within her. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 8 resplendent, yet flickering Dao fruit phantoms materialized behind her. Demon. Symbol, illusion, array, void, cause, artifact, force. Each Dao fruit represented the pinnacle achievement of a great emperor from a past lifetime. However, having undergone 8 trials within the heavenly Dao illusion and perpetually eroded by the ominous aura, she was now at her limit. The 8 Dao fruit phantoms flickered erratically, their presence exceedingly unstable. Humph, a shattered Dao fruit dares to present itself? Oblivion scoffed coldly, the might of the spear in its grip surging. The wailing of vengeful souls emanating from the spearhead, as if it could rend the very fabric of one's soul. The spear pierced through the outer layer of the chaotic aura, aimed directly at Jiang Heng. Clang. A crisp sound echoed. The mixed primordial returning ruins cauldron sank slightly, its wall directly intercepting the eerie spear. Sparks flew. Oblivion felt an unparalleled force emanate from the spear, propelling him backwards. His arm, gripping the spear, trembled slightly. This cauldron. A glimmer of shock and an even stronger greed flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Su Jiyue harnessed the power of space, her figure flickering amidst the onslaught of the 9 black dragons, concurrently invoking the arts of illusion and array, creating layers of illusions and entrapments in an attempt to delay them. Yet, with each exertion of her power, her complexion grew paler. Eventually, she could no longer contain her injuries, spitting forth a mouthful of crimson blood. Her aura instantly waned. Seizing the opportunity, one of the black dragons lunged, its massive claw tearing through space, striking towards her back. Yet, just as the claw was a mere foot away from Su Jiyue, it could advance no further. Jiang Heng had appeared behind her, though she could not discern precisely when. One hand steadied her precariously swaying form, while the other effortlessly lifted to shield her from the terrifying dragon claw, as formidable as an imperial weapon. Sir. Su Jiyue leaned against Jiang Heng's warm and solid embrace, inhaling that familiar scent, her consciousness beginning to blur. It's all right. Jiang Heng's voice remained as calm as ever. He cast a glance at the faintly breathing Su Jiyue in his arms, then turned his gaze toward the distant figures of destruction and annihilation, who loomed menacingly. A glimmer of icy murderous intent surfaced in his otherwise placid eyes. It is time to bring this to an end, he murmured softly. As his words fell, a pressure far more terrifying than the combined might of destruction and annihilation began to radiate from him, spreading wildly throughout the abyss. Chapter 223, The Domain of the Gods. The Source of Reincarnation. This overwhelming pressure was not merely a manifestation of strength or momentum. It was a rule, a principle that transcended this realm, surpassing all paths of the myriad heavens, a rule uniquely belonging to Jiang Heng. Is this the domain of the gods? Annihilation, sensing the shifting space around him, uttered in disbelief. Impossible. How could you? The once grating voice of destruction now bore a hint of grave concern and unease. In their perception, the laws governing this dark abyss were being forcibly overridden and rewritten by a more tyrannical power. Their connection to the laws of this realm was swiftly severing. Domain of the gods, the melting of all paths. Jiang Heng's voice echoed dispassionately within the abyss. Buzz, centered around him, an invisible domain instantaneously enveloped the entire abyss. Within this domain, all was silent. The 9 black dragons, which had previously been howling and rampaging, suddenly froze, as if a pause button had been pressed upon them. The laws of destruction entwined around them became sluggish, chaotic, and even began to backfire upon themselves. The long spear in Annihilation's grasp emitted a mournful cry, unable to bear the burden. The vengeful phantoms upon the spear's blade, as if encountering a nemesis, desperately sought to withdraw into the spear's body, yet were ensnared by an invisible force, immobilized. How can this be? You can bind our laws. Destruction roared in disbelief. What manner of beings were they? They wielded the paths of destruction and annihilation, the very essence of the universe, at a level of unparalleled supremacy. Even if the opponent wielded the domain of the gods, it should have been impossible to restrain their laws. Yet now, within Jiang Heng's domain, they felt like tigers stripped of their claws and fangs, brimming with power but unable to mobilize even a fraction of it. Their grand laws had become ineffective. Jiang Heng paid no heed to their astonishment. His cold gaze swept over the two, and he slowly raised a hand, pointing toward the primordial abyss cauldron above him. Gather. Boom. The primordial abyss cauldron instantly surged in size, resembling a vibrant celestial dome inverted above. A terrifying, irresistible suction erupted from its mouth, akin to a black hole devouring the universe. The 9 black dragons, bound by the laws, could offer no resistance as they were violently torn apart, transformed into the purest essence of destruction and drawn into the cauldron. No. Both annihilation and destruction sensed a mortal threat simultaneously. They attempted to flee. But within this domain of melting paths, the laws of space were equally under Jiang Heng's dominion. The entire abyss had become a dead end. Kid, we will not let you escape. Destruction delivered a final threat. Enough. Jiang Heng's gaze turned frostier. The cauldron's suction power suddenly multiplied tenfold. In the face of this force, the figures of annihilation and destruction became as fragile as parchment. Their bodies, along with their souls and paths, were torn, twisted, and ultimately transformed into two streams of pure primordial energy, drawn into the primordial abyss cauldron. Just wait. It won't be long before we meet again. Two fleeting thoughts, filled with resentment and reluctance, vanished into the chaotic currents at the cauldron's mouth, utterly erased. The abyss returned to a state of profound silence. Jiang Heng waved a hand, dissipating the domain. The primordial abyss cauldron gradually shrank, returning to his body. After refining the essence of the two ancient beings' avatars, the cauldron's aura seemed to grow even denser. Just then, Su Jiuyu in his arms coughed up a mouthful of blood, her breath plummeting to an almost imperceptible level. A series of ominous black patterns began to surface upon her exquisite face, heralding the encroachment of a malevolent aura. Jiang Heng furrowed his brow. He immediately extended a strand of divine consciousness into Su Jiuyu's body. The situation was even worse than he had anticipated. In her pursuit of 9 lifetimes of reincarnation, she had forcibly scattered her essence in each life, resulting in a significant depletion of her true spirit and entanglement with karma. Having just forcibly utilized the fruits of her 8th life, combined with the malevolent aura pervading the abyss, her true spirit was on the brink of collapse. Ordinary elixirs and treasures of heaven and earth were of no use to her now. To save her, there was but one method: to repair her true spirit and cleanse her karma with an equally potent or even higher level of primordial path. And the most suitable for her, without a doubt, was the path of reincarnation. Jiang Heng closed his eyes. Within the 3,000 primordial bodies in his being, the laws of the path representing reincarnation began to emit a faint glow. Using himself as a coordinate, he began to sense the source of reincarnation within the heavenly path's essence. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Found it. Jiang Heng suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Without hesitation, he tore apart the space before him. On the other side of the rift, there was no chaotic void, only a gentle, sacred light suffused with the essence of life and finality. He stepped through. The scene before him opened up dramatically. Here seemed to be the genesis of the world, as well as the terminus of all things. There were no heavens, no sun or moon, no stars. Only a spring, quietly flowing at the center of the void. The water was crystal clear, yet it appeared to contain the joys and sorrows of countless beings, with the past, present, and future reflected within. An aura of reincarnation, pure to the extreme, washed over him. This was indeed the core of the heavenly path, the source of reincarnation, the spring of reincarnation. Jiang Heng cradled Su Jiuyu, slowly approaching the spring's edge. Without hesitation, he gently lowered her soft form into the water. As soon as Su Jiuyu's body made contact with the waters of the source of reincarnation, the ominous black patterns upon her began to dissipate in a swirl of azure smoke, as if encountering their natural enemy. Jiang Heng's palm remained pressed against the back of Su Jiuyu's heart, his profound comprehension of the pure path of reincarnation transforming into the gentlest of threads, guiding the waters of the spring's essence to repair her nearly collapsing true spirit. The power of reincarnation within the spring, as if having found an outlet, transformed into soft beams of light that continuously surged into Su Jiuyu's body. Her almost dissipating aura swiftly stabilized. The withering true spirit began to mend and rejuvenate. A hint of color gradually returned to her pale face. Her breath, infused with the essence of reincarnation, not only returned but began to ascend progressively, subtly hinting at a breakthrough towards a higher realm. It is uncertain how much time has passed. Within the spring waters, Su Jiuyu's long eyelashes quivered slightly, shaking off a few droplets of the primordial spring water that had condensed upon them. She slowly opened her eyes, and in her enchanting, fox-like gaze, there was initially a look of bewilderment, as if she had just awakened from an extensive dream spanning 9 epochs. Yet, in the next instant, all confusion vanished. Her pupils focused intently, locking onto the face before her. It was him. Indeed, it was he who, with his own strength, had torn apart the barriers of the heavenly path and rescued her from that ominous abyss. He was the one who had embraced her within this source of reincarnation, using his own grand Dao to rekindle her extinguished vitality. Su Jiuyu's lips moved soundlessly. Suddenly, she extended her delicate arms, encircling Jiang Heng's neck, drawing him closer. The warm spring water soaked their garments, outlining their figures. A faint, Alluring fragrance wafted into Jiang Heng's senses. Su Jiyue's crimson lips approached his ear, whispering in a tone that was almost dreamlike yet impossible to refuse, "My lord, hold me tightly." Boom. The entire spring erupted in a dazzling brilliance. The originally gentle and sacred power of the reincarnation source abruptly transformed into a tempestuous force. An indescribable heat surged unexpectedly from the depths of Jiang Heng's Dao body, instantly enveloping his entire being. The chaotic blood within him began to surge. The power of the 6 rebirths of the heavenly phoenix sacred body autonomously operated, radiating a scorching essence of life. Jiang Heng's gaze deepened. In his embrace, Su Jiyue let out a soft moan. Her cheeks, which had regained a hint of color, instantly flushed with an intoxicating crimson. Her eyes became misty. Rip! A faint sound of tearing arose, not from the external world, but from the bodies pressed closely together. Su Jiyue tightened her embrace. She tilted her head slightly, her dreamy eyes shimmering with tears of fulfillment and the smile of a victor. In that moment, she was neither a quasi-empress nor the leader of the heaven-thieving alliance. She was simply a little fox who had finally awaited her beloved. And Jiang Heng lowered his head. Within his profound gaze, the fragmented memories of a past life converged completely with the exquisite face before him. The spring of reincarnation ceased to flow at that moment. Chapter 224. Resolving Grievances Before the City of Divine Ruins. On the other side, beneath the divine mountain, before the city of divine ruins, an eerie silence enveloped the realm. Even the wind carried a scent of decay. The earth was cloaked in a tide as dark as ink, exuding an aura of death and foreboding. The bizarre currents of the sea of the dead had already devoured countless corpses within the divine realm. Whether they were fallen warriors of the divine lineage or members of the heaven-thieving alliance, they transformed into pure energy upon contact, absorbed entirely. Behind the black tide stood a legion of undead composed of the Eternal Life Imperial clan, their eyes hollow, enshrouded in deathly energy, silently awaiting orders. At the forefront of the army, Dong, the holy master of the Azure Cloud, donned battle armor. A hint of playful amusement gracing his features as his gaze traversed the silent battlefield, landing upon the towering walls of the city of divine ruins. Upon the city walls, Li Xuanqing wielded a long sword, the wind tousling his white hair and robes. "Brotherly, we meet again." Dong's voice carried a tone of mockery and condescension, resonating clearly in Li Xuanqing's ears. "I wonder if my wife has been well in your care?" Boom. The moment those words fell, an intense aura erupted from Li Xuanqing's being. His grip on the sword hilt tightened, causing his knuckles to turn pale from the strain. Veins throbbed on his forehead. "Dong." Li Xuanqing's voice seemed to emerge from between clenched teeth, brimming with boundless killing intent and hatred. "The grudge of taking my wife will be repaid today." With that declaration, he ceased further words, his figure flashing as he leaped from the city wall, transforming into a streak of light, hovering in midair to confront Dong from a distance. Dong's gaze casually swept over Li Xuanqing. Initial stage great saint. Upon sensing Li Xuanqing's cultivation, the disdain and contempt in his eyes were laid bare. "Heh," he chuckled lightly. He slowly raised his hand and casually waved it. The relentless tide of the sea of the dead and the silent legion of the undead came to an abrupt halt at his gesture. "Brotherly, with your current strength, you are no match for me." Dong's tone was laced with a patronizing pity. "However, this is for the best. Killing you will sever that wretched woman's thoughts of you." He stepped forward, his aura erupting violently. The terrifying pressure of a high-level Saint King bore down on Li Xuanqing like an invisible mountain. He spread his arms wide, adopting an attitude of indifference, regarding Li Xuanqing as if he were a presumptuous ant. "Out of respect for you, my brother, I will allow you one strike." It was evident that he was certain that a mere initial stage great saint could not inflict any harm upon him, a high-level Saint King. This was not merely confidence. It was an affront, a blatant insult. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming pressure and humiliation capable of crushing an ordinary great saint, Li Xuanqing showed no signs of wavering. In fact, he smiled, a smile imbued with a hint of resolution and madness. "Very well, you have spoken, so do not go back on your word." Li Xuanqing inhaled deeply. Buzz. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming sword intent erupted from him, sharp and fierce, tearing through the clouds at the horizon. However, despite its power, this sword intent remained at the level of a great saint. Upon witnessing this, Dong's mocking smirk widened. "Is that all?" Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze entirely. From the center of Li Xuanqing's brow, a brilliant point of light slowly emerged. It was a small, translucent sword pellet. The moment this sword pellet appeared, it emanated a terrifying edge that made the heavens and earth shudder. This was the culmination of years spent nurturing it with his own sword intent and sacred essence. Originally, this sword pellet would have required decades more to reach perfection. However, Su Jiyue had bestowed upon him a secret technique, allowing him to cultivate it to great accomplishment in a short time. This was also one of the reasons he willingly served the Heaven-Thieving Alliance. Buzz. The moment the sword pellet took flight, the sword intent emanating from Li Xuanqing underwent a dramatic transformation. The sword intent that had remained at the level of a great saint surged explosively. Saint King. Mid-level Saint King. High-level Saint King. This aura continued to rise wildly. Ultimately, it only halted at the brink of the quasi-emperor threshold. The entire realm fell silent in the wake of the sudden eruption of sword intent. The disdain and derision that once adorned Chundong's visage had vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented sense of horror and dread. He finally comprehended the magnitude of his foolish error. Junior brother, brace yourself for this strike. As his words echoed, the long sword in his grasp fused with the sword pellet, and then, with a swift motion directed at Chundong, he unleashed a devastating slash. A blade of purest essence, seemingly capable of severing time and space, cleaved through the heavens and the earth. In that instant, Chundong's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. A deadly sense of crisis surged forth from the depths of his soul. He yearned to evade. Yet, he found himself ensnared by the nearly emperor-level sword intent, rendering escape impossible. No. Chundong let out a terrified roar, casting aside any semblance of the demeanor befitting a holy lord. He frantically summoned the laws within him, coalescing them into an immensely formidable shield of law before him. Simultaneously, radiant treasures of defense emerged from his person as if he were spending them recklessly. Yet, before the onslaught of that earth-shattering sword energy, all his efforts appeared utterly feeble. The sword energy descended. In Chapter 225, the city of Xinyu fell, and destruction and desolation returned. Crack. The hastily conjured shield of law shattered upon contact with the sword energy, crumbling like thin ice, providing no semblance of resistance. Following this, the brilliant defensive artifacts he had summoned burst apart in succession before the sword energy, as fragile as paper, scattering like petals in a storm. Aya! Chundong emitted a chilling and unwilling wail. His form was entirely engulfed by that sword energy of purest essence. Boom! Only then did the long-awaited cataclysmic roar erupt. A resplendent beam of sword light radiated from Chundong's being, expanding wildly in all directions. Wherever the sword energy traversed, the pitch-black sea of death, akin to ink, evaporated and purified under the searing sun, revealing the parched earth beneath. The undead army composed of the Eternal Life Imperial clan scarcely had time to utter a lament before they were transformed into ash in the wake of the sword light's residual force. The entire realm was left with nothing but the scar that cleaved through heaven and earth. The might of a single sword, terrifying indeed, in the heights of the heavens. Upon delivering that strike, Li Xuanqing's form trembled violently. The terrifying aura that had approached emperor level ebbed away like a receding tide, plummeting to an abysmal low, leaving him utterly depleted. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turned as pale as a sheet. The power of the life-bound sword pellet, combined with the secret technique that consumed his essence, had nearly drained him of all vitality. Leaning heavily on his sword, he gasped for breath, sweat soaking through his garments. He cast his gaze downward, observing the gaping chasm, as if it would cleave the very earth in two. And a flicker of satisfaction mingled with uncertainty flashed in his eyes. Is he dead? With such a strike, even a high-ranking holy king should be obliterated, right? However, just as the radiant sword light and dust began to dissipate, from the deepest part of that abyss, a disheveled figure struggled to rise. It was Chundong. He was not dead. At this moment, any semblance of the dignified demeanor of the Holy Lord was entirely absent. Covered in blood, his armor lay in tatters, revealing skin marred by deep, intersecting sword wounds, each laced with lingering sword intent, impeding his recovery. His breath was significantly weakened, clearly indicating he had sustained grave injuries. Above his head hovered an ancient tortoise shell, cracked and dim, exuding an ancient and ominous aura. It was this artifact that had shielded him from the fatal blow at the critical moment. Chundong gasped heavily, feeling the tumultuous surge of blood and the ravaging sword intent coursing through his meridians. A wave of fear washed over him. That was close. Just a hair's breadth away from perishing here, at the hands of Li Xuanqing, had it not been for the two formidable beings of destruction and desolation, bestowing upon him this protective artifact, whose origins even he could not fathom. He would now be a lifeless corpse. The terror of surviving such a calamity lasted but a fleeting moment. Soon after, an uncontrollable surge of humiliation and wrath erupted from the depths of his heart. He, the illustrious Holy Lord of Qingyun, a high-ranking holy king, had been driven to such a wretched state by what he deemed a mere ant, an initial stage great saint. He had been grievously wounded by a single blow. This was an unparalleled disgrace. Li Xuanqing. Chen Dong raised his head, his handsome features contorted with rage and distortion. His voice was hoarse and filled with venom. You dared to injure me. I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Boom. Unable to restrain the murderous intent surging within, he disregarded his grievous injuries and forcefully activated the remnants of the Holy King's laws. A tempestuous wave of killing intent soared into the skies. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Chen Dong's survival, Li Xuanqing's heart sank. He had no strength left to continue the fight. Facing the furious onslaught of Chen Dong, he revealed a bitter smile tinged with despair. Ultimately, could he not kill him after all? Chen Dong's figure was as swift as lightning. His bloodied hand, infused with the laws of the Holy King, came crashing down upon Li Xuanqing's crown. With the impact of Chen Dong's hand, Li Xuanqing's form erupted into a vast cloud of blood mist. Ha! Chen Dong howled at the heavens, his laughter hoarse and twisted, brimming with a morbid delight. Li Xuanqing, do you see this? This is the consequence of opposing me. You could not kill me then, and you still cannot now. He appeared almost deranged, venting the terror he had just narrowly escaped. After laughing for some time, he gradually ceased, lowering his gaze to the ghastly sword wound that nearly bisected him. Li Xuanqing was dead. Yet, his mission remained unfulfilled. Suddenly, he turned sharply, fixing his gaze upon the distant city of Xinyu. With a sweeping motion of his hand, his voice resounded behind him. Flatten Xinyu City. Leave not a single one alive. Boom. As his command was issued, the remnants of the black waters from the Sea of Death, once evaporated by Li Xuanqing's sword, began to seep forth from the cracked earth like oil, reassembling into a cohesive mass. The once dormant undead army, having lost their leader, reignited with crimson ghostly flames in their hollow eye sockets. On the walls of Xinyu City, members of the Heaven Thief Alliance gazed gravely at the returning tide of the Death Army. They had witnessed the earth-shattering battle firsthand, and the astonishing sword strike from Li Xuanqing that had nearly cleaved the world asunder. The scene unfolded with a poignant display of despair as he was ultimately exhausted, his form reduced to a mist of blood beneath Chen Dong's decisive strike. Though some among them were unfamiliar with Li Xianxian, an overwhelming sense of melancholy engulfed their hearts. Akin to the sorrow of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox, they fought valiantly. A towering figure, his aura resonating with the power of a sage, spat forcefully. His eyes brimming with resolve. Form the formation. Hold the line. Await the return of the leader and his deputy. Buzz. 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 Enormous arrays of shimmering light surged from the city walls, enveloping the entire divine ruins city. Countless runes danced upon the luminous barrier, emanating potent waves of energy. Yet, they were not confronting a mere army. Boom, boom, boom. The vanguard of the undead army collided fiercely against the barrier, producing a series of deep, resounding thuds. The barrier trembled violently, rippling outward, yet it ultimately held firm. The defenders atop the walls breathed a momentary sigh of relief, only to have their pupils constrict in horror the next moment. The undulating tide of darkness had reached the base of the city. Rather than assaulting the barrier, it crawled up its surface as if it were a living entity. What in the world is this abomination? Sizzle. A sound of corrosion erupted. The defensive barrier, capable of withstanding the onslaught of a sage king, emitted plumes of black smoke upon contact with the dark tide. Countless gaping holes were eaten away into the barrier. This is bad. The formation is breached. Attack. Quickly, strike at that black water. From the walls, a torrent of artifacts and sword energies rained down like a tempest, crashing into the eerie dark tide. However, every assault vanished into the darkness as if a cow had plummeted into the sea, creating not a single ripple, and instead, it seemed to nourish the ominous presence, intensifying its malevolence. Before long, the black tide completely corroded the defensive formation, cascading down like a dark waterfall upon the city walls. A member of the Thief Alliance, caught unawares, was tainted by the black tide upon his arm. His scream barely escaped his lips before it abruptly ceased. The onlookers watched in terror as his entire arm, along with his armor, dissolved at a visible rate, transforming into a puddle of black liquid, merging with the tide, which appeared to swell in strength as a result. At this moment, the gates of Divine Ruins City were violently shattered by the fearless undead army, crashing through with their bodies. A tidal wave of the undead surged into the city. It was a massacre devoid of suspense. Though the members of the Thief Alliance fought tooth and nail, their resistance was rendered futile against the relentless undead and the all-consuming dark tide, their struggles appearing woefully inadequate. One after another, figures fell, only to be consumed by the tide, leaving not even bones behind. High above, he had fully recovered from his injuries. At last, as the last member of the Thief Alliance was utterly engulfed by the dark tide, the entire Divine Ruins City fell into a profound silence. It was in this instant that an unexpected transformation occurred. The black tide, which had blanketed the city, began to writhe violently. The endless dark mass started to converge frantically towards the city's center, contracting. In mere moments, the massive tide capable of submerging a colossal city condensed into a gigantic black sphere, its diameter less than 100 feet. The surface of the sphere pulsated, as if something within was gestating. Crack! A light sound echoed. A fissure opened on the surface of the sphere. Suddenly, the black sphere split apart, and two figures emerged from the viscous darkness. They were none other than destruction and oblivion. Chapter 226. The Return to the Summit of the Divine Mountain. Unlike the moment when Jiang Heng obliterated them within the essence of the heavenly path, this time, the destruction and oblivion emerging from the black sphere exuded an aura of solidity and a terrifying pressure that far surpassed their previous selves. Their forms were nearly corporeal, no longer mere energy avatars, but rather terrifying entities that transcended the endless void, carrying with them vestiges of primordial will. Their skin bore an otherworldly pallor, dark patterns flowing upon it, each breath sending ripples through the surrounding space. Just as their figures stabilized, a thunderous roar echoed. The sky of the divine domain darkened instantaneously. An immense, boundless black curtain descended from the heavens, centered upon divine ruined city, swiftly enveloping the edges of the entire divine domain. Wherever the black curtain passed, the laws fell silent, and the great paths lamented. Atop the divine mountain, the assembly of quasi-emperors felt their hearts skip a beat. A cold tremor, originating from the depths of their souls, gripped their hearts without warning. "What is this?" a venerable quasi-emperor exclaimed in astonishment, gazing up at the ancient black curtain sweeping toward them with unstoppable force. Expressions of unprecedented horror adorned every face. The aura was simply too terrifying. Merely sensing it from afar instilled in these pinnacle cultivators a sense of insignificance and despair, akin to ants gazing up at the heavens. This pressure transcended the realm of quasi-emperors, even surpassing that of ordinary emperors. It was that of the heavenly emperor. In the very moment their minds were consumed by this apocalyptic vision, two figures silently manifested above the summit of the divine mountain. It was destruction and oblivion. Upon their appearance, the space forcibly frozen by Jiang Heng's temporal law emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds, unable to bear the weight of their presence. The frozen river of time was instantly shattered, the stasis of time obliterated. The flow of time atop the divine mountain returned to normal, yet the imperial heirs and quasi-emperors, having just emerged from the stillness, felt no relief. Instead, they were plunged into an abyss of dread. All gazes were fixated upon the two figures exuding an aura of doom and finality, their faces etched with grave concern. Damn it! The moment the stasis was shattered, Di Wushuang sensed the terrifying aura that threatened his very life. Without a hint of hesitation, he fled. This eternal emperor, returned from the ancient era, was resolute in spirit. With a flicker of his form, he transformed into a streak of light, hastily retreating towards the outer realms of the divine domain. Yet, for all his speed, destruction and oblivion were swifter still. Haha! Oblivion emitted a raspy, sinister laugh that seemed to possess a magical quality, resonating directly within the souls of those present. "Emperor friend, we are here to assist you in combating powerful foes. Why the urgency to depart?" His voice, dripping with unabashed greed and malice, sent shivers down the spines of all in attendance. Di Wushuang ignored his words. Not only did he not slow down, but his speed increased exponentially. In his dual pupils, a mix of gravity and profound trepidation sparkled. His instincts screamed that if he did not flee, he would surely perish today. TSK, destruction clicked his tongue in annoyance, finding disobedient prey most irksome. As soon as his words fell, the colossal, obsidian coffin lid he bore upon his back suddenly flew forth from behind him. With but a slight tremor, it disregarded the distance of space, abruptly manifesting in the path of the frantically fleeing Di Wushuang, obstructing his escape and sealing his fate entirely. The coffin lid, devoid of light, emanated a terrifying aura that rendered all existence desolate, as if it were the ultimate terminus of all life, the final resting place of all that exists. Upon witnessing this, Di Wushuang's pupils constricted sharply. Yet, true to his legacy as the supreme emperor who once quelled an era, he remained unfazed in the face of peril. "Open for this emperor," he bellowed commandingly, as he flipped his hand, summoning a majestic, ancient golden seal adorned with the ethereal figures of 9 golden dragons, which materialized in his palm. The golden dragon seal, the weapon of the emperor from his first life. As the seal emerged, an unparalleled imperial might, capable of suppressing the ages and ruling the heavens, erupted forth with a thunderous roar. However, Di Wushuang showed no inclination to linger in battle. "Explode," he shouted decisively. Boom. Under Di Wushuang's will, The internal essence of the golden dragon seal detonated with cataclysmic force. The explosion of half the seal's original source, a weapon of the Emperor, radiated a terrifying power. The torrent of energy unleashed in that instant was sufficient to obliterate a substantial portion of the central continent from the map. The entire divine realm trembled violently under the weight of this fearsome explosion. Countless mountains reduced to dust in an instant, and the heavens themselves were torn asunder. As if on the verge of complete collapse, the immense coffin lid that loomed before him quaked under the earth-shattering impact, hurtling backward. Seizing this explosive force, Di Wushuang propelled himself forth, akin to an arrow released from its bow, his speed escalating to an inconceivable degree as he burst through the encroaching eternal darkness. Just as he escaped the divine realm, a resonant hum echoed. The dark shroud that enveloped the entire divine realm sealed shut completely, isolated from the outside. It became a prison unto itself. Atop the sacred mountain, an eerie silence reigned. The entity of destruction caught the returning coffin lid with ease, casting a cursory glance. Noting that it bore not a single scratch, he clicked his tongue lightly, his tone tinged with a hint of regret over his unfulfilled desire. Alas, this plump fish has slipped away. Yet, he thought, it mattered not. The cold gaze of annihilation swept over all present. Akin to surveying a herd of livestock awaiting slaughter, Gu Qinglian, the nine-sun prince, the heartless Buddha, and the ancient ancestors behind them, poised to ascend. His gaze ultimately fixed upon the figure clad in white before the essence of the Tao, the avatar of Jiang Heng. Once we deal with this motley crew, we shall seek him out as well. Destruction licked his lips, a greedy smile gracing his face. As long as he remained in this world, he could not escape. With his words, a pressure tenfold more terrifying than before descended upon the mountain peak. All the princes and would-be emperors felt as if they were being crushed beneath an ancient divine mountain, unable to even move a finger. The hunt had commenced. Meanwhile, before the essence of the Tao, Jiang Heng's avatar regarded the two figures, akin to demonic deities, with an unprecedented gravity etched upon his countenance. Chapter 227, United Efforts to Buy Time. The dark shroud fully enveloped the divine realm. This domain, wrought by the collaboration of destruction and annihilation, severed all connections. Atop the sacred mountain, every would-be emperor felt a pang of trepidation, as their ties to the celestial order were forcibly severed at that moment. The power of the laws within them, no longer a rushing river, but transformed into a stagnant quagmire. Each exertion brought forth a bone-deep ache. Their powers were suppressed by more than 30%. In this ebb and flow, the suffocating despair intensified. Annihilation observed the assembly of princes with keen interest, akin to relishing a sumptuous feast. His gaze flitted from Gu Qinglian to the nine-sun prince, and ultimately lingered momentarily on the heartless Buddha, the body of Qingleaf, the divine body of the nine suns, the heart of annihilation. He recited the extraordinary physiques of these princes, his voice saturated with unabashed admiration and greed. What a rare spectacle, gathering such exquisite fare. Truly a feast. Upon uttering these words, the countenance of all the princes darkened considerably. These celestial prodigies, in the eyes of their adversary, were merely livestock. As for you, Destruction's gaze locked onto Jiang Heng's avatar. He could distinctly sense the chaotic essence within this avatar, rooted and sourced from the same origin as Jiang Heng, vast as a sea of stars. Then, he turned his attention to the essence of the Tao behind Jiang Heng's avatar. The main course is indeed right here. Destruction erupted in a satisfied laugh. The essence of an entire world, a being endowed with the complete body of the primordial 3,000 Tao, and a burgeoning reincarnation fruit of 9 lifetimes. What perfect nourishment! His voice brimmed with unrestrained longing. This revelation clarified the intentions of these two formidable entities to all present. They had come for the essence of the Tao. The atmosphere grew unbearably tense. Gu Qinglian, clutching the chaotic blue lotus, felt his complexion pale slightly from the weight of the situation. He gazed at the two figures, akin to harbingers of doom, with unprecedented seriousness etched upon his brow. He understood all too well that the current predicament was one of certain death. Clang! The clear ring of a sword shattered the silence. The sword prince of the infinite Holy Land silently raised his long sword, its blade trembling as a pure, sharp sword intense soared skyward, attempting to rend the dark shroud. Yet, under the oppressive weight of this boundless darkness, it seemed feeble, akin to a solitary candle flickering in the wind. The esteemed elders of the Tao Academy, He Mu and Bai Ju, exchanged glances, each perceiving a resolute determination in the other's eyes. Their aged forms straightened slightly, and two torrents of immense quasi-emperor aura surged forth. They understood that this was a battle with no hope of survival. Yet, as guardians of the Tao Academy, retreat was not an option. Just as the tension reached its zenith, A figure clad in white stepped forward, placing himself resolutely before all. It was Jiang Heng's avatar. He gazed calmly at destruction and annihilation, his expression as placid as a still lake, as if he were not facing two heavenly emperors, but merely ordinary opponents. Through his divine thoughts, he conveyed a message to all the quasi-emperors behind him. I will handle one of them. You must find a way to buy time until my true self emerges. This domain must have its limits. It cannot be sustained indefinitely. By time, the quasi-emperors, upon hearing this, were initially taken aback, but that fleeting surprise was swiftly drowned by an overwhelming bitterness. Such words were easy to speak. In the face of two heavenly emperors, what could they do to delay? As if to corroborate their thoughts, Annihilation regarded the group of seemingly defiant prey with a flicker of impatience in his eyes. He raised his hand, casually extending a finger, pointing at one of the weaker quasi-emperors among the ancient remnants. A slender, dim beam of black light, as if it could extinguish at any moment, shot forth from his fingertip. The light emitted no sound, nor did it possess any awe-inspiring might. It silently cleaved through the void. However, the targeted quasi-emperor felt every hair on his body stand on end, acutely sensing the imminent peril. With a thunderous roar, he revealed his true form, a colossal golden ape. As massive as a mountain, he poured all his life as quasi-emperor laws and vital energy into a formidable shield before him. This shield was a top-tier defensive artifact of a quasi-emperor. Yet, before that black beam of light, puff, with a soft sound, the shield, shimmering with an everlasting divine glow, shattered upon contact with the black light. Immediately after, the relentless black beam descended upon the golden ape. Its immense body stiffened abruptly. Then, under the terrified gazes of all present, starting from its head, the creature's body, along with its very soul, began to vanish as if erased from existence. Piece by piece, not a single speck of dust remained, a mere flick of a finger, instantaneously slaying a quasi-emperor. Moreover, erasing both the artifact and the soul from this world entirely. This terrifying spectacle utterly shattered the last vestige of hope in the hearts of everyone present. Fear spread like an invisible plague, rampaging through the crowd. Everyone, amidst this atmosphere of despair, Gu Qinglian's voice suddenly rang out, filled with a sense of determination. Fighting alone leads only to a dead end. Those who wish to survive, heed my words. He scanned the room, his gaze sweeping across the faces of every imperial son and venerable quasi-emperor ancestor. Let us combine our strengths. A united assault might still offer a glimmer of hope. At his words, the crowd fell silent for a moment. Joining forces? It seemed they had no other choice. Amitabha, the unintentional Buddha child, clasped his hands together, being the first to respond. What the benefactor says is indeed true. This monk supports the proposal. Elder He Mu from the Taoist Academy also spoke solemnly. In this dire situation, we have no other recourse. My Taoist Academy agrees to unite. With the Buddhist and Taoist factions expressing their agreement, the remaining hesitant forces nodded resolutely. They all understood that this was their only opportunity. Seeing the consensus among the crowd, Destruction revealed a hint of boredom on his face. He yawned and listlessly patted the coffin lid beside him. Do not finish the game too soon. Fear is the finest seasoning. It makes the flavor of the meal all the more exquisite. His gaze finally settled on the figure in white, who remained ever calm. Especially you. He turned his attention to Jiang Heng's avatar, flashing a sinister smile. I shall savor you alone. Just as his words fell, dozens of quasi-emperor powerhouses led by Gu Qinglian unleashed their strength without reservation. Pillars of law surged skyward. This force transformed into an extraordinarily brilliant torrent of laws. The chaos Qinglian whirled at the forefront of the torrent, scattering countless strands of chaotic energy, evolving into fire, water, and wind. The Nine Sun Emperor's immortal divine furnace followed closely, its mouth gaping wide, spewing forth the true fire of the Nine Suns capable of incinerating stars. The everlasting sword box of the 10,000 Swords Emperor fully opened, unleashing 3,000 ancient swords embodying different sword intents, merging into a vast river of sword Dao that spanned the heavens. Several imperial weapons were pushed to their utmost limits. Following them were He Mu and Bai Ju of the Taoist Academy, along with the quasi-emperor ancestors from the ancient realms and the numerous immortal sacred sites. They burned their life as cultivation, pouring their final light and heat into this strike. This blow was potent enough to rend the great expanse and rewrite the stars. It was their all-or-nothing united attack, the last flicker of hope ignited in this endless darkness. The brilliant beam aimed directly at the figure leaning against the coffin lid, seemingly indifferent. Yet, in the face of this world-ending strike that would daunt any ordinary great emperor, Destruction didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely brushed away what seemed to be an annoying speck of dust from the coffin beside him. Too loud, he murmured softly. Thud. A faint sound emanated from the coffin lid. And then, there was nothing more. The torrent of laws, fueled by the might of dozens of quasi-emperors and several imperial weapons, abruptly froze 100 feet from destruction. Time was extracted at that moment. Space was solidified. The raging laws and surging energy all fell into an eternal silence following that soft sound. Then came a soft puff, a sound so faint it was nearly inaudible. The brilliantly radiant beam of annihilation, like a bubble, was gently punctured by an invisible pin. The beam silently extinguished. Along with the dozens of figures that had launched it, Gu Qinglian, the Nine-Sun Emperor, the Everlasting Sword Emperor. Their faces bore the fierce determination of those unafraid of death, the tragic resolve of those who would burn everything, lingering even now. The Taoist Academy's supreme elder He Mu and Bai Ju, old friends who had accompanied each other through countless ages, exchanged a final glance before dissolving into nothingness. Their bodies, along with their souls, their imperial weapons, and the slumbering spirits within, transformed into the most insignificant dust, dissipating in this realm known as the end. Not even a ripple of energy spread outwards, as if they had never existed. All traces of their presence in this world were utterly erased by that single soft sound. In an instant, silence enveloped the peak of the towering divine mountain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Heng's avatar found itself in equally precarious circumstances. Boom. The figure of destruction moved with a speed that surpassed perception's limits. His punch seemed unremarkable, devoid of any law fluctuations. Yet it harbored a terrifying power capable of ending the great Dao and silencing all things. The Time River's phantom surrounding Jiang Heng's avatar twisted instantaneously. He forcibly activated the time laws of the Heavenly Emperor level, attempting to slow or even reverse the flow of time around destruction's fist. However, in the face of absolute power, all techniques appeared feeble and impotent. Destruction's fist pierced through the barriers of time, disregarding the constraints of space. Bang! A resounding thud echoed. Jiang Heng's avatar was sent hurtling through the air, a grotesque and terrifying gaping hole forming in his chest, with the chaotic energy constituting his body spilling forth like a flood breaching a dam. Despite the numerous buffs he had, he was merely an avatar. Against a genuine, high-ranking Heavenly Emperor, he was still insufficient. Quite interesting. Destruction observed the figure in white, teetering in midair, yet still not completely dissipated, genuine surprise glimmering in his deadened eyes. He retracted his fist and glanced down at his knuckles. A mere avatar at the Saint King level astonishingly withstood my punch without disintegrating. He lifted his gaze, his eyes seemingly piercing through the endless void, catching sight of Jiang Heng's true form, which was undergoing its final transformation within the essence of the heavenly Dao. What manner of creature is your true self? Such innate talent and profound foundation, even amidst the vast cosmos, are truly rare, akin to a phoenix among chickens, a marvel seldom witnessed throughout the ages. However, soon enough, the astonishment upon his face was supplanted by an even more intense greed. Excellent. The higher your talent, and the more solid your foundation, the more exquisite nourishment you shall provide for me. An unprecedented yearning erupted within the depths of his eyes. He could hardly contain his eagerness to devour this avatar, along with its true form and the impending refinement of the heavenly Dao's essence. It is over. Losing patience with the game, he vanished once more. This time, he reappeared directly behind Jiang Heng's avatar. A pale hand descended like the Grim Reaper's scythe, silently poised to strike at Jiang Heng's head. With this blow, the avatar would surely disband. The soul would undoubtedly perish. However, at that very moment, an earth-shattering boom resonated without warning from the deathly silence above the divine realm. It was as if an unparalleled existence, akin to a creator of worlds, was forcefully colliding with this realm that barred the heavens and the earth. The hand of desolation hesitated slightly. He slowly raised his gaze, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise glimmering in his lifeless eyes. Meanwhile, destruction also ceased his playful smile, intrigued as he looked toward the high sky. Before them, the dark canopy they had woven together was being violently torn open. Immediately after, two figures streaked through the sky, hurtling toward the peak of the divine mountain. One of them, disheveled and clad in tattered garments, exuded an overwhelming scent of alcohol, yet sat steadily atop a massive purple-gold gourd radiating intoxicating fumes. The other figure was enveloped in a malevolent aura potent enough to freeze souls, silent and resolute, gripping a pitch-black, demonic sword seemingly forged from the essence of countless vengeful spirits. Uncle Yang, Senior Yuan. Two weak, yet jubilant exclamations resonated from an inconspicuous corner below. The voices belonged to the celestial emperor of the sky and the emperor of the underworld. It turned out that destruction's earlier strike had not completely annihilated them. In the final moment before being touched by that force of desolation, The life-preserving artifacts bestowed upon them by their respective powers had activated defensively, shielding them from the fatal blow. Nonetheless, they were gravely wounded, their imperial weapons utterly shattered, and their essence dwindled to its limit. They had believed they were destined to perish today, only to be astonished that reinforcements had indeed arrived. Desolation gazed at the two descending figures, both radiating the aura of celestial emperors, and slowly withdrew his hand. His pupils narrowed slightly, a cold and dangerous glint flashing within them. The lackeys of the celestial and the evil gods. I never anticipated you would come here. However, it is futile. Desolation spread his hands. Sensing the absolute control he wielded over this realm, a cruel smile crept onto his face. This prison of ultimate end has been forged, unless a deity-level powerhouse arrives. It can never be breached. Since you have entered, you shall not escape. Chapter 229, Perfection of 9 Lives. As Desolation's words fell, the cage constructed from the power of ultimate end seemed to grow even more oppressive. Is that so? A languid voice tinged with drunkenness emerged. The disheveled middle-aged man, Liang, let out a resounding belch, the aroma of alcohol mingling with an unmatched domineering aura that spread throughout the dark realm. He leapt down from the colossal purple-gold gourd, his feet firmly planted in the void. His murky eyes scanned the devastated peak of the divine mountain, pausing momentarily on the traces of erasure in the void. Then, his gaze fixed upon the nearly disintegrated white-clad avatar in the distance. A fleeting glimmer of seriousness flickered deep within his pupils. Yuan Hai, Liang spoke without turning back, his tone unusually free of drunkenness. These two are not easy to deal with. Enough chatter. One for each, swift resolution. Good. Liang grinned, his carefree demeanor resurfacing. The gourd at his waist seemed to heed his command, suddenly detaching and soaring into the sky. Buzz. As the gourd ascended, it expanded in size, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal treasure capable of suppressing ancient mountains. The Dao rhythms and laws swirling upon it transcended the realm of imperial weapons, emanating an aura of divine authority. The immense purple-gold gourd tore through the solidified realm, crashing down upon Destruction's head. Excellent. Destruction let out a piercing cackle. He did not flinch or evade, cradling the pitch-black coffin board, advancing rather than retreating to meet the colossal gourd head-on. Boom. The two terrifying artifacts, surpassing the category of imperial weapons, collided with a thunderous roar. At the epicenter of the impact, space itself vanished, dissolving into a chaos even more profound than the cage of ultimate end. The horrifying shockwave swept across, disregarding laws, shattering the already battered peak of the divine mountain and the mountain beneath it into mere dust. Meanwhile, almost simultaneously as Liang made his move, Yuan Hai's figure vanished. He became like a drop of ink, melding into the darkness. When he reappeared, he was already behind Desolation, the demonic sword in his hand tracing a silent arc. That arc was exceedingly cunning, not aimed at the flesh, but rather slicing directly at the soul. Desolation did not even turn around. He merely struck back with a palm. The hand met the sword with a clash. Visible black ripples spread outwards, colliding with another circle of pitch-black waves, mutually extinguishing each other. In that moment, 4 terrifying existences exceeding the Emperor level engaged in a cataclysmic battle within this sealed divine realm. The laws cried out in unbearable agony as the great Dao was forcibly distorted. The peak of the divine mountain had entirely devolved into a forbidden zone. The celestial Emperor of the sky and the Emperor of the underworld huddled in a corner of a shattered formation. They lacked even the qualification to discern the movements of those 4 figures. Each collision released the slightest breath, capable of erasing these so-called emperors countless times over. The essence of the heavenly Dao, the spring of reincarnation. This place seemed to exist in a dimension of its own. The earth-shattering battle outside, with heaven and earth collapsing, had no impact on the eternal tranquility of this realm. Within the spring, the misty essence of the source billowed like clouds, swirling enchantingly. Time passed, though one could not tell how long. Deep within the spring, a pair of long-closed eyes slowly opened. An unprecedented brilliance flickered momentarily in the depths of his pupils, as if 2 universes were being born and extinguished within his gaze. He has awakened. With Jiang Heng's awakening, the entire spring of reincarnation trembled slightly. The vast source of primordial power, which had been surging uncontrollably into his and Su Jiuyu's bodies, seemed to sense its master's will, gradually calming down. Jiang Heng quietly experienced the earth-shattering changes within him. The myriad of mixed primordial scriptures operated autonomously at a pace 100 times faster than ever before, without any external prompting. Each principle of the 3,000 mixed primordial pathways was tempered into a more solid and formidable form by the overwhelming essence of reincarnation and the world's origin. Particularly, The principle representing reincarnation had achieved absolute perfection, emanating an ultimate profundity that resonated with the very source of this spring, as if he were reincarnation itself. And reincarnation was intrinsically linked to him. Under the endless baptism of the reincarnation essence and the sublime merging of the great principles, his cultivation began to soar dramatically. The threshold of quasi-emperor, which had loomed before countless unparalleled prodigies throughout history, seemed to him merely a thin veil of paper. Boom. An aura, far surpassing that of a saint king and eclipsing that of an ordinary quasi-emperor, erupted from his body, instantly filling the entire space of the heavenly origin. The foundation of the Tao united, the myriad laws merged. The 3,000 paths fused into one, transforming into a higher echelon of chaotic imperial source power. He had attained the initial stage of quasi-emperor. Jiang Heng exhaled a breath of turbid air. The moment that breath left his lips, it did not dissipate, but rather transformed in the void into a reincarnation lotus flower, embodying the ultimate truths of both life and death. The lotus slowly bloomed and then gradually withered, encapsulating a complete cycle of life within a single breath. He lowered his gaze to his bosom. Su Jiaoyu still lay there quietly, her eyes tightly shut, with a few crystalline droplets of spring water clinging to her long eyelashes. All her wounds had long since healed, and the ominous aura that had intruded deep into her true spirit had been entirely cleansed by the essence of reincarnation, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, her aura was steady and profound, more powerful than before her slumber. A lingering blush adorned her exquisite face, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly, as if she were in a dream, savoring the sweetness of 9 lifetimes spent waiting for her beloved. Jiang Heng's gaze traveled down her pristine swan-like neck, gradually descending. The warm spring water was crystal clear. The young woman's flawless form, seemingly sculpted by the heavens themselves, was laid bare before him without reservation. Behind her, a total of 8 fluffy white fox tails swayed gently in the gentle ripples of the spring water. In the midst of those 8 tails, a single, slightly shorter tail was gradually elongating. It shimmered with a dreamlike essence of reincarnation, each subtle sway seemingly capable of weaving the threads of destiny, drawing all beings into the eternal cycle it commanded. 9 tails completed, 9 lifetimes accumulated. 9 paths converged into one. Su Jiaoyu was on the verge of attaining the Tao. A flicker of enlightenment crossed Jiang Heng's eyes. Chapter 230, The Emergence. Jiang Heng yearned to remain here, to witness with his own eyes as Su Jiaoyu took the final step of her 9 lifetimes of reincarnation and ascended to the unparalleled position of Empress. After all, Su Jiaoyu had waited for him for 9 lifetimes. He should stand vigil for her. Yet he could not. His gaze pierced through layers of chaos, landing upon the cocoon of light not far away, which was undergoing its final transformation. Deep within his eyes lay an unrecognized attachment and reluctance. Through the almost shattered clone beyond the heavenly origin, he had glimpsed the grim reality outside. Furthermore, he did not wish for Su Jiaoyu to witness the aftermath of their success, with none surviving from the Thief Alliance except for the 2 of them. Perfect. He also wanted to test the extent of his battle prowess after refining part of the heavenly origin and unifying the Tao Foundation. Now that he had truly stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, with this thought in mind, Jiang Heng's consciousness stirred. His vast divine sense, akin to a sea of stars, swiftly enveloped the entire heavenly origin. Soon, he pinpointed a location. At the end of a hazy chaos aura stood a stone door inscribed with ancient Dao patterns, silently erect. It connected the essence within to the summit of the divine mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Heng stepped forward. His form traversed endless space, arriving before that ancient door. Then he stepped inside. Outside, at the summit of the divine mountain, within the cage of the end, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, causing the entire void to wail. The purple gold wine gourd in Li Yang's hand had dimmed to its lowest point, sent flying by a seemingly unremarkable yet devastating punch. The surface of the gourd was marred by fine cracks, spreading like a spider's web. Li Yang himself felt as if struck by lightning, his body quaking. A mouthful of golden blood containing imperial Dao laws uncontrollably spraying into the air, only to be consumed by the pervasive darkness the moment it left his body. On the other side, the situation for Yuan Hai was equally dire. The demonic sword in his hand wailed incessantly, firmly grasped by the pale hand of annihilation. No matter how he urged the laws of the heavenly emperor, he could not break free in the slightest. Not only that, waves of annihilative power, potent enough to bring an end to the Tao, surged up the blade, like maggots gnawing at his bones, frantically eroding his arm and extinguishing his spirit. Within this cage that severed all myriad paths, their powers dwindled and eroded with each passing moment. Meanwhile, the the forces of destruction and annihilation grew ever stronger. In this ebb and flow, defeat was merely a matter of time. He. Destruction let out a piercing, sinister laugh. Observing the retreating Li Yang with a cruel glint in his eyes, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Is this the extent of the Celestial's lackeys? It seems your master is not much better. It is over. Annihilation's voice remained as frigid as ever. His grip on the demonic sword tightened. A surge of even greater annihilative power surged forth, poised to completely engulf Yuan Hai. At the same time, destruction raised his enormous coffin lid, aiming it at the recently stabilized Li Yang, ready to deliver the final blow. However, at that very moment, a figure appeared without warning at the very center of the summit of the Divine Mountain. So abruptly, they manifested at the epicenter of the clash between destruction and annihilation, as well as Li Yang and Yuan Hai. It was a young man clad in white, with hands clasped behind his back and hair slightly tousled. His expression remained calm and indifferent, as though he had not stepped into a battlefield capable of annihilating worlds, but was merely strolling leisurely through his own garden. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Heng. The instant he appeared, time seemed to stand still. The coffin lid that destruction was about to slam down froze midair, just 3 feet above Li Yang's head. The annihilative power poised to consume Yuan Hai also came to a halt. All energies that had been surging, colliding, and vanishing converged into absolute tranquility in that moment. An invisible yet supreme power, transcending this cage of annihilation, forcibly suppressed the battlefield. His already fading doppelganger, upon his appearance, transformed into a fleeting ray of light, returning to its origin. Who goes there? The cruel smile on destruction's face instantly froze, solidifying into a state of ultimate astonishment and incredulity. Oblivion's pupils also contracted, and he abruptly released Yuan Hai, retreating violently, his gaze filled with uncertainty and suspicion. Li Yang and Yuan Hai, equally startled by the sudden turn of events, retreated hundreds of paces, their hearts brimming with vigilance and confusion as they gazed at the white-clad figure that had appeared so unexpectedly. At the summit of the Divine Mountain, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Destruction's gaze was fixated on Jiang Heng, from whom he sensed a shared essence, yet one imbued with a chaotic aura 1,000-fold greater than that of the previous doppelganger. His expression shifted from shock to disbelief, ultimately morphing into a previously unfathomable ecstasy and greed. The true body. It is indeed your true form. Oblivion's voice trembled with an irrepressible quiver, not born of fear, but rather of overwhelming excitement. You truly dared to emerge. Ha! What a stroke of fortune, finding you without any effort. They had anticipated a protracted struggle to eliminate these 2 bothersome lackeys before slowly concocting a plan for Jiang Heng. Yet unexpectedly, this most substantial nourishment had presented itself on a silver platter. Jiang Heng paid no heed to their near-berserk jubilation. His gaze calmly swept across the ravaged summit of the Divine Mountain, traversing the areas where all traces of existence had been erased, leaving nothing but void. Finally, his eyes settled upon destruction and oblivion. Chapter 231. A single finger to annihilate the Heavenly Emperor. He uttered not a single word. Instead, the profound aura emanating from him, as deep as chaos and vast as the starry seas, suddenly erupted without reservation. Boom! An indescribable terror emanated from Jiang Heng, sweeping outward in all directions. The terminal prison, a construct forged by the combined efforts of destruction and oblivion, reputed to be unbreakable beneath the divine realm, emitted a mournful cry under this immense pressure. Violently distorting and trembling, the pervasive, all-consuming darkness encountered an ineffable, supreme nemesis. The darkness receded. In the eyes of all present, the dense blackness was wildly retreating, as if being forcibly erased from this dimension by an invisible giant hand. Centered around Jiang Heng, a brand new domain was forcibly established, brazenly shattering the terminal prison. Within this domain, a misty flow of chaotic energy surged. Ancient and profound symbols of the Great Path flickered into existence, interweaving light and shadow, reminiscent of the primordial moments of creation. This was no longer the terminal prison. This was Jiang Heng's domain. What? The ecstasy and greed on destruction's face once again froze, solidifying into a state of utter astonishment and disbelief. For the first time, Oblivion's deadened eyes were filled with horror. They were horrified to discover that the deeply entrenched connection they had with the terminal prison was forcibly severed by an irresistible force. The sensation was akin to having a piece of their very souls violently wrenched away. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor's laws within them, which had long since fused with their souls and foundational principles, perceived as integral to their beings, became sluggish the moment they were enveloped by Jiang Heng's domain. Then, they fell into complete silence. It was as if they had been cast into the mortal realm. The once accessible power of the laws now felt exalted and unreachable. Within this domain, they felt like insects ensnared in a spider's web, their entire strength stripped bare. And the master of the web regarded them with a cold, emotionless gaze. This is the domain of a god. Destruction's voice trembled uncontrollably. This cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Even though the two had previously been aware of Jiang Heng's possession of a divine domain and had felt its power, the reality was still hard to fathom. How could a mere quasi-emperor possibly wield such a vast and formidable divine domain? Meanwhile, Li Yang and Yuan Hai, who had just resolved to fight to the death, were utterly shocked by the unfolding scene. They could distinctly feel that the divine domain Jiang Heng had unleashed posed no threat to them. Quite the opposite. As they stood within this domain, the obliterating intent that had been incessantly eroding their souls and power vanished without a trace, like snow melting under the sun. They even sensed their nearly depleted imperial source power recovering at a slow but steady pace, warmth surging back through their withered meridians. The two exchanged glances, seeing profound astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Upon Jiang Heng's emergence, it was evident he was targeting destruction and oblivion, clearly a friend rather than a foe. Yet this level of power, able to suppress two genuine heavenly emperor-level forces from a quasi-emperor realm, such a phenomenon entirely surpassed their comprehension, upending their established understanding of cultivation realms. After a brief moment of shock, destruction and oblivion forced themselves to regain composure. After all, they were ancient beings who had lived countless ages, their wills tempered to the utmost resilience. They exchanged a knowing glance, and a cruel smile resurfaced on their faces. Even without the laws, what did it matter? Oblivion's voice brimmed with powerful confidence and an ingrained disdain. Our physical forms are already indestructible heavenly emperor bodies, immortal and unyielding. His gaze fell upon Jiang Heng, filled with condescension. And you are merely an ant who has just stepped into the threshold of the quasi-emperor realm. Destruction grinned wickedly, cracking his joints with a sound akin to metal scraping against metal. Indeed, without the laws, it simply reverts to the most primal brawl. With your quasi-emperor physique, you aren't even worthy of scratching our heavenly emperor bodies. At this moment, both possessed the cultivation and physicality of heavenly emperors. This was a tangible disparity in status. In their eyes, no matter how cunning Jiang Heng's tactics or formidable his domain, his inherent power level ultimately remained that of a quasi-emperor. How could a quasi-emperor harm a heavenly emperor? Is that so? Jiang Heng spoke calmly, his indifferent gaze resting upon the two self-assured heavenly emperor-level beings, as if regarding two dissipating corpses. At the instant his words fell, Jiang Heng slowly raised his right hand. A slender, fair finger pointed toward the distant destruction and oblivion. Then, with a gentle motion, he pressed down. There was no cataclysmic might nor earth-shattering turbulence. However, at his fingertip, a glimmer of light quietly ignited. This radiance, initially no larger than a mustard seed, seemed to contain the most resplendent colors of the world, surpassing the brilliance of countless stars coalescing in the galaxy. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. 3,000 distinct hues, representing 3,000 entirely different laws of the great path: time, space, reincarnation, causality, creation, destruction. Everything was compressed, melted, and converged upon the insignificant tip of a finger. A radiant lotus emerged from Jiang Heng's fingertip, drifting slowly. It moved at a pace so leisurely that every onlooker could distinctly trace its path and witness the boundless elegance flowing upon its petals. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly harmless, even excessively beautiful lotus that, at the moment of its appearance, extinguished the sinister grin on destruction's face and froze the cruelty at the corner of oblivion's mouth. A chill emanating from the depths of their souls gripped their minds, freezing even the proud will of the heavenly emperor within them. Death, from that diminutive, colorful lotus. They sensed a palpable aura of demise potent enough to annihilate their heavenly emperor avatars completely. No, this is impossible. Destruction let out a heart-wrenching roar, his voice laden with horror and disbelief. He was the heavenly emperor, an exalted being standing atop the world. How could he be threatened by the attack of a quasi-emperor? This defied logic. It was a violation of the ironclad laws of the great Tao. Oblivion, too, felt his mind shatter. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. They sought to evade, to rip apart the fabric of space, to employ every means to escape that lethal lotus. However, just as their thoughts ignited and their bodies prepared to react, everything around them froze. The flowing chaotic energy stilled. The flickering symbols of the great Tao halted. Time itself was suspended. Jiang Heng wielded the laws of time. Within his divine realm, he was the sole sovereign. Thus, destruction and oblivion, once powerful entities who regarded all as mere insects, could only watch helplessly as that colorful lotus meandered towards them, eventually settling softly in the void between them. Buzz. The colorful lotus silently unfurled, each petal blossoming into a resplendent sea of light. A dazzling curtain of vibrant hues instantaneously expanded, completely engulfing the figures of destruction and oblivion. Chapter 232, The Variables. The curtain of light dissipated. The void, once consumed by the colorful sea of light, was left with nothingness. Destruction and oblivion, their once proud immortal forms, were reduced to mere shadows within that magnificent sea of light. Once more, the summit of the divine mountain fell into absolute silence. Nearby, Liang and Yuan Hai stared vacantly at the scene, feeling a chill surge from their feet to the crown of their heads. They had perished just like that? Two bona fide heavenly emperor avatars had been utterly obliterated beneath the seemingly nonchalant fingertip of the young man in white, unable to withstand even a moment's resistance. What terrifying power was this? What absurd, knowledge-shattering spectacle was unfolding before them? They pondered, had that colorful lotus targeted them instead, what would have been the outcome? A chilling answer emerged in unison in their minds. 10 deaths with no chance of survival. There was no suspense. Unless they could instantly break free from the constraints of this world's laws and restore their former peak cultivation, perhaps they could grasp at a sliver of hope. Otherwise, their fates would be no better than that of destruction and oblivion. In that moment, their gazes towards Jiang Heng had irrevocably transformed. No longer did they view him as a mere junior. Instead, they beheld a terrifying entity standing on par with, if not surpassing, their own power. A quasi-emperor. A being who had only just stepped into the realm of quasi-emperors, yet possessed the extraordinary might to obliterate two heavenly emperor avatars with a mere finger. Had the world gone mad? At that instant, a peculiar disturbance emanated from the nearby source of the heavenly Dao, interrupting the stillness. Jiang Heng, Liang, and Yuan Hai were all drawn to the source of the anomaly. They beheld a cocoon of light enveloping Su Jiaoyu, which was now contracting and expanding violently, radiating countless threads of brilliant reincarnation laws. The surface of the cocoon was rapidly spreading fine cracks. Su Jiaoyu was on the verge of achieving enlightenment. The accumulation of 9 lifetimes of reincarnation was about to burst forth and secure the position of the Supreme Emperor. Witnessing this spectacle, Liang and Yuan Hai exchanged glances, each reflecting an array of complex emotions. Ultimately, it was Liang who broke the silence first. He glanced at the surging aura of Su Jiaoyu and then at the white-clad youth who had filled him with endless shock and trepidation, revealing a bittersweet smile. Yuan Hai, he began, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. It seems this time, your side has triumphed. The plan had utterly failed. Not only had they been unable to prevent Su Jiaoyu's enlightenment, but a terrifying variable had also emerged that defied all reason. Remaining here now held no significance. Moreover, he must return immediately to report everything that had transpired to the celestial gods. The threat level posed by this man had transcended mere competition with Su Jiaoyu. He was capable of overturning the entire game. With this thought, Liang hesitated no longer. He flickered into motion, arriving beside the barely conscious Zongtian Emperor. Lifting him up, he then cast a deep gaze at Jiang Heng, before raising his hand to slice through the air. With a rip, the void was effortlessly torn apart, revealing a stable rift in space leading to the vast, boundless cosmos. Liang stepped through, his figure vanishing in an instant. Following his departure, Yuan Hai also sprang into action. He approached the dimming figure of the Nether Emperor, supporting him and channeling pure dark source power into his body to barely sustain his fading vitality. From the outcome, it was evident that the forces behind him, the dark gods, had indeed emerged victorious. The celestial god schemes had been thoroughly shattered. Su Jiaoyu's enlightenment now faced no obstacles. Yet, not a trace of joy stirred within Yuan Hai's heart. A greater variable had arisen. Jiang Heng did not belong to the celestial gods, nor did he belong to the dark gods, nor to any known faction within this universe. He appeared as if he had materialized out of thin air, disrupting the entire game with an unyielding audacity. His presence had rendered the once clear situation utterly murky. He now had to return to report everything that had transpired here to the dark gods. Yuan Hai cast one last profound glance at Jiang Heng. The calm and indifferent figure of the young man reflected in his deep, demonic eyes. With that, he took the injured Nether Emperor and tore through space, swiftly departing. In the blink of an eye, only Jiang Heng remained atop the majestic summit of the divine mountain, alongside the soon-to-emerge Su Jiaoyu. Boom! At that moment, a deafening roar reverberated throughout the universe. The cocoon of reincarnation light enveloping Su Jiaoyu erupted with a cataclysmic force after reaching its zenith. A figure of unparalleled beauty slowly ascended from the boundless sea of reincarnation light. She donned a resplendent robe of 9 colors, intricately embroidered with the cycle of reincarnation and the birth and demise of myriad realms. 3,000 strands of snowy silk cascaded like a waterfall, moving of their own accord in the absence of wind. Upon her exquisitely beautiful visage, a pair of phoenix eyes opened and closed, seemingly harboring 9 distinct worlds swirling within, in perpetual motion. This was the reflection of her 9 lifetimes of reincarnation. At this moment, Su Jiue's aura had ascended to an unprecedented pinnacle. Behind her, 9 fluffy fox tails unfurled, casting shadows that obscured the heavens. Each tail appeared to connect to a vast world, flowing with fundamentally different, yet fundamentally unified imperial laws. The paths of the demon, formations, illusions, and causality, all converged into one as her 9-fold fruits of enlightenment coalesced within her. She stood on the precipice of becoming a true empress, with but one final step remaining, crossing the tribulation. A thunderous roar echoed through the 9 heavens. As if responding to her, above the summit of the divine mountain, the once clear sky suddenly darkened. Endless tribulation clouds gathered from all directions, dark as ink and roiling incessantly. Amidst the tempest, lightning crackled, each bolt taking on a terrifying form, some resembling clawed thunder dragons, others embodying resplendent fire phoenixes, and others still appearing as divine generals wielding colossal axes. The Empress's tribulation. Moreover, it was unprecedented, a fusion of 9 distinct imperial paths, the 9-fold tribulation. Chapter 233, The River of Time Reversed. Jiang Heng's gaze lingered briefly on Su Jiue's unparalleled figure, poised to face her tribulation. However, he had no intention of tarrying. For before Su Jiue could ascend to emperorhood, there were more pressing matters at hand. With a flicker of thought, a wisp of chaotic energy surged from within him, twisting and transforming in midair, morphing into another figure clad in white, identical to him. One chi splits into 3 pure ones. This avatar emanated an aura that had also reached the threshold of quasi-emperor, though far less profound than his true self. Yet, it was more than sufficient to protect Su Jiue during her tribulation. Having completed this, Jiang Heng's true form did not linger for a moment. He stepped forth, vanishing from his original position, only to reappear in the highest expanse of the divine realm. He cast his gaze downward. What met his eyes was a scene of devastation. The majestic divine mountain lay fractured, the earth riddled with bottomless chasms, and the void still resonating with the remnants of annihilation and destruction, rendering all vitality into lifelessness. The silhouettes that faded within the confines of oblivion seemed to leave behind echoes of their unwilling lament in this ruined world. Gu Qinglian, the Sword Sovereign, the Blackwood and White Absolute of the Dao Academy, and all those loyal souls from the Sky Thief Alliance, who had fought alongside Su Jiue until the bitter end. Jiang Heng did not wish for Su Jiue to witness such a desolate spectacle upon her successful ascent. Time, he uttered softly. Boom. A formless yet boundless supreme law erupted from within him, instantly enveloping the entirety of the divine realm. This power, intangible yet palpable, brought the entire domain to a standstill the moment it manifested. The wind ceased. The drifting clouds froze. Even the terrifying tribulation clouds, which were converging towards Su Jiue from the distant horizon, momentarily halted their tumultuous movement. Subsequently, a magnificent river of time, stretching across the past, present, and future, emerged under Jiang Heng's will, tearing through reality above the divine realm. The river of time. It was a torrent composed of countless fragments of time, with each splash reflecting a bygone era, encapsulating the joys and sorrows of all beings. At this moment, Jiang Heng's gaze fell upon this river. His will transformed into an invisible hand, boldly reaching into the flowing waters of time. Reverse flow. With a command, the entire river of time erupted into a resonant roar. The once surging waters began to retreat in an astonishing fashion, rolling back with fervor. Within the divine realm, a miracle was unfolding. The fractured divine mountain trembled violently, countless shards and dust flying back, reassembling, healing, and restoring its former grandeur. The gaping chasms across the land were as if mercilessly smoothed by a divine hand, with the churned earth refilling and the withered flora reviving, transforming from brown to green. Those palatial structures, previously reduced to ruins by the aftermath of battle, re-emerged, standing tall once more. Everything was regressing. Time across the divine realm was rapidly retracing to the moment before the great battle erupted. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Jiang Heng's gaze locked onto the areas where the laws of annihilation and extinction had utterly erased their existence. In those places, not even a speck of dust remained. Ordinary time reversal could not resurrect them, for their very existence had been obliterated from the timeline by a higher force. To bring them back, a mightier power must forcibly retrieve them from the void. Return. Jiang Heng's voice remained calm. He extended his hand toward the empty void, gently grasping. Buzz. The river of time churned violently. Within the depths of its tumultuous waves, at the threshold where past met the void, a nearly extinguished glimmer of light was forcibly drawn from the abyss by Jiang Heng's will. This light bore the essence of Gu Qinglian, the Sword Sovereign, the Blackwood and White Absolute, and the countless quasi-emperors who had perished, as well as the imprints of all fallen warriors. The moment these light points were retrieved, they accurately found their coordinates within the rapidly reversing spacetime. The light points expanded, interweaving and evolving into an infinite array of law runes. Flesh, blood, sinew, bone marrow. Divine soul, laws, foundations of the Tao. Familiar figures began to coalesce from the void into reality. The first to appear were the Blackwood and White Absolute of the Tao Academy. The two elders opened their eyes in bewilderment, their faces still reflecting the resolve and acceptance of facing the afterlife together with their old friends. Is this the underworld? Blackwood instinctively inquired. It doesn't seem like it. White Absolute replied, feeling the tangible presence of the quasi-emperor laws within his body, a befuddled expression crossing his face. Why do I feel like I'm still alive? Next, Gu Qinglian emerged, holding the Chaos Lotus, his elegance unmatched, though his icy gaze was filled with unprecedented confusion and shock. His last memory was of the cataclysmic torrent of laws, shattering like bubbles at the sound of a gentle chime. Then, he was enveloped into the void. But now, the Sword Sovereign, the Sun Emperor, and all the once vanquished prodigies from the confines of oblivion had returned. They exchanged looks, seeing in each other's eyes the same disbelief and astonishment. We are alive. A quasi-emperor of the ancient lineage trembled as he broke the silence. This question echoed the sentiments of all present. They were neither grievously injured nor on the brink of death. Rather, they had been utterly obliterated, soul and flesh alike, by the two terrifying celestial emperors, alongside the very traces of their existence. This was the epitome of death, a state of eternal oblivion devoid of any chance for reincarnation. Yet, here they stood, unscathed and intact. What on earth was happening? As doubt and confusion enveloped the crowd, they instinctively raised their heads to gaze at the heavens. There, amidst the vast expanse, stood a figure clad in white. With hands clasped behind his back and his black hair gently billowing, his expression was one of serene indifference. Below him, an immeasurable river of time surged and flowed backward, a phenomenon beyond the realm of words. All those who had perished, the elders of the Tao Academy, the members of the Sky Thief Alliance, and even the warriors of the divine race, began to re-emerge from this temporal reversal. In mere moments, the entire divine realm restored its appearance to the time before the great battle commenced, as if the cataclysmic conflict had merely been an ephemeral dream. Witnessing this miraculous spectacle and feeling the overwhelming presence of the figure in white, a supreme authority that transcended all, the gathered individuals, including the recently resurrected quasi-imperial ancestors, were rendered into a state of petrified astonishment. Elder Haimu opened his mouth, attempting to articulate something, but found his throat parched to the point where not a single word could escape. The composure he had cultivated over countless ages was utterly shattered in that instant. What unfathomable power is this? Chapter 234. Yet I arrive in a season of no spring. Above the divine realm, the tumultuous river of time, composed of countless fragments of light, gradually dimmed after fulfilling its miraculous mission. It ceased to flow and transformed into myriad sparkling stardust, silently sinking into the void as if it had never existed. Jiang Heng stood silently in the heavens, surveying the world he had reshaped, a faintly perceptible pallor emerging on his otherwise tranquil face. To manipulate the entire timeline of the divine realm single-handedly was an act so defiant that it exacted a terrifying toll. He did not merely contend with the passage of time. He sought to forcibly retrieve the true spiritual imprints that had been obliterated from existence by the laws of destruction and oblivion, and reintegrate them into their rightful temporal junctures. This was a creation from nothingness. Each retrieval was a bold provocation of the order of the great Tao. Even he could not do so without incurring a price. Certainly, there were irretrievable losses. The Divine Lord, along with those elders of the divine race who had sacrificed themselves, transforming into the eternal prison, had their existence irrevocably consumed in a conflagration that merged with the very essence of the great Tao. Their traces were not erased, but rather offered up to the cyclical flow of this realm, a true manifestation of eternal emptiness, both form and spirit annihilated. To recreate them from this state was a domain only accessible to the Creator. At this moment, beneath the divine mountain, silence reigned. Whether it was Gu Qinglian, who had just returned from eternal oblivion, or the Sword Emperor and others, or even those fortunate enough to have survived, everyone maintained the same posture of awe. Their minds were a blank slate. To manipulate the river of time and resurrect all the fallen. What an extraordinary power. What divine prowess. That man accomplished this with such nonchalance, as though merely brushing away the dust from his sleeve. Old friend, Elder Haimu's lips trembled violently, and his parched throat struggled to articulate a few hoarse syllables. Are we, perhaps, gazing upon a living deity? Beside him, Baiju offered no reply. He simply fixed a dazed gaze upon the figure in white, his facial muscles twitching in uncontrollable shock. A deity? No. Even ordinary deities could scarcely achieve such unfathomable feats of overturning causality and reversing the cosmos. In this palpable silence, where one could almost hear their own heartbeat, boom, atop the divine mountain, the culmination of the ninefold imperial calamity unleashed its final judgment. A colossal pillar of nine-colored lightning, embodying 9 distinct imperial laws, transformed into the purest torrent of destruction, hurtling toward that unparalleled figure. The might of this strike was enough to instill despair in any newly ascended emperor. Yet, that extraordinary figure boldly faced the encroaching tempest of thunder. 9 cycles of reincarnation. Today completed. Su Jiyue's voice, cold yet suffused with supreme authority, resonated throughout the universe. Accompanying her voice, 8 weapons of various forms, each radiating overwhelming imperial might, suddenly materialized behind her. The 8 imperial weapons roared in unison. In this moment, the 8 imperial weapons, embodying the perfected laws of the 8 paths, transformed into 8 resplendent rainbows piercing through the heavens, crashing ferociously against the final ultimate thunder punishment. Boom! The entire divine realm trembled violently under the impact. The cataclysmic energy storm, potent enough to rend the Saint Kings asunder, was effortlessly held at bay by an invisible chaotic barrier, courtesy of Jiang Heng's avatar still protecting her. And in the heart of that dazzling maelstrom of lightning and laws, a clear, melodious resonance pierced through all the cacophony of thunder and explosion. That sound resembled the first note of the great Tao, echoing deep within the hearts of all beings, causing their souls to resonate in unison. Amidst the repeated forging of the ninefold imperial calamity and the frenzied melding of the 8 imperial Tao origins, a new artifact began to take shape. It was a wheel suffused with 9-colored divine light, inscribed with profound runes detailing the birth and demise of all things, the cycles of existence, and the ascents and descents of the heavens. As this wheel emerged, all laws in the cosmos bowed in submission, lamenting its presence. The violent, annihilative thunder punishment of the imperial calamity, which could obliterate everything, was forcibly stripped of its destructive will under the slow rotation of this imperial wheel, transforming into purest primal power, wholly devoured and absorbed by it. The 9th cycle of the Tao-obtaining imperial weapon, the reincarnation imperial wheel. It has been achieved. The fruits of the 9 cycles converged into one. In that moment, Su Jiyue's aura shattered the final barrier, breaking free from all shackles and truly stepping into the realm of the emperor. An infinite imperial might, centered around her, surged forth like a vast tide. The countless beings beneath the divine mountain trembled under this supreme pressure, instinctively feeling an urge to bow in reverence. At that instant, Jiang Heng's avatar, having fulfilled its purpose of safeguarding her, quietly transformed into a wisp of chaotic energy and vanished without a trace. In the next moment, Jiang Heng's true self silently appeared atop the divine mountain. He gazed quietly at the figure bathed in boundless imperial radiance, an embodiment of unparalleled elegance and sovereign majesty. On the ground, Zhao Yang, just resurrected, stood in a daze, feeling the immense power once more coursing through his veins. The tremendous shock of resurrection had yet to fully subside in his mind. Soon after, he felt an overwhelming yet familiar pressure, a supreme aura. It was the leader. The leader, had ascended to become an emperor. Zhao Yang abruptly lifted his gaze, piercing through boundless space to behold the figure he had followed and admired throughout his life. In that moment, she appeared resplendent and unparalleled, the singular light amidst this vast universe. At that instant, he saw her move. She took a step forward, and her silhouette vanished from the heavens above. Zhao Yang's heart skipped a beat. He beheld her approaching him. No, moving toward his very position, step by step. She was coming. She was walking toward me. A preposterous thought, one that even he found ludicrous, yet it burgeoned uncontrollably within him, a surge of elation. Could it be? Could it be that the leader? But just as that exquisite figure drew within 100 paces of him, she suddenly altered her course. The expression on Zhao Yang's face, which had just begun to blend excitement with disbelief, froze instantly. He stiffly turned his head, inch by inch. There stood Su Jiyue. Without a hint of hesitation, even displaying a sense of urgency he had never witnessed before, plunging straight into the embrace of a man clad in white not far away. Witnessing this scene, it would be a lie to say his heart did not churn with a tempest of unwillingness. Yet, when his gaze transcended the solid figure to behold the leader's face, one that radiated an unprecedented, genuine smile, shedding all pretenses and strength, leaving only pure happiness and reliance. At that moment, Zhao Liang suddenly felt that the agony and resentment that threatened to tear him apart within were not so unbearable after all. Slowly, he lowered his head, his lips curving into a grimace more sorrowful than tears. Alas, I have arrived at a time devoid of spring. A whisper, light as a feather, dissipated in the wind. Ultimately, he had appeared too late in her world. Before she met him, she had already encountered that extraordinary individual who had captivated her across 9 lifetimes. Thus, it was well. As long as she could smile like this, it was enough. Deputy Leader, shall we return tonight for a drink? A robust voice rang out behind Zhao Liang, belonging to one of his most trusted commanders. He turned to see familiar, concerned faces, and his nose involuntarily tinged with emotion. Indeed, he was not entirely devoid of support. He still had this group of brothers with whom he could entrust his life. The pent-up frustration within him dissipated, replaced by a surge of vigor. He responded boisterously, "Excellent. Tonight, we shall not return until we are intoxicated." Chapter 235. A reunion of master and disciple. Atop the sacred mountain, by the edge of the sea of clouds, the overwhelming presence that had recently swept across the universe, heralding the birth of a new emperor, had now completely retracted. Su Jiyue was draped over Jiang Heng, akin to a weary bird that had finally found its nest. She buried her delicate head deep into the warm expanse of his chest, her nostrils flaring slightly as she greedily inhaled his scent. With all her strength, she nestled her soft body into his embrace, as if only in this way could she confirm that this was not yet another ephemeral illusion. "My lord," her voice emerged muffled from his chest, tinged with a tremor of survival and mingled with irrepressible joy. "I have succeeded. I have finally succeeded." Those 3 simple words encapsulated her 9 lifetimes of effort and sacrifice. "My people, they are saved." "Yes, I see them," Jiang Heng replied, extending his hand, his warm palm resting upon her silky, cascading white hair, his fingers gently combing through it with tender motions. His voice remained calm and soothing, unperturbed. Yet, in his deep, profound eyes that reflected the birth and demise of worlds, there flowed a trace of genuine relief. He could distinctly feel the delicate form within his embrace. The cycle of reincarnation that had threatened to drag her into an abyss of despair had finally been harmoniously melded through the trials of the 9-fold imperial tribulation. From this moment forth, she would be herself, the one and only Su Jiyue. Upon hearing his response, Su Jiyue nestled closer against him, slowly lifting her head. Her phoenix-like eyes, now misty with emotion, sparkled as they reflected only his figure. She gazed at him with an intensity that seemed to etch his likeness deep into her soul. "My lord," she spoke again, her voice now softer, imbued with a youthful shyness and anticipation. "Wait for me. Once I resurrect my people, we shall wed, shall we?" By the end of her request, her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. A delicate blush radiated from her alabaster neck, quickly coloring her cheeks and spreading to her translucent ears. This newly crowned empress, capable of dimming the stars with a mere thought, was now bashful, unable to meet his gaze, her eyes shyly cast downward. Jiang Heng observed her in this state, and even his typically impassive eyes flickered with a hint of tenderness. He remained silent, merely gazing at her expectant and bashful expression, gently nodding in affirmation, his lips curling into a subtle smile. However, at that moment, a sharp tearing sound erupted in the air, shattering the tranquility of their surroundings. In an instant, everyone was startled. Beneath the sacred mountain, Blackwood, Bai Zhu, Zhao Liang, and others, who had just begun to recover from their shock of resurrection, suddenly turned pale. They instinctively summoned their recently regained powers to the utmost, their eyes fixated on the distorted space. Who could it be? Could there still be lingering enemies? This thought surged through everyone's minds. Even Su Jiyue, who had been enveloped in warmth and shyness a moment ago, found her body stiffening. The tenderness that had enveloped her vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy chill capable of freezing eternity and an overwhelming authority that brooked no opposition. She instinctively stepped back from Jiang Heng, her elongated phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. The immense imperial might transformed from an invisible pressure into visible chains of order, swiftly locking onto the collapsing space. Yet, in the next moment, from the gaping black fissure in the void emerged not the anticipated sound of enemy's aggression. "Ah, I'm going to die. Help me, senior brother." A few frantic, youthful cries, filled with panic and disarray, accompanied by violent spatial turbulence, erupted from the rift. Following that, whoosh, 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 for figures were uncontrollably ejected, akin to garments flung from a high-speed washing machine, one after another. tumbling out of the spatial rupture in a most undignified manner. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull thuds echoed as the four tumbled together, landing heavily on the ground. In that instant, the entire scene was engulfed in an eerie silence. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The elder Haimu and his companions, who had just summoned an overwhelming killing intent, found it choked in their throats, nearly gasping for breath. Even Su Jiyue, whose imperial might had coalesced, experienced a fleeting moment of stagnation. What on earth was happening? On the ground, for figures, 3 men and 1 woman, lay huddled together, all appearing remarkably youthful. Yet, at this moment, their appearance was a grim testament to their plight. Their garments were in tatters, shredded by the ferocious turbulence of the spatial currents, and each bore disheveled hair. Their breaths in utter disarray. After several breaths, the leader of the group, a young man, clutched his splitting head in agony, struggling to rise from the ground. His face etched with trepidation. Han Shidi, Zhou Shidi, Fu Shimi, are you all alright? It was Xiao Xian. As soon as he spoke, a somewhat timid-looking boy beside him swayed unsteadily to his feet, his face pale as death. Xiao Xixiang, I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, Han Lin stammered. Patting his chest, feeling as though his organs were about to shift positions, his stomach roiling violently. That teleportation array was far too unstable. Another resolute young man immediately assisted the stunning girl with blue eyes and pointed ears beside him, still shaken as he spoke. The 4 managed to steady themselves and began to survey their surroundings. Upon realizing their environment, they were instantly struck dumb. At the peak of the Divine Mountain, under the watchful gaze of numerous quasi-emperors, the 4 felt an almost unfathomable and terrifying aura enveloping them, causing their hearts to tremble involuntarily. Blackwood by Zhao Yang. Each presence instilled in them a sense of oppression as profound as that of ants gazing up at deities. Among this throng, the 4 felt as insignificant as mere motes of dust. Where is this? Han Lin's voice quivered. What a terrifying aura. Zhou Yi, too, wore a solemn expression, instinctively shielding Fu Yao behind him. However, they soon caught sight of a familiar figure clad in white at the edge of the sea of clouds. Master, Xiao Xian. Zhou Yi and Han Lin exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with the relief of having found their anchor. They had not anticipated encountering their master so soon upon arriving in Zhongzhou. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions grew somewhat peculiar. In their master's embrace seemed to lie another figure, an enchanting woman, her delicate form draped in snow-white hair, breathtakingly beautiful. Shermu? The thought simultaneously sparked in the minds of Xiao Xian and his companions. Had their master found happiness outside in just over half a year? No, that wasn't the crux of the matter. Xiao Xian suddenly realized. Why was their master here? The destination they had intended to teleport to was clearly Fu Yao's homeland, the divine domain. But here, he scanned the surroundings, his brow furrowed tightly. Powerful beings from both the human and demon races surrounded them. Yet there was a conspicuous absence of the divine race. Fu Yao also noted this discrepancy. She was anxiously scanning her surroundings for any sign of her kin. There were none, absolutely none. What struck her heart like a chilling blade was the realization that the connection with her father, rooted deeply in their bloodline, had been completely severed. A heavy sense of foreboding enveloped her heart. At that moment, Su Jiyue, nestled in Jiang Heng's embrace, turned her gaze towards the suddenly appeared 4. Particularly, she focused on Fu Yao, who bore the distinct features of the divine race and appeared distressed. She slightly lifted her head to look at Jiang Heng and softly inquired, "Darling, is that your disciple?" "Indeed," Jiang Heng replied with a nonchalant nod. Upon receiving this affirmation, a complex flicker crossed Su Jiyue's previously affectionate eyes, plunging her into silence. "Master." In her desperation to find any clues, Fu Yao placed her last hope in Jiang Heng, her master. She lifted her head, her voice tinged with an unrecognized tremor. "What am I kin? Have you seen them?" Jiang Heng regarded her face, which was marked by fear and unease, and replied calmly, "They are beneath the divine mountain." He spoke no falsehood, except for the divine lord and a few elders who sacrificed themselves. All those of the divine race who perished in this conflict had been rescued from the river of time. With a sigh of relief, Fu Yao felt the weight on her heart lighten somewhat. As long as her kin were safe, that was enough. She pressed on with her inquiries, "And my father?" However, her words were abruptly interrupted by a cold voice. Su Jiyue's. Slowly, she extricated herself from Jiang Heng's embrace and turned to face Fu Yao, her previously tender and bashful gaze replaced by an air of indifference and authority. "Allow me to speak. Your father, the lord of the divine domain, is dead." Su Jiyue's voice was eerily calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as though she were merely stating an undeniable fact. "Moreover, he can be said to have been killed by me. However, this matter has no bearing on your master. This is an affair between me and your divine race." What? How could this be? The revelation of her father's death was too much for Fu Yao to process. She stared incredulously at Su Jiyue, then whipped her head to look at her master. The person cradled in her master's arms was her father's murderer? What was the meaning of this? The overwhelming shock and sorrow gripped her throat like an invisible hand, draining her of all strength. With a soft thud, Fu Yao's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, the light in her eyes dimming swiftly as despair consumed her. Beside her, Xiao Xian, Han Lin, and Zhou Yi stood utterly dumbfounded. Their minds were blank, unsure of how to proceed. On one side was their beloved Shimi, and on the other, a woman who could very well become their future Shirmo. How were they to choose sides? How could they speak? The atmosphere atop the divine mountain froze to a chilling standstill. There's something you must see to understand everything. Jiang Heng's voice suddenly shattered the suffocating silence. He stepped forward, reaching into the void before him with a casual motion. With a sharp sound, a rift in space materialized before him. Without hesitation, Jiang Heng extended his hand into it. Simultaneously, in a desolate pocket of a small world, tethered to the chaotic currents of the void, two figures sat cross-legged, Fu Xiao and Fu Zhao, who had been hiding there with the last batch of young bloodlines of the divine race, obeying the divine lord's command. Suddenly, their expressions shifted dramatically as an irresistible and terrifying force enveloped them without warning. Oh no! They barely had time to react before the world around them spun wildly. When the two individuals regained their senses, they found themselves in a remarkably familiar place, the divine mountain. Upon recognizing the imposing figure of Su Jiyue, along with the white-clad man who had forcibly brought them here, their eyes instantly filled with resolute determination and tragic acceptance. Whether you choose to kill or torture us, do as you will. You shall not extract a single shred of information regarding our clan from our lips. Fu Xiao and Fu Zhao straightened their spines, their expressions resolute in their willingness to face death. Clearly, they had mistaken Jiang Heng for an accomplice of Su Jiyue, an enemy intent on annihilating the divine realm. Observing their demeanor, Jiang Heng could only shake his head in resignation. I am Fu Yao's master. I shall not harm you. He gestured toward the disoriented girl on the ground. Moreover, I have no interest in the information you speak of. I have summoned you solely for one thing. Fu Yao's father, the divine lord, surely left something for her, did he not, master? Fu Yao? At Jiang Heng's reminder, Fu Xiao and Fu Zhao finally noticed the girl who lay sprawled on the ground, her breath faint. Young mistress, they exclaimed in unison, disbelief etched across their faces. How did you end up here? You were supposed to be in the Tianqiong continent. They swiftly descended to Fu Yao's side, their expressions a mix of joy and concern. Jiang Heng and Su Jiyue followed suit, gently landing nearby. Let us not dwell on that. Fu Yao raised her tear-filled gaze and hoarsely inquired, is what my master said true? Fu Xiao and Fu Zhao exchanged glances before solemnly nodding. Indeed. As the esteemed one just mentioned, no, as you, young mistress, have stated. The divine lord did leave something behind before heading to the final battlefield and entrusted us to deliver it to you personally. With that, both retrieved a pendant from their bosoms. One was entirely black, as if forged from the night itself, while the other was pure white, radiating a soft glow. They were a pair of contrasting yin-yang pendants, carefully presenting them to Fu Yao. With trembling hands, Fu Yao reached out to accept the pendants. The moment her fingertips brushed against them, a familiar warmth, born of her bloodline, surged through her. Deep within her memories, the figure of her father, always stern yet loving, emerged vividly in her mind. These were the very items he had worn during his lifetime. A single, scalding tear could no longer be restrained, cascading down her fair cheek, landing with a soft plop upon the black pendant. At the moment her tears soaked it, the pendant seemed to be imbued with life. Instinctively, Fu Yao brought the two pendants closer together. As the black and white pendants touched, a resonant hum filled the air. In an instant, a complete Taiji yin-yang symbol took form. The next moment, the fused pendants erupted in a soft azure light. A somewhat ethereal figure gradually emerged from that radiance. Chapter 237, You Are All My Wings. The figure formed of light, though insubstantial, still allowed for the discernment of its general outline. Clad in a majestic golden royal robe, its countenance was authoritative, aligning perfectly with the image Fu Yao held in her memories. It was none other than the divine lord. Father, father. Fu Yao trembled as she extended her hand, yearning to touch the apparition, but her fingertips passed through it without resistance. It was merely a lingering remnant, a will carrying the final message. The divine lord's gaze did not wander to anyone else. From the moment he appeared, his focus remained steadfastly on his daughter, who lay prostrate on the ground. In his regal eyes, there was an unmistakable depth of love intertwined with profound guilt. Yaoer, his voice resonated, imbued with a sense of ethereality and weariness, as if transcending the eons. By the time you witness this remnant of mine, I shall have already departed. Do not grieve. This is the price I and our divine clan have long owed. The tone of the divine lord's apparition was remarkably tranquil. Fu Yao stood frozen, bewildered. Price? What price? She could not comprehend, and neither could nearly all present, save for Jiang Heng. Beside her, Su Jiyue's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as she observed in silence. Her imperial aura momentarily subdued. She yearned to understand what this adversary, who had decimated her entire clan, wished to convey. The divine lord's apparition seemed to sense her scrutiny, diverting his gaze from Fu Yao to her, the new empress of the Spirit Fox clan. Perhaps I should address you as Taoist Su Jiyue. His voice bore no animosity, nor resentment, but rather an exhaustion and apology that emanated from the depths of his soul. I recognize the hatred that resides within you. It has fueled your resolve through 9 cycles of reincarnation, ultimately leading you to attain the rank of emperor in pursuit of vengeance against my clan. You have done nothing wrong. The faults lie with us from the very beginning. The words of the divine lord's apparition left all present, save for Jiang Heng. In utter disbelief, Xiao Xian, Han Lin, and Zhou Yi exchanged confused glances, struggling to grasp the situation. The murderer was offering an apology to the bereaved? What was this? Even Su Jiyue furrowed her brows, disliking this sensation. She would have preferred her adversary to remain defiant and culpable until the end, allowing her to annihilate him without remorse, eradicating the entire divine clan from existence. Yet now, the demeanor of her opponent stirred an unacknowledged tremor of doubt within her heart, which had long been consumed by hatred. Back then, the divine lord's apparition averted its gaze from her, as if peering into the distant past, into the annals of sealed history. His voice resonated in the ears of everyone atop the divine mountain. At the end of the previous epoch, a great calamity befell the world, causing all to wilt. Although formidable beings intervened to stabilize existence, the essence of the heavenly Tao suffered unimaginable damage and corruption during that catastrophe. Corruption? The heavenly Tao can be corrupted? The term sent ripples of shock and disbelief through the hearts of all present. The heavenly Tao, in the perception of all cultivators, was the embodiment of supreme, equitable order. How could it possibly be tainted? The corrupted heavenly Taos will fluctuated between clarity and chaos. It resembled a gravely ill individual, capable of maintaining the order of the world most of the time, yet occasionally, due to its affliction, it would issue erroneous judgments and decrees. The weight of the divine lord's voice deepened. Regrettably, the Spirit Fox clan became the victims of one such erroneous decree issued by the heavenly Tao during a time of crisis. At that time, the heavenly Tao conveyed a message to my clan, the guardians of worldly order. He paused, his voice laden with bitterness. The message stated, the Spirit Fox clan is the source of calamity, its bloodline harbors the seeds of annihilation, and if allowed to flourish, it will inevitably lead to the collapse and destruction of the entire world. As these words fell, disbelief and horror washed over the crowd. Fu Yao was left utterly stunned. Su Jiyue's delicate form trembled violently. So it was like this? As the enforcers of the heavenly Tao's will, our divine kin hold this belief with unwavering conviction. To avert the so-called calamity of annihilation, we acted decisively, unleashing our full might to swiftly cleanse Linghu Mountain in a tempest of blood. The voice of our divine sovereign was imbued with an indescribable anguish. We believed we had salvaged the world. Yet we were oblivious to the fact that this was merely the inception of disaster. Shortly after the complete slaughter of the Linghu clan, the essence of the heavenly Tao seemed to momentarily suppress its own corruption, restoring clarity. It immediately detected our divine clan's actions and the obliteration of the Linghu lineage. On that day, the heavenly Tao was enraged, and a punishment was bestowed upon our divine kin, a curse directed at the very bloodline of our clan. The ethereal form of our divine sovereign began to wane, as if it could dissipate at any moment. This was the true reason for the continuous decline of our bloodline's power in recent years, the dwindling of our kin, leading us towards inevitable downfall. It was not due to our fate being exhausted, nor because of a lack of foundation, but rather because we bore the weight of the heavenly Tao's retribution. At this moment, the truth was unveiled. Everything, at this instant, found its answer. Fu Yao's body trembled violently, her jaw clenched, nails embedded deeply into her palm. Blood flowing freely, unbeknownst to her. The immense shock rendered her mind a blank slate, as if her very soul had been drawn from her body. Meanwhile, Su Jiyue stood quietly, motionless. She did not weep, nor did she smile. Instead, she slowly raised her head to gaze at the vast expanse of the heavens. Momentarily lost in confusion. Hatred? Who should she loathe? The divine clan? They were merely misled instruments, executing erroneous commands. The heavenly Tao? It was merely tainted, hence issuing misguided orders. In that moment, her animosity suddenly lacked a definitive target. At this juncture, the phantom of the divine sovereign had become transparent. He cast one last glance at his daughter and then at Jiang Heng. Yao's master. You possess great wisdom and can surely extricate my remnant from the web of causality. You must have long comprehended everything. Yao, I entrust you to him. Turning towards Su Jiyue, he bowed his head, and though it may be somewhat late to say this now, I feel compelled to express my remorse. It was my divine clan that erred in the past. As his words fell, a resonating hum echoed. The phantom of the divine sovereign completely transformed into specks of light, dissipating into the cosmos. The once glowing yin-yang pendant lost all illumination, falling to the ground with a clatter, shattering into two halves. The pinnacle of the divine mountain was enveloped in profound silence. No, it should not be like this. Fu Yao, in a daze, knelt upon the ground, her lips unconsciously murmuring. Her world had utterly collapsed. At that moment, a warm hand gently caressed the crown of her head. Fu Yao stiffened, slowly raising her gaze. What met her eyes was Jiang Heng's concerned countenance. Master. As if finding solace, Fu Yao buried her face into Jiang Heng's shoulder, tears cascading like pearls from her eyes. On the other side, the bewildered Su Jiyue also felt a similarly warm hand tenderly stroking her head. The warmth seeped through her hair, penetrating her soul, calming her heart that was on the verge of being consumed by emptiness. As Su Jiyue's unfocused gaze regained some clarity, upon recognizing the familiar face before her, her body softened, and she unconsciously leaned against Jiang Heng's other shoulder. My lord. Thus, at the apex of the divine mountain, Jiang Heng stood there, his left hand comforting Su Jiyue, who had lost her target of hatred, and his right hand soothing Fu Yao, who had come to understand the truth, letting out a gentle sigh within. You are both my wings. He felt the two distinct yet equally heavy sorrows resting upon his shoulders and softly spoke. It is all right. It has all passed. Chapter 238. Shouldn't you all provide me with an explanation? The lingering warmth on his shoulders and the slight tremors of those in his embrace had yet to dissipate entirely. Fu Yao buried her face in the nook of Jiang Heng's shoulder, her suppressed sobs rising and falling in delicate waves. Meanwhile, Su Jiyue's form remained taut, her phoenix eyes, which had just regained a semblance of clarity, would still cast a fleeting, imperceptible complexity when glancing at Fu Yao. Centuries of hatred could not be obliterated with a mere conversation. The revelation of truth had stripped that hatred of its foundation, dissolving it into a void of confusion. Jiang Heng chose not to utter more words. He simply stood silently, allowing the two women, both shaken by profound turmoil, to draw a moment of peace from him. Then, his gaze gradually rose, passing over their heads to fixate on the group of silent figures nearby. The warmth that lingered in his eyes was abruptly drained, replaced by an unfathomable indifference. Gu Qinglian and the assembly of imperial offspring and quasi-imperial ancestors suddenly stiffened. They distinctly felt that gaze upon them, weightless yet more burdensome than the entire divine mountain pressing down upon their souls. Everyone, Jiang Heng's voice pierced the stillness, cold and resolute. Now, the matter is settled. He paused, his tone remaining flat. Shouldn't you all provide the Heavenly Thief Alliance with an explanation? The mention of the Heavenly Thief Alliance, spoken as my Heavenly Thief Alliance, caused Su Jiyue's body to tremble involuntarily. She instinctively lifted her head from Jiang Heng's embrace, turning her profile to him. He was standing up for her. For the Heavenly Thief Alliance. He acknowledged himself as part of it. The once hollow and bewildered gaze of Su Jiyue was instantly filled with a fervent emotion. Following Jiang Heng's gaze, she too looked toward the group. The cold glint in her eyes was no longer concealed in the slightest. These individuals had come to thwart her path to enlightenment, to divide the divine domain, extinguishing the last flicker of hope for her and her kin. Though they had ultimately been compelled to act against the cataclysmic force, their merit could not outweigh their transgressions. Moreover, had it not been for Jiang Heng's presence, their contributions would have never seen the light of day. Su Jiyue took a step forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Heng. The aura she emanated transformed. The softness that had once hinted at reliance vanished entirely, replaced by the supreme majesty that belonged to a reigning emperor. A vast, unparalleled, terrifying presence was unleashed from her being without reservation. In the heavens above, the winds and clouds shifted, and the great Tao lamented. This imperial might intertwined with the seemingly quasi-imperial pressure emanating from Jiang Heng, merging into a singular force. In an instant, all quasi-imperials present felt the surrounding space become as viscous as mercury. Each breath they took felt as heavy as a mountain. The ground beneath their feet seemed to groan under the unbearable weight. Their paths, their laws, at that moment were forcibly suppressed within them, unable to be summoned even in the slightest. They were stripped of all powers characteristic of quasi-imperials. Thud! A quasi-emperor elder from the boundless sacred land stared wide-eyed, his irises suffused with crimson veins. He yearned to straighten his spine, yet the oppressive force bore down directly upon his spirit and the primal essence of the great Tao, far beyond the capacity of mere corporeal will to withstand. His kneecap emitted a sharp crack, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, his forehead striking the unyielding earth with a resounding thud. This sound echoed like a command. Thud, thud. The second and third kneelings followed in quick succession, akin to a cascade of toppled dominoes, triggering a humiliating avalanche. In mere moments, atop the sacred mountain, save for a handful of the most profound quasi-emperors and the imperial offspring, who clung desperately to their innate imperial artifacts, the majority had already prostrated themselves on the ground. Their bodies trembled as though shaken by a relentless storm, every muscle spasming involuntarily. Fear, regret, despair, an amalgamation of emotions twisted their features into grotesque masks. It was over. All was lost. One living empress, a being whose combat prowess defied all rational estimation. Who among the contemporary could rival the combined might of these two? Not even the true heavenly emperors could hope to emerge unscathed. Amidst this suffocating silence, Jiang Heng's brow furrowed ever so slightly. A minuscule gesture. Yet it gripped the hearts of Gu Qinglian and the others, who were barely holding on, as though an unseen hand had clenched around their very souls. Why did he frown? Was he about to strike against them? Jiang Heng paid no heed to their thoughts. He sensed the imminent depletion of the energy sustaining his external manifestation, which lingered in the realm of fantasy to maintain the stasis of time. The sanctuary shielding the last bloodline of the Spirit Fox clan was on the verge of being exposed to the relentless flow of real time. Almost simultaneously, as the creator of the realm of fantasy, Su Jui felt the disturbance. Her delicate form trembled violently. She sharply turned to Jiang Heng, her phoenix eyes betraying an unmistakable urgency. Their gazes met, and without a word, an understanding passed between them, a silent communication that conveyed it all. My lord Su Jui's voice, stripped of imperial might, resonated with dependence and urgency. Over there, I require your assistance. The realm of fantasy was the last refuge she had secured for her kin. It housed her entire clan. There could be no failure. Very well. Jiang Heng nodded without the slightest hesitation. He grasped Su Jui's cool hand tightly, channeling a stabilizing force. Hold on to me. He then turned his gaze back to the group of quasi-emperors, whose faces had turned ashen, kneeling on the ground. Esteemed ones, his voice resonated once more in their ears. Esteemed ones, I shall temporarily set today's events aside. I hope that when I next visit, you will be prepared with a satisfactory account for me. The moment his words fell, Jiang Heng moved. An enigmatic, ineffable aura emanated from him, enveloping both himself and Su Jui in an instant. One chi transforms into three purities. The exchange between his external manifestation and true self was but a thought away. Buzz. Under the horrified, bloodshot gazes of Gu Qinglian and the others, Jiang Heng and Su Jui's forms simply vanished into thin air. Only when the suffocating pressure they exuded receded like a tide could the quasi-emperors, akin to drowning souls, struggle to the surface, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. Chapter 239. Mother, allow me to introduce you to your son-in-law. Buzz. At the moment the spatial transition concluded, Jiang Heng and Su Jui reappeared in the realm of fantasy. Before them lay the frozen tapestry of an apocalyptic scene. The sky was marred by spiderweb-like fissures, shattered mountains hung suspended in the air, and below, the plaza was filled with Spirit Fox clan puppets, each holding a sacrificial posture. Almost simultaneously with Jiang Heng's arrival, the external manifestation, maintaining the stasis of time, exhausted its energy, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. At the instant of its dissolution, the entire realm of fantasy trembled violently. The forcibly pressed pause button began to show signs of release. The frozen force of destruction stirred restlessly. Jiang Heng's expression remained unchanged. He stood quietly, a subtle thought flickering within him. Boom. An expanse of temporal Tao rhythm, magnitudes more profound than that previously wielded by his external manifestation, surged forth from him, sweeping across every corner of the realm of fantasy in an instant. The chaotic force, which had just attempted to break free from its constraints, was suddenly crushed beneath an invisible ancient mountain, once again solidified, more thoroughly than before. Not even the slightest ripple of energy could stir. The time of this realm was irrevocably welded shut. Having completed this, Jiang Heng turned his gaze to Su Jui beside him. At that moment, her phoenix eyes were filled with anxiety and anticipation. Feeling the space firmly locked, the heavy stone that had hung over her heart finally fell. My lord Su Jui's voice quivered slightly as she gazed deeply at Jiang Heng, her eyes brimming with emotions so fervent they could melt stars. Then, she abruptly turned. Taking a step forward. Rise. A crisp command escaped her lips. Buzz. An ancient imperial wheel, radiating the essence of endless cycles, slowly emerged from behind her. This wheel, both ethereal and corporeal, bore the imprints of mountains, rivers, flora, fauna, and the inexorable cycle of life and death. The moment it appeared, the entire realm of fantasy resonated with a mournful cry. This was the imperial artifact, the Wheel of Rebirth, forged from Su Jui's path to enlightenment in this life. Holding the Wheel of Reincarnation, she governed the passage to rebirth. Su Jui formed a seal with her jade-like hands and pointed towards the majestic imperial wheel. The path of reincarnation, open, rumble. The Wheel of Rebirth suddenly accelerated in its rotation, and a profound portal, seemingly leading to the terminus of all things, slowly opened at its center. Within the light of the portal flowed the eternal river of the underworld, faintly visible. In my name, tracing causality, retrieving souls, gathering true forms. Su Jui's voice took on a solemn, sacred tone. She merged her essence with the Wheel of Rebirth entirely. In the next moment, countless invisible chains, forged from the power of reincarnation, shot forth from that portal. Hiss, hiss, hiss these chains, sensing the lingering souls of the Spirit Fox clan in the realm of fantasy. Followed the severed threads of causality and plunged into the depths of the river of reincarnation. They sought the true spirits of the Spirit Fox clan lost within the river of the underworld. Soon, each chain found its target. Souls, return. Su Jui cried out in a poignant call. With a rattle, the myriad chains suddenly tightened and began to retract. In that instant, the entire river of reincarnation seemed to be stirred, raising towering waves. Countless souls on the verge of reincarnation, caught in the grip of this overwhelming power, desperately avoided it. Meanwhile, those spirit light points of the Spirit Fox clan ensnared by the chains were forcibly stripped from the trajectory of reincarnation, pulled upstream against the current. The first to be retrieved from the cycle of reincarnation was Su Su. His soul's luminous essence, guided by the threads of causality, instantaneously merged with his body, which retained the posture of a grand, boisterous laugh. The once lifeless puppet form blossomed anew, akin to withered wood revived by spring, transforming into genuine flesh and blood. That frozen smile regained its vibrancy. Ha ha, for my clan, what does death matter? The laughter abruptly ceased. Su Su gazed in bewilderment at his own hands, then surveyed the stillness surrounding him. Did I not die? What is this situation? Next was Su Ling. Her soul returned to its rightful place. The determination etched upon her cheeks before her demise resurfacing once more. To share life and death with her kin, Linga, she too was momentarily stunned. Then came the little fox demon, Xiaoyu. Mother, wait for me. At the moment her soul returned, the tears shimmering in her eyes reflected reluctance, which swiftly transformed into profound shock and confusion. One after another, tens of thousands of Spirit Fox clansfolk, regardless of their cultivation levels, gender, or age, had their souls entirely salvaged from the river of reincarnation under the mighty force of the Rebirth Emperor Wheel. In just a few short breaths, the once desolate square was reinvigorated with life. All were revived. They looked around in confusion, whispering amongst themselves, utterly perplexed about what had transpired, until they beheld the stunning figure suspended in the heavens, bathed in unparalleled imperial majesty, and the terrifying Emperor Wheel behind her, slowly rotating and emanating the aura of reincarnation. That is the imperial might. Has one of our clan attained the status of emperor? Heaven bless our clan. Heaven bless our clan. After a brief silence, the entire square erupted into a tidal wave of ecstatic reverence and adoration. We pay homage to our emperor. Su Su was the first to react. Recognizing that familiar yet strange figure, and without hesitation, he knelt on one knee. We pay homage to our emperor. Tens of thousands of Spirit Fox clansfolk knelt in unison, their voices merging into a torrent that shook the heavens. In this moment of true resurrection, they possessed no memories of their time in the realm of fantasy. In the sky above, Su Jiuyu gazed down at the vibrant faces below, listening to the heartfelt proclamations of worship. 9 lifetimes of reincarnation, endless waiting and suffering, all the unwillingness and obsessions dissipated in an instant. A crystalline tear glided down her flawless cheek. Yet her lips curled upward with a smile. She had succeeded. At long last, she had safeguarded all she yearned to protect. Her gaze slowly shifted to the man beside her. Without him, none of this would have been possible. Su Jiuyu gradually released her imperial aura, and the Rebirth Emperor Wheel behind her faded from view. In a fleeting moment, she appeared before Jiang Heng. Under the curious, reverent, and probing gazes of the tens of thousands of clansfolk below, she said nothing. Instead, she deeply bowed to Jiang Heng, performing a grand gesture of respect. This bow was not about romance or affection. It was solely about the immense gratitude for the revival of her entire clan. Jiang Heng accepted the gesture with calm composure. He extended his hand to assist Su Jiuyu in rising, softly reassuring her, "It's all right. It's all in the past." Su Jiuyu straightened her posture. Her eyes, which had just brimmed with relief and gratitude, were now overtaken by an unfathomable infatuation. She clasped Jiang Heng's hand tightly, their fingers intertwined without a sliver of space between them. Then, turning, she led him gently to the center of the square. Her gaze fell upon a figure at the very back of the crowd. The Spirit Fox clan, upon noticing, parted to create a wide passage for the two. The newly emerged figure appeared somewhat bewildered, but upon seeing Su Jiuyu approaching, she hastily knelt on one knee, preparing to pay homage to the emperor, only to be halted by a gentle force. The figure was taken aback, clearly failing to recognize the now-grown Su Jiuyu. Su Jiuyu, hand in hand with Jiang Heng, walked directly to her. Before the figure could utter a word, Su Jiuyu's voice, tinged with a coolness yet infused with a hint of joy, resonated throughout the gathering. Mother, come, meet your son-in-law. Chapter 240, A Long-Awaited Maternal Love. The beautiful woman referred to as mother by Su Jiuyu stood frozen in place, her face a canvas of bewilderment and disbelief. Son-in-law? What son-in-law? Moreover, the emperor is calling me mother. Her mind became a blank slate as she instinctively glanced at Jiang Heng, tightly held by Su Jiuyu. Then back at the face that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Hello, Auntie, I am Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng smiled warmly, naturally greeting her in accordance with Su Jiuyu's intentions. His tone was gentle, devoid of any pretense, as if he were merely a common junior visiting his future mother-in-law. Yet, this greeting caused the beautiful woman's body to tremble anew. She looked at Su Jiuyu, her lips moving slightly, uncertainty lacing her voice as she cautiously inquired. You are Jiuyu? The visage bore a faint resemblance to that of her daughter in her youth, yet the overwhelming imperial presence, the aura shaped by enduring trials, rendered her utterly unfamiliar. It is indeed me, mother. Su Jiuyu nodded emphatically, her voice tinged with restrained excitement. She stepped forward with Jiang Heng, her eyes, once indifferent to the 9 cycles of reincarnation, now brimming with affection. I remember we were not. Su Yuyao, the mother of Su Jiuyu, began but faltered mid-sentence. Her memories were trapped in the moment of her kin's slaughter and shattered souls. Yet now, they were all alive. Moreover, it seemed her daughter had become the legendary emperor. This tale is lengthy. Su Jiuyu took a deep breath, calming her tumultuous emotions. She surveyed the sea of similarly bewildered and perplexed clansfolk and spoke softly yet clearly, ensuring her words reached every ear. Allow me to recount the tale to you in detail. Thus, the entire realm of fantasy fell into a profound silence. Only Su Jiuyu's voice echoed softly, beginning with the downfall of the Spirit Fox clan, recounting the erroneous decree of the heavenly Dao and the slaughter by the divine race. As the truth unfolded, all Spirit Fox clan's folk, including Su Yuyao, displayed expressions of horror and indignation. She then narrated her first cycle of reincarnation, detailing her journey along the path of cultivation, ultimately achieving the status of emperor, yet still unable to mend the regrets of her clan. She spoke of the second, third, and continued through to the 8th life. In each existence, she ascended to unparalleled heights, becoming an unmatched empress who dominated an era, only to plunge once more into reincarnation. Her narration was tranquil, devoid of excessive emotional embellishment, as if recounting a mere story. Yet every Spirit Fox in attendance could sense the weight of solitude and sorrow that spanned endless epochs within her calm tone. Tens of thousands of clansfolk stood in utter silence. Many of the women could no longer suppress their quiet sobs. Even a robust man like Su Su found his eyes glistening with tears, his fists clenched tightly. They could scarcely fathom the extent of the burdens that the once innocent and carefree Su Jiue bore throughout her solitary 9 lifetimes. Su Yuyao's body trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a heart-wrenching sorrow. At last, Su Jiue recounted her 9th life, detailing the establishment of the Heavenly Thief Alliance and the formulation of her plans. She spoke of her reunion with Jiang Heng, of how he shielded her from the cataclysmic forces of annihilation, ultimately granting her the opportunity to ascend to the throne of the emperor and rescue all her kin from the relentless currents of reincarnation. The tale concluded, and the square fell into a profound silence. Unable to contain herself any longer, Su Yueyao rushed forward and enveloped Su Jiue in a tight embrace. My child, my Jiue, she uttered, her voice fractured, laden with boundless guilt and affection. This journey must have been incredibly arduous for you. I am so sorry, my child, that I could not assist you. No mother could calmly accept the suffering endured by her offspring. The solitude of those 9 cycles was enough to shatter her heart into a million pieces. As Su Jiue felt the warmth of this long-lost embrace, her calm facade crumbled in an instant. The once imperious phoenix eyes, which gazed down upon the heavens, now wept profusely. Like a child who had finally found solace after enduring injustice, she buried her face deep in her mother's bosom, her body quivering slightly. "It was not painful," she replied, her voice thick with emotion, yet tinged with a sense of newfound relief. "As long as I could see you again, see everyone." No matter how difficult it was, Jiu felt it was worthwhile. This declaration utterly dismantled the final psychological defenses of all the Spirit Fox clan members. "Our Emperor." "Wa Jiu." Among the crowd, someone initiated a fervent call, and soon all the Spirit Fox clan members, regardless of age or gender, knelt deeply before Su Jiu. But this time, it was not out of reverence. Their expressions had transformed from one of awe towards a supreme emperor to one of heartfelt kinship, concern, and affection. Jiang Heng stood quietly nearby, observing the scene without uttering a word. The mother and daughter wept in each other's arms for what felt like an eternity before Su Yueyao gently released her embrace. She wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand and tenderly brushed away the tears from the corners of her daughter's eyes. Then she turned to face Jiang Heng, her gaze filled with profound gratitude. "Xianxiaaudiobooks." Su Yueyao's voice retained a hint of hoarseness from her earlier tears. "Thank you. Without your assistance, Jiu would not have succeeded." She could scarcely imagine how long her daughter would have had to struggle in that endless cycle of reincarnation without this man's help. With that, Su Yueyao inclined deeply before Jiang Heng. "This is an immense favor that has restored our entire clan." This bow was one Jiang Heng was worthy of receiving. However, he did not accept it. A gentle yet irresistible force supported Su Yueyao. "Aunt, please do not." Jiang Heng stepped forward to steady her. "This is what I ought to do." His voice was sincere. Su Yueyao regarded the young man before her, noting his handsome features, gentle demeanor, and clear eyes. Devoid of any arrogance or intimidation typical of the strong, she was thoroughly satisfied. "Jiu, that child, with her stubbornness and pride, can marry you, as her mother. I can rest easy." She resembled an ordinary mother, genuinely delighted to have found a good match for her daughter. "What are you saying, mother?" The moment Su Jiu, still enveloped in the emotion of their reunion, heard those words, her delicate frame shivered. A wave of warmth surged uncontrollably from her neck to her ears, and her exquisite face flushed with a rare, enchanting crimson, revealing a hint of girlish embarrassment. She instinctively cast a furtive glance at Jiang Heng, only to meet his gaze, which bore a hint of mirth. Su Jiu's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly lowered her head, the majesty befitting an empress dissipating in that instant. "Huh. So our emperor can also feel shy?" At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Shouldn't we prepare for a wedding feast?" "Salutations to the imperial son-in-law," cried a voice from the crowd. Instantly, the atmosphere in the square ignited with excitement. "Salutations to the imperial son-in-law. Salutations to the imperial son-in-law." Tens of thousands of clan members echoed in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. The previously somber atmosphere, tinged with sorrow and emotion, was swept away, replaced by genuine joy and exuberance. Su Jiu's face deepened in color, a mix of shyness and delight. She could not help but lightly stomp her foot, casting a playful glare at Su, who had stirred up the most ruckus. Su Yueyao beamed at her daughter's demeanor, glancing at Jiang Heng, her smile blossoming even more. She reached out, mimicking her daughter's earlier gesture, and took Jiang Heng's hand, giving it a gentle pat. Good child," she said, thoroughly inspecting her son-in-law, her smile radiant. "From now on, we entrust Jiu to you." On another front, at the headquarters of the Heavenly Thief Alliance, Zhao Liang led Xiao Xian, Han Lin, and Zhou Yi through layers of protective arrays, gradually descending onto a magnificent square. "Is this truly the Heavenly Thief Alliance?" Han Lin murmured, marveling at the astonishing sight before him. He had initially believed the Alliance to be a clandestine and enigmatic organization, unaware that its foundation was so formidable. Beside him, Xiao Xian and Zhou Yi shared similar expressions of astonishment, acutely aware of the palpable spiritual energy in the air. Gazing at the towering cultivation towers reaching for the clouds, as well as the powerful allies whose presence exuded at least saintly power, their hearts surged with waves of disbelief. The scale of this operation surpassed their comprehension. Observing the trio's reactions, Zhao Liang allowed a trace of pride to surface on his face. He had keenly noted that despite Jiang Heng's silence, he had heard that these three were his disciples, prompting him to bring them here. As for Fu Yao, she had ascended as the new leader of the divine clan, remaining in the divine realm to inherit her position and revitalize the clan, thus she did not accompany them. "Three young friends." Zhao Liang composed himself and spoke courteously. "Please make yourselves comfortable within the alliance. All expenses will be accommodated at the highest standards. You may freely roam the alliance over the next few days, and if you have any needs for cultivation, feel free to voice them." Meanwhile, within the divine hall, after Liang had settled the ailing Zhongtian emperor, he traversed through the hall until he reached the innermost sanctum. Within the sanctum, There was nothing but an imposing stone statue of a man, towering at 10,000 feet, with a majestic countenance, standing resolutely amidst the chaotic energies. Merely gazing at the statue from afar invoked a profound sense of insignificance and reverence, as if one were looking up at the heavens themselves. Liang approached the base of the statue, his expression solemn. He carefully extracted a peculiar crystal, radiant blue throughout, seemingly harboring a galaxy within, and gently nestled it into a recess at the base of the statue. A hum resonated as the moment the crystal was inserted. The entire statue appeared to come to life. Its stone eyes, previously tightly shut, suddenly flung open. Two brilliant beams of divine light emanated from its gaze, intertwining in front of the statue to form a majestic, ethereal figure, identical to the statue itself. The apparition stood with hands clasped behind its back, an aura of divine brilliance swirling around it, its expression indifferent, as if surveying the ebb and flow of epochs and the rise and fall of all beings. Upon witnessing this figure, Liang immediately bowed deeply, performing a grand gesture of respect. Lord Celestial Being. The entity known as the Celestial Being shifted its gaze slowly downwards. Fixing its eyes upon Liang, its voice resounded, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet imbued with an unparalleled authority that commanded obedience. What is the status of your endeavors? At this inquiry, a look of discomfort crossed Liang's face. He lowered his head, his voice labored. The progress has been far from smooth. We have lost. The Celestial Being's apparition, upon hearing this, did not display anger, but a faint ripple of emotion flickered across its timeless gaze. Its brow furrowed slightly. Have we indeed succumbed to that fiendish god? It inquired further, who was the demon envoy dispatched this time? In its perspective, the only adversary worthy of note in this intricate game was that ancient entity, with which it had been entangled for countless epochs. However, Liang shook his head. Raising his gaze, he bore an unprecedented gravity in his eyes. My lord, this time, it was not due to the demon envoy. What truly led to our downfall was an unforeseen variable, a monumental variable capable of overturning the entire game. Oh, the tone of the Celestial Being's apparition finally exhibited a hint of change. A variable? Indeed, my lord. Liang inhaled deeply, beginning to recount all that transpired atop the divine mountain in its entirety. He spoke of the young man in white, of his mere cultivation at the quasi-imperial realm, yet possessing the realm of a deity. He detailed how with a mere gesture, the youth obliterated the avatars of the two heavenly emperors, destruction and oblivion. The Celestial Being's apparition listened in silence, its imposing visage betraying no sign of emotion. After a prolonged silence, once the Celestial Being had absorbed all the information, it fell into an unusual, contemplative quietude. It was engaged in deducing the origins of this variable, and all that it might signify. Yet a void loomed. All causality pertaining to this individual seemed shrouded beneath a higher veil of obscurity, eluding any scrutiny. Eventually, the Celestial Being spoke again, its voice resonating with an unprecedented solemnity. This is indeed a variable, one that even I cannot fathom. It paused, its gaze deepening as if penetrating through endless time and space. However, pieces outside the game can, if utilized wisely, become our greatest asset. The Celestial Being's words echoed throughout the Forbidden Zone. From this moment forth, elevate this individual's threat level to the highest. Spare no effort to avoid enmity with him. Should the opportunity arise, endeavor to cultivate goodwill. A sly smile graced the lips of the Celestial Being's apparition. If we can draw him to our side, it would be most advantageous. Liang bowed deeply in acknowledgement of the command. Almost simultaneously, in another realm shrouded in endless malevolence and demonic energy, the abyss of the evil god, the figure known as Yuan Hai knelt before an ominous shadow exuding an aura of chaos and annihilation, recounting all that transpired atop the divine mountain. In the darkness, the terrifying entity referred to as the evil god listened intently. After a moment of profound silence, a hoarse, twisted voice emerged from the abyss. Fascinating. Truly captivating. Go. Find him. Inform him that should he choose to join us, I shall fulfill all his desires, be it power or immortality. Spare no expense to draw him into our ranks. Chapter 242, A New Path. Meanwhile, at the sacred Cloud Holy Land, in the cold confines of the heavenly prison, iron chains hung heavily, their runes pulsating, rendering the air oppressively dense. Dong, once the sovereign of the Holy Land, now lay disheveled and bound in the center, his limbs pierced and secured by thick chains to the stone wall. His cultivation was firmly sealed by layers of azure lotus-shaped restrictions. Opposite him, Gu Qinglian, clad in green, leisurely wiped his fingers with a silk handkerchief as if he had just sullied them. Behind him, three venerable ancestors of the sacred Cloud Holy Land, their auras profound as the ocean, glared at Dong with grim expressions. The stifling silence was shattered by the voice of the elder of the blue soul. Chendong. The shout reverberated like thunder. You possess audacity beyond measure. How dare you collude with outsiders, inviting wolves into the fold, seeking to obliterate our holy land's eternal legacy. The elder's hair bristled, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Do you acknowledge your crimes? Had it not been for the intervention of the imperial sun, he would have already reduced this traitor to a mist of blood. Had it not been for Jiang Heng, they would have long since become fodder for destruction and oblivion. All this was due to the treachery of this accomplice. Bound by chains, Chendong slowly raised his head. Beneath his disheveled black hair, his face, marred by blood, still bore a hint of derision as he let out a coarse chuckle. Ah, the victor's write history. A loss is a loss. His murky gaze swept across the three ancestors present before finally settling on Gu Qinglian. Execute me as you will. I, Chendong, can bear it. His brazen demeanor incited the elder of the blue soul's fury. You wretched scoundrel. How has our holy land birthed such an ungrateful wretch? The elder roared, the terrifying pressure of a quasi-imperial being surging uncontrollably as he prepared to strike. The entire heavenly prison trembled violently. Elder, restrain your wrath. A calm voice interjected. Gu Qinglian raised a hand lightly, instantly dissipating the tempestuous pressure. He halted the elder, his face still adorned with a jade-like smile, gazing with interest at Chendong. Holy Master Chun, do not speak so definitively. Though you have committed heinous crimes, considering your past contributions to the Holy Land, I, the Imperial Son, am not entirely unwilling to grant you an opportunity to atone. At these words, the expressions of the three elders shifted in unison. Imperial Son, you must not. The elder of the blue soul urged, this wretch harbors ulterior motives, his crimes unforgivable. There is no need for further discussion, Gu Qinglian interjected, not turning back. His tone calm, yet resolute. This is the decision of the Imperial Son. The three elders exchanged glances, ultimately suppressing their indignation into silence. The Imperial Son represented the future hope of the sacred cloud Holy Land. His words carried more weight than all of theirs combined. Satisfied, Gu Qinglian turned back to face Chendong, his smile broadening. As long as you divulge all that you know regarding those outsiders, in full detail, to the Imperial Son, the esteemed Emperor not only possesses the magnanimity to overlook your transgressions, but can also restore you to your rightful position as the sovereign. What say you? In the present, the essence of reincarnation within the heavenly Dao has been usurped by Su Jiyue, leaving the heavenly Dao deficient. Should one aspire to ascend to the throne, they must await the next grand era. Yet, Gu Qinglian has grown weary of waiting. His sole remaining hope to claim the imperial title lies with that enigmatic being from beyond the heavens. Chendong, the traitor who has had direct dealings with them, represents the most promising avenue for breakthrough. His proposed terms are undeniably tempting. For a prisoner in chains, this is akin to rising from the depths of hell to bask in the light of paradise. Inside the celestial prison, silence reigned. Upon hearing Gu Qinglian's words, Chendong did not display even the slightest hint of elation. Instead, the scorn etched upon his face deepened. He understood Gu Qinglian all too well. This man, outwardly as gentle as jade, harbored a heart as cold as ice, devoid of compassion. The so-called promises are merely ruses to extract information. Once he divulged all his secrets, the next moment would herald his demise. Rather than grovel for survival only to meet a humiliating end, he would. Ha! Chendong suddenly erupted into laughter, the sound echoing hauntingly within the vast confines of the prison, strikingly jarring. He laughed until he doubled over, the movement aggravating his wounds. Blood dripping rhythmically from the chains onto the ground. You desire information about those celestial beings? He ceased his laughter, raising his bloodied face to regard Gu Qinglian with a gaze brimming with contempt. Very well. Now, you may crawl beneath me and, in doing so, bow respectfully before me. The sovereign, oh no, this mere prisoner, might, if in a good mood, share a morsel of information. As his words hung in the air, the temperature within the prison plummeted to freezing depths. The three elder quasi-emperors behind him were instantly consumed by fury. Insolent wretch, you seek death. How dare you humiliate the emperor? Yet, Gu Qinglian remained unperturbed. The smile upon his face remained unchanged, though a glimmer of coldness flashed within his gentle eyes. He comprehended that extracting information from Chendong was no longer feasible. Thus, he averted his gaze, no longer sparing Chendong a single glance. Slowly he turned, producing a fresh silk handkerchief, meticulously wiping his hands. Then, addressing the three furious elders behind him in a casual tone, he uttered, dispose of him. With that, he strode towards the exit of the prison without a backward glance. This pawn had lost its value and thus required removal. The emperor, the old ancestor of the Qinghun clan, paused for a moment. Gu Qinglian's steps did not falter. There was no need to soil the hands of the elders. leaving him with a breath of life. They could cast him into the abyss of 10,000 souls, allowing those vengeful spirits to feast upon him slowly. A cold voice echoed from beyond the door. Inside the prison, Shundong's frantic and despairing curses mingled with the suppressed growls of the three elders. Yet, all of this was of no consequence to Gu Qinglian. Emerging from the shadowy confines of the prison, Gu Qinglian's countenance regained its gentle smile. In his heart, a new objective had taken shape. The path with Shundong had proved futile. However, another avenue lay before him. Di Wushuang, that same figure who had appeared atop the divine mountain and had obstructed him, the reincarnation of the ancient and everlasting celestial emperor. Since he could engage with beings of such cataclysmic renown, he surely possessed knowledge of significance. More importantly, Di Wushuang and Gu Qinglian were cut from the same cloth, both ruthless individuals unbound by means in the pursuit of their goals. Dealing with such a person would prove far simpler. Gu Qinglian lifted his gaze towards the heavens, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. With a single step, his figure vanished from the spot. Chapter 243, The Farewell Letter. Meanwhile, within the Dao domain, in a certain inn in Dao City, Lonely stood at the counter, her fair fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment, her face betraying her anxiousness. She had been standing there for quite some time. Soon, the innkeeper descended from the upper floor, and upon meeting her hopeful gaze, he could not help but let out a soft sigh, shaking his head slowly. Miss Lonely, I am afraid that young Master Jiang Heng has yet to return. The innkeeper's voice was gentle, yet it struck Lon Li's heart like a heavy hammer. How could this be? She murmured, her voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors. It had been 5 days since Jiang Heng had vanished 5 days ago. No matter her efforts, she could not locate him. Day after day, she waited at this inn, only to receive the same disheartening answer each time. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. The earth-shattering battle atop the divine mountain, though she did not witness it firsthand, had reached her ears through various rumors. Among the whispers, that young man in white had single-handedly overturned the celestial and demonic game. She was nearly certain that person was indeed Jiang Heng. For this reason, her worry intensified. Faced with such legendary terrifying entities, was he truly safe? Mississippi. A calm voice emerged from behind her. A middle-aged man clad in the attire of the Lon family bowed slightly. The family head has sent further inquiries. You have delayed here in the Dao domain for far too long. If you do not return soon, I fear. The man left his sentence unfinished. But the implication was clear. Lon Li bit her lower lip, her heart heavy with bitterness and reluctance. She understood that she could no longer afford to be willful. Very well. She inhaled deeply, as if summoning every ounce of strength to utter the words. It must be this way. Before departing, she seemed to recall something. Carefully retrieving a neatly folded letter from her sleeve and handing it to the innkeeper. The envelope bore no signature. Innkeeper, her voice carried a hint of pleading. If he returns, please help me deliver this to him. The innkeeper, gazing at this breathtaking yet forlorn young woman, felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. He accepted the envelope with solemnity and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Miss Lon, I shall personally deliver this letter into young Master Zhang's hands. With the innkeeper's assurance, Lon Li felt a slight sense of relief. She expressed her gratitude, casting one last lingering glance toward the second floor of the inn, as if wishing to see that familiar figure through the walls. Ultimately, she turned away, following the Lon family member as they departed. In the heart of Dao City, a massive teleportation array flickered with light. Standing upon the array, Lon Li cast one final glance back at the bustling city. The moments of the past few months raced through her mind like a vivid tapestry. Each scene seemed to have occurred just yesterday. Buzz. The brilliance of the teleportation array surged, engulfing her figure completely. Only a faint sigh lingered in the air, dissipating into the wind. At the headquarters of the Heavenly Thief Alliance, a ripple suddenly stirred in the void, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. In the next moment, Jiang Heng and Su Jiyue emerged slowly from within. Following this, Su Jiyue softly spoke. I intend to extract the realm of Jinsokyo and establish it near the headquarters, serving as the sanctuary for my Spirit Fox clan. Very well. Jiang Heng nodded. I shall first pay a visit to those youngsters. Su Jiyue responded with a gentle hum. Her gaze warm. Go ahead. I shall handle matters here. As her words fell, she delicately raised her jade hand and gently grasped at the void behind her. With a resounding boom, the entire expanse trembled violently. An indescribable force surged through the fabric of space, penetrating into an unknown dimension. Su Jiyue's fingers slowly closed, as if she were drawing forth an entire world. The void she clutched began to twist and collapse dramatically, revealing a vast outline radiating a soft glow, filled with the essence of life, being forcibly extracted from the abyss of nothingness. Such is the power of an emperor. With a mere thought, mountains can be moved, and oceans can be filled, worlds can be shifted. Jiang Heng did not linger to observe. He stepped forward, vanishing from his original spot, only to reappear in the central square of the Thief Heaven Alliance. In the square, Li Linger animatedly narrated Jiang Heng's experiences in the Central State to three newly acquainted senior brothers. I tell you, Master is truly formidable. Li Linger, her cheeks flushed, waved her small fists in admiration. Xiao Xian, Han Lin, and Zhou Yi listened quietly. They had long recognized their master's might. Yet hearing such tales from this little junior sister stirred an overwhelming surge of emotion within them, especially during these past few days. Having witnessed merely a glimpse of the Thief Heaven Alliance, the phrase sages are everywhere, and quasi-sages are as common as dogs was a stark reality here. The fact that their master could establish a foothold in such a place, even exuding an aura of leadership, clearly indicated his extraordinary prowess. At that moment, as the four engaged in conversation, a familiar presence, deeply ingrained in their very bones, unexpectedly manifested behind them. All four bodies stiffened simultaneously. Almost instinctively, they turned to face the source. There stood Jiang Heng, clad in white, hands clasped behind him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he quietly observed them. Master. Li Linger was the quickest to react. She let out a joyful exclamation and dashed towards Jiang Heng, throwing her arms around his. You're back. Indeed. Jiang Heng reached out, habitually ruffling her little head. Master, Xiao Xian, Han Lin, and Zhou Yi also quickly approached, bowing respectfully before Jiang Heng. Their faces radiated the heartfelt joy of reunion after a long separation. Quite well, your cultivation has improved significantly, Jiang Heng remarked, his gaze sweeping over the three. Xiao Xian, watching Li Linger affectionately embrace their master, was suddenly reminded of another person. Li Shuer. His expression dimmed momentarily. I wonder how Shuer is faring now, he murmured softly. Beside him, Han Lin echoed the sentiment. Indeed, and what of senior brother Fang Yuan? It has been a long time since we last saw him. However, they are likely still in the wilderness continent, unlike us, who were fortunate enough to accompany junior sister Fu Yao to the Central State. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement, gazing at Jiang Heng with a hint of hope. Master, given the current upheaval in the world, the wilderness continent may no longer be safe. Perhaps you should bring Sister Shuer and senior brother Fang Yuan over as well? The three pairs of eyes converged on Jiang Heng. However, upon hearing their words, Jiang Heng slowly shook his head, uttering a statement that rendered the four of them momentarily speechless. They are no longer in this world. No longer in this world? What could that possibly mean? The smiles on their faces instantly froze. The atmosphere in the square seemed to be utterly frozen at that moment. Even Li Linger, who had been chattering while clinging to Jiang Heng's arm, halted, her small face a mask of bewilderment. What? Xiao Xian's lips trembled, his complexion draining of color. A thought he dared not entertain surged through his mind. His voice quivered uncontrollably. Master, do you mean? Could it be that Sister Shuer and Brother Fang? They have already. His words trailed off, leaving the sentence unspoken. Han Lin and Zhou Yi stood rigid, their eyes filled with horror and disbelief. How could that be? They can't possibly. Seeing the dismayed expressions of his three disciples, Jiang Heng fell silent. Did he perhaps speak ambiguously? He extended his hand. Bang! Before Xiao Xian could fully comprehend, a crisp thwack resounded against his forehead. What are you thinking? Jiang Heng scolded lightly, tapping his head. I merely said they are no longer in this world, not that they are dead. Xiao Xian jolted, clutching his forehead, utterly dazed. Han Lin and Zhou Yi were equally bewildered. No longer in this world. Does that not imply death? What could it mean? Jiang Heng gazed at their bewildered expressions and felt it was somewhat laborious to converse with these disciples whose thought processes seemed disordered. He could only patiently explain in terms they could comprehend. Shuer and Fang Yuan are currently in another world. Moreover, they are doing splendidly. Chapter 244. Still want to cause trouble? Directly assigned to the latrine for 5,000 years. Upon receiving this reassuring confirmation, the three disciples' anxieties finally dissipated. Splendid, Xiao Xian exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his entire demeanor relaxing. I knew it. Sister Shuer is destined for good fortune. How could anything happen to her? Han Lin and Zhou Yi nodded in unison, smiles returning to their faces. As long as they are safe. Having resolved his disciples' concerns, Jiang Heng was disinclined to elaborate further. Soon, half a month passed. During this time, Su Jiu successfully severed Jinsokyo from its original space, establishing it within a spiritually abundant mountain range at the headquarters of the Thief Heaven Alliance, creating a world of its own. The Spirit Fox clan finally had a brand new home. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng, aside from guiding a few disciples in their cultivation, spent most of his time indulging in leisurely pursuits of tea drinking, fishing, and basking in the sun, seemingly having completely forgotten the promise made at the peak of the Divine Mountain. Until one day, Jiang Heng set down his teacup and slowly rose to his feet. He stretched, the joints of his body cracking with a satisfying sound. I've rested enough. It's time to venture out. He gazed into the distance, as if piercing through endless voids. I hope those factions are prepared to deliver their accounts. Qingyun's sacred land, as one of the most prestigious factions in the central state. Its mountain gates were magnificent and majestic, cloaked in ethereal mists, with countless disciples soaring on swords, weaving through the sea of clouds, embodying a scene of celestial splendor. Yet today, a solitary figure stood before the sacred mountain gates. Clad in white, hands clasped behind him, it was none other than Jiang Heng. He did not intrude directly but stood quietly, as if awaiting someone. What a coincidence! Before long, within the sacred realm of Qingyun, a radiant azure light ascended majestically into the heavens. Gu Qinglian's figure emerged slowly from within, retaining his characteristic demeanor, a visage as refined as jade, exuding elegance and charm. Clad in an immaculate azure robe, his countenance adorned with a warm smile. It appeared that his spirits were quite elevated. As he adjusted his sleeves, he was preparing to depart the sacred grounds in search of Di Wushuang. However, in the next moment, his steps abruptly halted. His pupils constricted instantaneously, as a figure materialized before him out of the void with no forewarning. Clad in white with flowing black hair, who else could it be but Jiang Heng? Gu Qinglian's heart skipped a beat, yet as the son of the emperor, his extraordinary temperament allowed him to swiftly regain his composure after a brief moment of astonishment. The gentle smile upon his face remained unchanged, perhaps even more sincere than before. Ah, it is an honor to receive Brother Jiang's esteemed presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. He clasped his hands respectfully towards Jiang Heng. Might I inquire what brings you here today? Should you require any assistance, Qinglian shall do his utmost. He adopted a humble stance, his tone imbued with goodwill, as if there had never been any discord between them. Jiang Heng observed his performance with an inscrutable expression. However, a thought crossed his mind. Eye of the Dao, lines of information, discernible only to him, materialized above Gu Qinglian. Name, Gu Qinglian. Cultivation level, peak initial stage quasi-emperor. Status, plotting. Recent experiences, failed to interrogate Chendong. Shifted focus to the reincarnation of the ancient eternal emperor, Di Wushuang. Preparing to seek him out for an alliance. Huh, how tenacious. Jiang Heng chuckled coldly within. Initially, he had merely intended to collect some interest. But since Gu Qinglian persisted in harboring ulterior motives, he could not be blamed for intensifying his approach. It is nothing of great consequence, Jiang Heng spoke languidly. I have come to your esteemed domain seeking an explanation. Gu Qinglian's heart quivered, yet his face remained impassive. Brother Jiang jest. Atop the divine mountain, our Qingyun sacred land has indeed intervened against external threats. What need is there for an explanation? Oh, Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that the merits and demerits are balanced? Certainly not. Gu Qinglian hastily gestured, sensing that there might be a misunderstanding. However, before he could finish his words, Jiang Heng's figure had already vanished from his sight. A sense of alarm surged within Gu Qinglian, and the overwhelming power of a quasi-emperor surged forth. But it was too late. A hand gently settled upon his shoulder, and an irresistible, terrifying force descended upon him like an ancient divine mountain, instantly suppressing him. All the spiritual energy and laws within him were firmly restrained, leaving him utterly unable to mobilize even a trace. Gu Qinglian's body became rigid, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Brother Jiang, you. Silence. Jiang Heng's voice echoed in his ear. In the next moment, he extended another hand, reaching toward Gu Qinglian's dantian with a deliberate grasp. Buzz. Gu Qinglian's body trembled violently. He sensed the imperial weapon, the chaotic azure lotus, which he had nurtured within his qi, emit a mournful cry before it was uncontrollably wrenched from his body by an insurmountable force. No. Gu Qinglian's eyes widened in horror, letting out a desperate roar. Whoosh. An azure light flashed, and a chaotic azure lotus, exuding an aura of chaos, appeared in Jiang Heng's grasp. He toyed with it nonchalantly, as if evaluating an ordinary trinket. A fine imperial weapon indeed. Now, it belongs to me. You wretch. How dare you? From deep within the sacred land, several terrifying presences surged into the sky. The three quasi-emperors, including Elder Qing Han, tore through the void and witnessed this scene, their hair standing on end, consumed by uncontainable fury. However, as they prepared to intervene, Jiang Heng merely cast a fleeting glance at them. The figures of the three elders instantly froze mid-air, like insects encased in amber, utterly immobile. Their faces were etched with disbelief. Just a single glance had subdued three quasi-emperors? In an instant, silence enveloped the area. All disciples and elders of the Qingyun sacred land stood in stunned silence, rendered motionless by this paradigm-shifting spectacle. What do you intend to do? Gu Qinglian's voice, twisted by overwhelming anger and fear, trembled. I have no particular intentions, Jiang Heng replied, still holding the chaotic azure lotus, his other hand resting upon Gu Qinglian's shoulder. I merely observed your exuberance and incessant scheming. Therefore, I deemed it necessary to provide you with a tranquil space for introspection. As he spoke, Jiang Heng raised his other hand and lightly swiped at the void. Sizzle. The space was effortlessly torn apart. On the other side of the rift lay not an endless void of chaotic currents, but a dim, damp, and foul-smelling confined space. It was the deepest recess of the Tianzun's sacred land's prison, designated for the disposal of filth, a latrine. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Qinglian's mind went blank. He envisioned countless methods that Jiang Heng might employ against him: suppression, the crippling of his cultivation, or even outright murder. Yet he never anticipated such an extreme humiliation. No, Brother Jiang, I was wrong. The imperial weapon is yours. Please spare me. Gu Qinglian thrashed frantically, his handsome features paling with terror. Having always cherished cleanliness, the thought of being confined in such a place felt worse than death itself. However, Jiang Heng had no intention of sparing him. With a gentle pat, seals composed of primordial energy surged into Gu Qinglian's body, sealing him completely from soul to flesh. Then, as if discarding refuse, Jiang Heng casually tossed him into the rift. Plop! A light sound echoed from the other side of the rift. Jiang Heng smoothed over the spatial tear, and after completing this deed, he turned to regard the three elders, who remained frozen in place, their faces ashen. His voice resonated throughout the Tianzun sacred land. I have sealed him within. The duration is 5,000 years. Should you dare to release him prematurely, Jiang Heng paused, his tone calm, yet laced with unmistakable menace. I would not hesitate to raze your Tianzun sacred land to the ground. As his words fell, the oppressive aura surrounding the three elders abruptly dissipated. They stumbled, nearly tumbling from the air, gasping for breath, their gazes towards Jiang Heng filled with abject terror. Jiang Heng chose to ignore them. He weighed the chaotic azure lotus in his hand, turned, and with a single step, his figure vanished into the horizon, leaving behind a profound silence within the Tianzun sacred land. After a lengthy pause, Elder Qinghun finally managed to utter a few words through gritted teeth. This is too much. Such tyranny. Yet he could only seethe in impotent rage. Resistance? What could they possibly use to resist? With just a single finger, he could crush them all. Ultimately, the three elders exchanged glances, each finding in the other's eyes a deep sense of helplessness. They could only swallow their grievances, bloodied though their mouths might be. Chapter 245, New Bonds. Qian Yuxing meets an old acquaintance. After dealing with the Tianzun sacred land, Jiang Heng did not pause in his endeavors. He commenced a series of visits, one household after another. His next destination, the Buddhist sect. Before Jiang Heng could utter a word, the abbot of the sect joined his hands in a gesture of reverence, a countenance brimming with benevolence, presenting him with a resplendent golden demon-slaying pestle and a storage ring. Amitabha, benefactor, you share a fateful connection with our Buddha. This is a divine weapon of our sect, bestowed upon you today to forge a virtuous bond. The ring also contained a portion of our sect's foundational essence, a token of goodwill. We hope you will not decline. The sincerity on his face was such that it seemed Jiang Heng was not there to collect debts, but rather to deliver salvation as a living bodhisattva. Jiang Heng accepted it with an impassive expression. The next stop was the Wuji sacred land. Upon catching sight of Jiang Heng from afar, the ancestral emperor of Wuji rushed out to greet him with utmost respect. Fellow Taoist, Jiang Taoist, allow me to explain. It was all a misunderstanding. We too were misled. Before he could finish, the current sect master of Wuji presented a revered imperial weapon, the Wuji diagram, with great deference. This is our sacred land's imperial weapon. Presented to you, esteemed senior. Additionally, he offered 50% of the sect's resources, hoping that the senior would graciously accept. Following this were the ancient sacred land, the Yaoqi sacred land, and the Taichu sacred land. Jiang Heng's journey was remarkably smooth. These once lofty and detached immortal legacies seemed to have conspired together. Before Jiang Heng even reached their mountain gates, they proactively packaged their imperial weapons and vast resources, presenting them with both hands. Their attitudes grew increasingly sincere, their postures increasingly humble, as if fearing Jiang Heng might refuse. It left Jiang Heng feeling somewhat bashful. He had initially prepared several arguments to engage in earnest discourse with them, yet he found none necessary. Especially at the last stop, the Heavenly God Palace. The Heavenly Emperor, Liang, was excessively enthusiastic. Not only did he voluntarily hand over the imperial weapon, the Heavenly God Spear, but he also generously offered a genuine Heavenly Emperor weapon and a staggering 80% of the sect's resources. Jiang Taoist, a mere token of respect, please accept it. Liang beamed like a blooming flower. To us, you are akin to a reborn parent. Henceforth, should there be any task, The Heavenly God Palace shall not hesitate to plunge into fire and water. This display left Jiang Heng utterly bewildered. Gifts accompanied by bonuses? He glanced through the eye of the Dao. Status, extremely friendly. Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow. Intriguing. Nevertheless, he was not one to turn down treasures. Since they were so accommodating, he saw no reason to delve deeper. He accepted everything without reservation. Although the resources, aside from the Imperial weapons, held little value for him, they would significantly bolster the fledgling Heavenly Thief Alliance, elevating its foundation several levels in a short span. Ultimately, Jiang Heng arrived at the final stop of this expedition, the mysterious Sacred Land. However, as he stepped into the domain of the mysterious Sacred Land, a long-awaited system notification rang out in his mind without warning. Ding! Detected a colorful bond target, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Target bond, transforming stone into gold. Bond description: upon activation, the target, Xianxiaaudiobooks, gains the ability to transform stone into gold. Host benefits: gain the ability to turn waste into treasure, allowing any item to be randomly upgraded in grade or attribute, or transformed into another item of equal value. Jiang Heng's footsteps faltered slightly. His gaze instinctively swept over the pile of resources in his storage space, resembling a small mountain, along with the recently acquired Imperial and Heavenly Emperor weapons. Turning waste into treasure? How fortuitous. It was as if a pillow had been presented to him just as he was about to doze off. Jiang Heng's eyes sparkled with newfound interest. He no longer rushed to the mysterious Sacred Land. Instead, with a thought, he followed the system's guidance and altered his direction. Moments later, he found himself standing before the opulent and grand entrance of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The four golden characters, swirling like dragons and phoenixes, proclaimed its substantial wealth. At the entrance, a somewhat portly familiar figure stood quietly. He appeared to be around 20, a blissful and content smile adorning his face. In his arms, he cradled a swaddled infant. The child, a tiny girl barely a month old, slept soundly. The man gazed down at the infant, his expression overflowing with paternal affection. The system's indicator pointed directly at the baby in his arms. Xianxiaaudiobooks. Jiang Heng's gaze settled on the man's face. The features were somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he unearthed a name from the recesses of his memory. Xianxiaaudiobooks. Wasn't he the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce whom he met upon arriving in Zhongzhou? An old acquaintance. It seemed that Xianxiaaudiobooks sensed Jiang Heng's gaze, for he instinctively lifted his head to look in this direction. Initially, his eyes reflected confusion, but when he recognized Jiang Heng's unremarkable yet deeply etched face, he was suddenly struck. His expression transformed from puzzlement to profound joy and disbelief. Jiang Senior, Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Chapter 246, Activation of the Bond. Almost instinctively, Xianxiaaudiobooks sought to lower the precious child in his arms and kneel in reverence to the figure before him. His breath hitched for a moment, and his mind struggled to process the sudden and astonishing surprise. Yet his body reacted instinctively. However, just as his knees buckled, an irresistible yet gentle force steadied his descending form. Jiang Heng's gaze remained calm, with a hint of a smile as it fell upon him. So soon you have your own flesh and blood? His voice was soft, his attention gradually shifting from Xianxiaaudiobooks' flushed face to the swaddled infant in his arms. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks seemed to awaken from his astonishment, an indescribable wave of happiness washing over him. He rubbed the back of his head, which felt slightly warm. His honest grin tinged with a hint of trepidation. Senior jested. I had already wed prior to our acquaintance. This is my daughter, just a month old, named Yuxing. As he spoke of his daughter, pride and tenderness surged in Xianxiaaudiobooks' voice. He carefully lifted the swaddled infant slightly higher, as if to showcase his most treasured possession. I was just about to take Yuxing for a stroll in the sun when, unexpectedly, I encountered you here, Senior. This truly is. Xianxiaaudiobooks' words brimmed with barely contained joy, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. Jiang Heng gently nodded, his gaze shifting from the slumbering child to the magnificent chamber behind Xianxiaaudiobooks, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The four gilded characters shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is thriving, having made its way to this ethereal city. Jiang Heng's tone remained unperturbed, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet, it was this seemingly bland statement that prompted Xianxiaaudiobooks to scratch his head once more, his smile widening to a radiant glow, imbued with a hint of reverent gratitude. All of this is a boon from my predecessor. Years ago, you, esteemed elder, left behind the title of guest elder at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. In the past, those formidable powers that eyed our merchant association with avarice, eager to exploit us, now greet us with smiles, eagerly seeking collaboration, utterly daunted. This is what has allowed the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to flourish so smoothly, paving the way to even establish a branch in this ethereal city. Each word he uttered resonated with sincerity. Jiang Heng's status as a guest elder served as an invisible sword, hovering over the heads of all petty villains. A golden signboard suppressing all covetous intentions. The worth of this signboard far exceeds the total wealth of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Heng offered no comment, merely nodding slightly, his gaze returning to Qian Yuxing. The infant was soundly asleep, her small lips slightly puckered, her delicate face flushed like a piece of jade, with long eyelashes resembling tiny brushes, quietly resting. His gaze seemed to pierce through the swaddling, discerning the innermost essence of her roots and fortune. The entire bustling marketplace appeared to fall silent in that moment. Qian Duoduo could even hear his own heart racing due to nervousness. At last, Jiang Heng spoke in a calm manner. Your daughter possesses commendable roots. Qian Duoduo was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. Jiang Heng's next words resounded in his mind like a divine proclamation. I wish to take her as my disciple. Qian Duoduo felt as if he had been struck motionless. His mind buzzed blank. In his arms lay his own flesh and blood, yet at that moment, he felt no weight. All his thoughts were consumed by those simple 6 words. Elder Jiang wishes to take Yuxing as a disciple? Who is Elder Jiang? He is the foremost figure of this era, capable of effortlessly suppressing quasi-emperors, commanding respect from all immortal legacies. A myth among myths, a legend among legends. How could he possibly want to take his daughter as a disciple? What an extraordinary stroke of fortune this is. What blessings has the Qian family accumulated over generations? Even if one were to excavate their ancestral grave and seek out a better feng shui site, they could not hope for even a fraction of this possibility. A wave of ecstatic warmth surged to his head, rendering him slightly dizzy. Elder, is this truly so? His voice trembled violently with overwhelming excitement. Jiang Heng calmly nodded, affirming the statement. When she reaches the age of cultivation, I shall teach her. Once again reassured, Qian Duoduo could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes instantly welled with tears, not from sorrow, but from an overwhelming joy. Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you for your gracious bestowal. He clutched Qian Yuxing tightly, bowing fervently to Jiang Heng. Were it not for the gentle force that supported him, he would have already prostrated himself on the ground in gratitude. Jiang Heng observed his reaction with an unchanged expression. Everything had unfolded as he had anticipated. With a casual flick of his right hand, a glimmer appeared from his storage ring, revealing a stone that emanated a soft, ethereal glow, which he had acquired from a sacred site, the purifying soul stone. This stone, when worn long-term, nourishes the spirit and dispels inner demons. With a light flick of his finger, a trace of primordial power quietly overflowed. The hard purifying soul stone morphed beneath his fingertips as if it were dough, with impurities instantly refined and eliminated, ultimately transforming into a warm, translucent jade pendant. The pendant was flawless, within which flowed a shimmering light, with an ancient and mysterious character for Jiang forming on its surface. He handed the pendant to Qian Duoduo. This pendant can nourish her spirit. When she reaches the age of cultivation, bring this pendant to find me. Qian Duoduo's hands trembled, exerting every ounce of strength to securely grasp the pendant. Yes, esteemed elder, I shall remember. He cautiously placed the pendant beside his daughter in the swaddling. Perhaps sensing the gentle aura emanating from the pendant, the sleeping infant stirred unconsciously. Her delicate little hand brushed against the pendant. Buzz. The ancient character on the pendant flickered to life with a barely perceptible glow. Almost simultaneously, a system notification resonated in Jiang Heng's mind. Detection of colored bond target. Qian Yuxing. Bond activated. Transmute waste into treasure. Bond description. Upon activation, the target, Qian Yuxing, gains the ability to transmute waste into treasure. Host benefits. Acquires the ability to turn waste into treasure. Transmute waste into treasure can randomly enhance the grade, attributes, or transform any item into another of equal value. A faint smile finally graced Jiang Heng's lips. It worked. He cast one last glance at Qian Duoduo, who was still lost in immense joy, and then at the peacefully sleeping Qian Yuxing. Very well. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. No sooner had he spoken, than he turned on his heel, without pausing for any further moment. His figure vanished like ink dissolving in water, silently blending into the ceaseless throng before the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Qian Duoduo stood rooted to the spot. It was not until Jiang Heng's presence and aura had completely dissipated that he slowly emerged from the surreal dream he had been immersed in. He looked down, his gaze fixed upon the warm jade pendant beside his daughter, his eyes brimming with excitement and joy that seemed almost tangible. Elder Jiang has truly taken Yuxing as his disciple. What an extraordinary twist of fate. Yuxing's future, no, the entire Qian family's future, shall now embark upon an unimaginably bright path. He held his daughter tightly, his heart surging with uncontainable emotion. Chapter 247. Transmute Waste into Treasure. Jiang Heng's figure reappeared, and the surrounding scenery had completely transformed. The parched earth, sparse bizarre rocks, and the occasional twisted dead tree exuded an air of desolation. Here, the spiritual energy was thin, devoid of vitality, an ideal refuge far removed from the clamor of the world, perfectly suited for his current experiment. With a flicker of thought, Jiang Heng summoned the newly acquired ability, transmute waste into treasure. He raised his hand, and an object materialized from thin air in his palm. The demon-slaying pestle borrowed from the Buddhist sect. The light of Buddha was restrained, the golden radiance subdued. The pestle's body was inscribed with ancient Sanskrit, exuding a sense of solemnity and stability. Then, Jiang Heng exhaled lightly into his palm, a barely perceptible stream of primordial power trickling from his fingertips, seeping into the core of the pestle. Simultaneously, a thought crystallized in his mind, the command manifesting deep within his consciousness. Transmute waste into treasure. In an instant, the demon-slaying pestle emitted a low, resonant hum. A pure and profound light erupted from within the pestle, instantly coalescing into a cocoon of light, enveloping it entirely. Within the light sphere, the Sanskrit inscriptions on the pestle appeared to come alive. They were no longer mere static engravings, but pulsating, bubbling, and flowing as if they were sentient beings. The ancient laws are inscribed in light, interwoven, restructured, and subsequently sublimated, emanating a formidable aura that surpasses its original rank. In the desolate valley surrounding, the already scant spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly finds an outlet, drawn by an invisible force. The air emits a sharp howl, forming a visible gray vortex that madly rushes into the cocoon of light. The entire valley trembles slightly in the throes of this surging energy wave. Jiang Heng quietly perceives. His consciousness flows like an intangible tide, instantly permeating every inch of the cocoon of light, keenly capturing every subtle change occurring within the demon-slaying rod. The originally pure Buddhist principles are refined and purified, merging seamlessly with his all-encompassing primordial power, giving birth to a more domineering and primal mystery. The barriers of rank are slowly being shattered. Time seems to stretch infinitely, yet it also feels like a mere fleeting moment. When the spiritual energy of heaven and earth ceases to converge, the blinding radiance abruptly retracts, and all returns to tranquility. Jiang Heng gazes at the object in his palm. The demon-slaying rod remains unchanged in form, yet its aura has been utterly renewed. It has shed its original golden sheen, becoming more restrained and profound, now displaying a deep bronze hue. The Sanskrit inscriptions upon it have grown even more archaic and esoteric. The pressure it exudes far exceeds that of before. By a factor of 10, Jiang Heng can distinctly sense a nearly boundless aura of law circulating within, ceaseless and vibrant. This is no ordinary imperial weapon. Despite having anticipated this outcome, Jiang Heng still feels a wave of satisfaction. His gaze involuntarily shifts to his storage space. There, a mountain of resources lies quietly, alongside several imperial weapons confiscated from various holy lands. Each imperial weapon was once a treasured heirloom of an immortal lineage, representing profound heritage. Now, this heritage will serve as the raw material for his transformation of waste into treasure. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Heng retrieves the remaining 8 imperial weapons from his storage space, one after another. The Wujatu, the chaotic azure lotus, the celestial goddess halberd, all of them, like clay sculptures, are restructured and sublimated under the impetus of Jiang Heng's primordial power, cloaked in mysterious radiance. The light rises and retracts, the pressure fluctuating in a dynamic interplay. Jiang Heng sits at the center of the valley, his figure motionless, his primordial power vast and boundless. As if an inexhaustible spring supports this nearly infinite transformation. In the brief span of an hour, the 12 imperial weapons undergo a complete metamorphosis. When the last wisp of light dissipates, Jiang Heng's storage space is suddenly enriched with 9 authentic celestial emperor weapons. Each radiates an immortal brilliance, exuding an aura that evokes trepidation. With the transformation of the imperial weapons complete, Jiang Heng's gaze returns to the towering pile of cultivation resources. Spirit stones, spiritual herbs, ores, an astonishing variety in staggering quantities. Yet, for Jiang Heng, these ordinary resources hold little utility. What he truly requires are higher-grade divine sources, immortal elixirs, or other items of greater value. Proceeding forth, Jiang Heng internally commands. A torrent of spirit stones cascades forth like a river, instantly cloaked in waves of arcane light, undergoing random transformations. With a resounding crash, the light dissipates, and the original spirit stones have vanished. In their place, crystalline divine sources emerge. Clusters of spiritual herbs also transform into immortal elixirs exuding the essence of time. Even some ordinary refining materials, once transformed, become rare celestial gold or materials imbued with unique properties. The entire desolate valley seems to have morphed into Jiang Heng's personal treasure refining furnace. He sits calmly at the center, his expression serene, continuously gesturing, transforming, and transforming again. His primordial power is vast and boundless, impervious to depletion. It is unclear how much time has passed, but when the final batch of resources is transformed, Jiang Heng slowly opens his eyes. His storage space has undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. The once towering heaps of clutter have been entirely replaced by countless divine sources, a plethora of immortal elixirs, and an assortment of exceedingly rare refining materials. This wealth would drive any immortal lineage to madness. Jiang Heng, feeling the surging energy within his storage space, is filled with satisfaction. The thrill of limitless acquisition is indeed delightful. Rising to his feet, he stretches leisurely, his mood exceedingly buoyant. With the experiment concluded, it is time to pay a visit to the mysterious Holy Land. Jiang Heng's gaze turns toward the horizon, where the last rays of the setting sun gradually fade. In that moment, his figure vanishes within the valley. Chapter 248, The Holy Master of the Heavenly Wasteland Continent, Gu Yunxi. Meanwhile, within the mysterious Holy Land, inside the main hall of the sect, the atmosphere is as oppressive as if frozen in glacial ice. At the apex of the hall sits the Star Moon Empress, adorned in moon-white palace garments, her beauty unparalleled, yet her once mighty phoenix eyes now betray a hint of unmistakable exhaustion and gravity. Below her, several venerable elders with white hair and beards stand in perfect alignment on either side. They are the most ancient heritage of the mysterious Holy Land, each one an elder of quasi-emperor stature whose very presence could cause a star domain to tremble. Yet now, these once mighty ancestors hang their heads, their expressions bleak, resembling prisoners awaiting their sentence. In the center of the hall, a time-worn jade ruby floats silently. The jade ruby, crystalline and radiant, exudes a faint imperial aura, representing one of the mysterious Holy Land's treasured imperial artifacts, the Heavenly Heart Ruby. Beside it lies a jade slip radiating spatial fluctuations. Within this jade slip is a record of over half of the mysterious Holy Land's resources: spiritual veins, mines, divine herb gardens, and scripture pavilions, virtually exhausting the accumulated wealth of the sect over several epochs. This is the price they have prepared for the imminent arrival of Jiang Heng, a cost that could cripple any immortal lineage, perhaps even leave it in ruins. According to intelligence received from other Holy Lands, Jiang Heng's final destination on his reckoning journey is their mysterious Holy Land. Yet, time trickles by. The ambience within the hall grows increasingly oppressive. Logically, given Jiang Heng's speed, he should have arrived long ago. Finally, a quasi-emperor elder can no longer bear the suffocating silence, breaking it with a hoarse, dry voice. His words encapsulate the doubts and torment in everyone's hearts. Waiting can sometimes be more agonizing than facing the outcome directly. The Star Moon Empress remains silent, her fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest of her throne. She too is waiting. But she knows better than anyone that a late arrival does not signify a change in fortune. He may simply be delayed on the road. Regardless of the scenario, the conclusion for the mysterious Holy Land remains unchanged. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoes from outside the hall. A disciple tasked with delivering messages rushes in, his face a blend of panic and excitement, reporting to the Empress. In an instant, all eyes in the hall converge upon this disciple. Several quasi-emperor elders instinctively straighten their stooped backs. Has he arrived? Has he finally come? Is young Master Jiang here? The voice of the Star Moon Empress resonated, still as frigid as ever, yet tinged with an imperceptible tension. The disciple, panting heavily, fervently shook his head. No, it is not him. The atmosphere within the grand hall instantly felt as if it had solidified further. The flickering glimmers of hope that had ignited in the eyes of several venerable ancestors were abruptly extinguished, plunging the room back into a profound silence. Report to the Empress. It is the Holy Master Gu Yunxi from the branch of the Heavenly Wasteland Continent. The disciple hastily added. She claims there is an urgent matter of utmost importance that necessitates an immediate audience with your highness. The Heavenly Wasteland Continent branch? Gu Yunxi? The Star Moon Empress furrowed her brows slightly. What place was that? The name bore no recognition in her mind, merely the head of a remote branch. What pressing matters could arise at such a crucial juncture? Her mind was far too preoccupied to deal with trivial sect affairs. Let us discuss this later, she said, waving her hand impatiently. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Have her wait in the side hall. Yes. The disciple dared not defy her and prepared to withdraw. Yet, as he turned, it seemed a thought struck him, and he abruptly halted, quickly adding, report to the Empress. That Holy Master Gu said. She has a way to absolve our Miao Miao holy land from this loss. Upon utterance of these words, the grand hall fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was taken aback, including the several ancestors whose spirits had been ashen, now lifting their heads in unison, their murky eyes igniting with incredulity. To absolve this loss? What does that imply? Does it mean we need not surrender the imperial weapon? That we need not part with 50% of our resources? What absurdity! How could that be possible? That is Jiang Heng, an unparalleled existence who dominates the realm, capable of extinguishing even immortal legacies with a mere thought. Who would dare to defy the rules he has set? Who could alter them? A mere holy master from a small branch dares to utter such bold claims? A flicker of tumult finally stirred within the cold depths of the Star Moon Empress's gaze. She fixed her piercing eyes on the disciple. Oh, bring her here. Yes. The disciple felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, scrambling out of the hall. Once more, silence enveloped the grand hall, yet this time, the stillness bore a distinct nuance. It was laced with skepticism and absurdity, but deeper still, a forcibly suppressed yet undeniable glimmer of hope began to emerge. Even if this hope appeared so feeble and ludicrous to one who is drowning, even a single straw would be clutched at desperately. After all, the cost of an imperial weapon and 50% of sect resources was far too great, enough to leave the Miao Miao Holy Land gravely weakened, unable to recover throughout an entire era. If there truly existed a means to absolve such loss. Before long, the disciple returned with a figure in tow. The newcomer was a woman, clad in simple yet elegant green attire, her figure graceful and her visage strikingly beautiful. In the presence of such esteemed figures and the oppressive atmosphere, though a trace of anxiety marred her expression, it was overshadowed by a resolute determination akin to a ship setting sail into the storm. She approached the center of the grand hall, bowing respectfully before the Star Moon Empress. Disciple Gu Yunxi pays her respects to the Empress and the esteemed ancestors. The Empress's penetrating gaze rested upon her, as if seeking to peer into her very soul. I have heard that you possess a method to absolve this loss. Her voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. Is this true? And are you aware of the consequences should you deceive me? Should you deceive the entirety of the Miao Miao Holy Land? As the words fell, a palpable pressure befitting a quasi-emperor descended upon Gu Yunxi, akin to a collapsing sky. Her body trembled violently, her complexion paling instantaneously. Yet, she gritted her teeth, enduring the weight of this oppression, defiantly raising her head. I would not dare. Her voice quivered under the immense strain, yet her articulation remained remarkably clear. I do possess a means to absolve this loss. The Star Moon Empress gradually lifted the pressure, her scrutinizing gaze intensifying. Pray, enlighten us. Gu Yunxi drew in a deep breath, steadying her turbulent blood before resolutely speaking. In truth, the disciple is well acquainted with young Master Jiang. Well acquainted? The assembly stirred, brows furrowing deeper in skepticism. How could a holy master from the heavenly wasteland continent branch possibly have ties to such a figure? Yet, Gu Yunxi's next word struck like thunder, reverberating in the ears of all present. Long ago, in the heavenly wasteland, he owed us a promise. Chapter 249, The Promise of Yesteryear. A promise? The breath of everyone present stilled in that moment. The once dreary eyes of the quasi-emperor ancestors flickered with a newfound light. They gazed intently at the seemingly fragile figure in the center of the hall, as if attempting to discern her through and through. Could a promise from a remote continent sway the foremost figure of the age? The notion sounded more absurd than a tale spun from fantasy. The Star Moon Empress's fingers ceased their rhythmic tapping, her upper body leaning forward slightly, an invisible imperial might cloaking the hall anew. What promise? Her tone remained frigid, yet anyone could detect the extreme caution and a hint of an anxiety she herself had not recognized. On what grounds would he acquiesce? And why should you believe that the weight of this promise could offset an imperial weapon and 50% of sect resources? A barrage of inquiries pierced Gu Yunxi's spirit like ice picks. Drawing a deep breath, she forcibly quelled her racing heart and began to recount the long-buried tale. Reporting to the Empress, back in the days of the heavenly wasteland, when young Master Jiang had yet to make his name known across the world, our heavenly wasteland branch had some connections with him. She spoke succinctly, refraining from embellishment, merely stating facts, from their initial acquaintance to subsequent interactions. At that time, young Master Jiang had explicitly promised to fulfill a commitment within his means for our Miao Miao Holy Land's heavenly wasteland branch. This promise has remained unutilized. As Gu Yunxi's words concluded, silence once again engulfed the grand hall. A quasi-emperor ancestor spoke hoarsely, his voice cracking. Child, this is a different era. The man he was then is not the same as the one he is now. A casual promise. How dare you cling to it as the lifeline of our entire holy land? Indeed, another elder chimed in. This is far too perilous. What if? What if this act incites his wrath? The consequences would be unthinkable. At that point, the Miao Miao Holy Land might face losses far exceeding 50% of our resources. The atmosphere within the hall shifted from a glimmer of hope to deeper skepticism. This was a reckless gamble, with the stakes being the very future of the Miao Miao Holy Land, and the only wager, a promise of uncertain authenticity and weight. No, you do not understand him. Such a being, his words are akin to laws. His commitments carry the weight of heaven and earth. He may be too indolent to concern himself with trifles. Or perhaps he regards us as mere ants. Yet, he would never violate the promises he has spoken with his own lips. This is precisely the reason he has ascended to his current stature. How could one who can so easily forsake his own commitments hope to dominate the ages and become the foremost in the world? Each of her words resounded with conviction, imbued with an almost blind faith. This declaration left everyone in the hall momentarily stunned. Indeed, the mindset and vision of one who stands atop the multitude is beyond their comprehension. Perhaps, what they consider paramount, akin to life itself, pales in comparison to the preservation of a principle in the eyes of the other. The gaze of the Star Moon Imperial Maiden was fixated intently upon Gu Yunxi's countenance. She observed a face flushed with excitement, devoid of any semblance of deceit. Slowly, the Star Moon Imperial Maiden closed her eyes, her mind racing to weigh the pros and cons. After a considerable pause, she reopened her eyes, now resolute. Fixing her gaze upon Gu Yunxi, she spoke methodically. Very well. I shall trust you this once. Gu Yunxi, heed my words. Should this endeavor succeed, you shall be the next chosen saintess of the ethereal sacred land, with the resources of the sect at your disposal. And I shall personally safeguard your path. However, should you fail, she left the sentence hanging. But the chilling intent had already plunged the temperature of the grand hall to freezing depths. Gu Yunxi's body quivered slightly, yet she did not flinch, bowing deeply. The disciple is willing to stake her life as collateral. The moment her words fell, a voice, mundane and devoid of any forewarning, echoed within the majestic hall. Crystal clear, to every ear present. Oh, what do you intend to use as assurance? At that instant, all present in the hall, including the Star Moon Imperial Maiden and several quasi-emperor ancestors, were struck as if by lightning, their bodies rigid with shock. He has arrived. When did he come? Why was there no forewarning? The assembly, filled with astonishment, turned toward the source of the voice. There, at the entrance of the hall, stood a young figure. Having materialized unbeknownst to them, clad in white, he stood with hands clasped behind his back, his expression tranquil as though merely a traveler passing through. Yet, simply by his presence, an intangible aura rendered the entire realm mute, suffocating the breath of all quasi-emperor ancestors. In the very center of the hall, the imperial weapon, the heavenly heart Rui, symbolizing the depth of the ethereal sacred land, emitted a series of mournful wails, its imperial might dim to a shadow of its former glory. Jiang Heng, he has indeed come. Gu Yunxi abruptly lifted her head. Upon recognizing that familiar yet strange visage, her heart raced as if it would leap from her chest. The Star Moon Imperial Maiden and several ancestors turned pale, wishing to pay their respects, only to find their bodies frozen, unable to even twitch a finger beneath his overwhelming aura. Jiang Heng's gaze swept over the assembly, ultimately landing upon the suspended imperial weapon and jade slip. It appears you are prepared. A deathly silence enveloped the hall. No one dared to respond. In this suffocating atmosphere, Gu Yunxi gritted her teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to rise from the ground. She met Jiang Heng's gaze. Step by step, advancing to the center of the hall. Every heart present felt as though it were lodged in their throats. Jiang, young master. Gu Yunxi's voice trembled violently. At last, Jiang Heng's attention shifted from the imperial weapon to her, his brow imperceptibly arching. Somewhat familiar. I feel as though I have seen you before. Gu Yunxi, bolstered by newfound courage, bowed deeply once more. Yunxi dares to invoke the promise you made on the Tianqiong continent. The moment the words left her lips, a flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Heng's eyes. Tianqiong continent? A promise? He instantly recalled. No wonder she seemed familiar, for she was none other than the saintess of the ethereal sacred land from the Tianqiong continent. Jiang Heng regarded her calmly, inquiring, Are you certain you wish to invoke that promise here? This promise, if called upon in the future, would far outweigh the resources available at present. Without a trace of hesitation, Gu Yunxi nodded vigorously. I am certain. I beseech you, young Master Jiang, in light of the promise made years ago, to spare my ethereal sacred land from this punishment. She bowed deeply once more. In that moment, a pin drop could be heard in the hall. The Star Moon Imperial Maiden and several ancestors held their breath. Jiang Heng gazed at the prostrate Gu Yunxi, pondering in silence. He indeed had made that promise. To keep one's word is one of the few principles he adheres to. Furthermore, after the experience of transforming waste into treasure, The allure of these so-called sect resources had significantly diminished for him. Jiang Heng studied Gu Yunxi for a moment longer, then cast a glance at the tense and contorted faces of the ethereal sacred land members behind her. He shook his head slightly, then uttered a single word. However, as the words fell, Jiang Heng made no further delay. He turned and stepped away, his figure dissipating like ink dissolving in water, vanishing silently at the grand hall's entrance. As though he had never existed. Only the assembly remained, frozen in place. Chapter 250, Set a Good Date, announced to the world. Upon returning to the Thieving Heaven Alliance, Jiang Heng felt quite pleased. Several celestial weapons, along with a vast trove of divine essence and immortal elixirs, constituted a bountiful harvest. As he materialized in the plaza of the Thieving Heaven Alliance headquarters, a voice filled with joy reached his ears. Jiuyu, look, Jiang Xiaoyu has returned. Jiang Heng glanced up to see Su Jiuyu supporting her mother, Su Yuyao, as they strolled along the pathway at the edge of the plaza, seemingly introducing her mother to everything within the Thieving Heaven Alliance. Hearing the call, Su Jiuyu turned to look. The moment her gaze met Jiang Heng's, the initially distant glimmer in her phoenix eyes melted into warmth. She released her hold on her mother and almost sprinted toward him, naturally looping her arm through his. My lord, you have returned. Her voice was soft and melodic, brimming with affection. Jiang Heng nodded gently. At that moment, Su Yuyao approached with a beaming smile. Her eyes roamed over Jiang Heng, filled with the satisfaction and tenderness of a mother-in-law surveying her son-in-law. Jiang Xiaoyu, we owe you a great debt of gratitude this time. If it were not for you, our Spirit Fox clan. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. You flatter me, auntie, Jiang Heng replied nonchalantly. Yet Su Yuyao shook her head vigorously, extending her hand to grasp Jiang Heng's other hand, then pulling Su Jiuyu's hand over to tightly stack their hands together. No, you must accept this gratitude. Our Spirit Fox clan's resurgence owes much to your efforts. This kindness will be etched in our hearts forever. Su Yuyao beamed at the sight of the two, a perfect match, as her smile grew even brighter. She then shifted the topic. Now, Jiuyu has finally fulfilled her wish, and our Spirit Fox clan has been preserved. It is high time we brought forth another matter. Su Jiuyu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her mother in bewilderment. Mother, what is it? Su Yuyao's smile intensified, brimming with eagerness and a hint of impatience. It is, of course, the matter of your marriage. She gently patted the backs of their intertwined hands, her tone leaving no room for dissent. You see, it is a classic tale of mutual affection between a gentleman and a lady, and after enduring so many trials to finally come together. It is only fitting that you wed soon and formalize this monumental union. At this, Su Jiyue's delicate face flushed a deep crimson. The heat surged from her neck to the crown of her head, causing the regal demeanor she had so carefully maintained to vanish in an instant. She instinctively stole a glance at Jiang Heng, only to find him expressionless, gazing straight ahead, revealing neither joy nor anger. Her heart raced wildly, a tumult of nervousness and anticipation. Jiang Heng was indeed impassive, yet within him, a storm of thoughts raged. Marriage? Had it escalated to this stage so quickly? He felt as though he had merely taken a stroll, and now he was expected to become a father? Mother, what are you saying? Su Jiyue was so overwhelmed with embarrassment that she wished to vanish into the ground. She stamped her foot in an attempt to withdraw her hand. But Su Yueyao held it firmly. What is there to be shy about? Su Yueyao chided playfully, her gaze fierce yet affectionate. It is only natural for a man to marry and a woman to wed. Besides, look at Jiang Xiaoyu. He has not objected. With that, both their eyes turned to Jiang Heng. Su Jiyue held her breath, her sparkling eyes filled with hope and trepidation. Observing the fervent gaze of Su Yueyao and the glimmer of expectation in Su Jiyue's eyes, Jiang Heng understood that this marriage would inevitably come to pass. Since Su Jiyue's mother had broached the subject, he might as well acquiesce. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Excellent. Wonderful. Su Yueyao clapped her hands, overwhelmed with joy. It is settled then. Jiang Xiaoyu has agreed. We shall select a propitious date and finalize this marriage. Mother, Su Jiyue wished to voice her thoughts. But upon glimpsing Jiang Heng's profile, all her bashful words lodged in her throat. My lord has consented. This is truly splendid. At that moment, the love she had suppressed for 9 lifetimes, the ecstatic joy of reclaiming what she had lost, and an unquenchable possessiveness surged forth, obliterating her shyness. The timid demeanor she had donned vanished, replaced by an unprecedented determination and resolve. She intended to declare to the world that Jiang Heng belonged solely to her. Su Jiyue. Rest assured, mother. Su Jiyue's voice transformed, becoming calm yet resolute. She clasped Jiang Heng's hand tightly, their fingers interlocking. Then, turning to her mother, who wore a look of satisfaction, she beamed confidently. This matter shall be handled by your daughter. No sooner had the words left her lips than she stepped forward. The supreme aura of an empress erupting from her being, sweeping across the realm. The entire Thief Alliance, no, the entire world, seemed to freeze in that instant. The wind stilled, the clouds dispersed. All creation fell silent. The great Dao bowed in submission. Su Jiyue slowly raised her right hand, her slender, fair fingers gently pointing into the void. A resonant hum echoed as the imperial laws surged from within her, golden brilliance illuminating the heavens above. Mysterious and profound chains of divine laws intertwined before her like living entities, coalescing. An aura so terrifying that even quasi-emperors would tremble pervaded the atmosphere. Under the astonished gazes of Su Yueyao and the entire Thief Alliance, a golden decree infused with Su Jiyue's essence materialized out of thin air. Ancient characters of unparalleled authority were etched into the void. I, Su Jiyue, shall, in 3 months' time, wed my one true love, Jiang Heng. And I hereby announce this to all, inviting your congratulations. Each word was a gem, resonating with the weight of an unassailable will. As the final word fell, the golden decree abruptly shattered, erupting into countless golden motes of light that could not be perceived by the naked eye, instantly tearing through layers of space, piercing the boundless void, and reaching every corner of the central continent. Across the central continent, at nearly the same moment, the Buddhist sect, the infinite sacred land, the celestial divine hall, and all the great sacred lands that had just been assessed by Jiang Heng and were in disarray over their losses, simultaneously received this imperial decree. At this moment, their emotions were a tumult of complexity. One Jiang Heng had already brought them to the brink of ruin. Now, they were faced with a bona fide emperor, just recently acknowledged by the heavens. And these two were to become partners in the Tao? How could they possibly endure such an overwhelming turn of events? Yet, no one dared voice a word of dissent, nor did anyone dare to disobey. All they could do was prepare an even more extravagant gift than before. In the plaza of the Thief Alliance, as the decree spread throughout the world, the immense imperial might gradually dissipated. Su Jiyue transformed back into the charming woman she was, turning to face Jiang Heng. Her beautiful visage radiant with anticipation and a hint of subtle possessiveness shining in her enchanting eyes. My lord, she stood on tiptoe, whispering in his ear. Are you satisfied with this betrothal gift? Chapter 251. The turmoil of the central continent, the intermediate quasi-emperor. Jiang Heng gazed at Su Jiyue, who stood on tiptoe, her breath fragrant like orchids, feeling the almost palpable possessiveness and anticipation in her words, rendering him momentarily speechless. This betrothal gift? It was far beyond mere satisfaction. It was as though the entire central continent was being roasted over an open flame. He could almost envision the ancient figures of the various immortal factions, who had just suffered great losses, pounding their chests in despair, only to be forced to muster smiles and prepare a congratulatory gift. Jiang Heng couldn't help but chuckle softly. However, this gentle sound ignited a spark in Su Jiyue's radiant eyes, making them shine like the brightest stars in the night sky. My lord likes it. That is all that matters, she declared, content, as she once again linked her arm with Jiang Heng's, pressing herself against him as if wishing to meld into his very being. Mother, did you hear that? Su Jiyue turned back to her still-stunned mother. Flashing a triumphant smile typical of a daughter, my lord has agreed. The rest will be handled by us. Su Yueyao, coming back to her senses from the overwhelming imperial presence of her daughter, beamed with joy. Wonderful, just as it should be. Yes, yes, leave it all to you too. I shall await the day I hold my grandchild. Meanwhile, at the infinite sacred land, in the innermost sanctum of the sect, several quasi-emperor ancestors, still reeling from the excruciating repercussions of Jiang Heng's reckoning, exchanged glances in a state of bewilderment. The atmosphere was eerily silent. After a lengthy pause, the Sword Emperor, positioned at the center of the group, slowly opened his eyes, shattering the stillness. Did you all receive the news? Indeed, a weary quasi-emperor replied. The great emperor of the Spirit Fox clan, Su Jiyue, is to wed Jiang Heng. Another silence ensued. The mere presence of Jiang Heng had already stripped them bare. And now, the emergence of a newly ascended emperor added to their woes. The prospect of these two joining as partners was almost unbearable. Prepare the congratulatory gifts, the Sword Emperor declared wearily, commanding the opening of the sect's treasury. But, Your Excellency, our resources have already been. Another quasi-emperor interjected, anguish evident on his face. Fool, the Sword Emperor rebuked, his voice resonating with authority. This is not merely a gift, it is a declaration. It signifies our utmost submission to the two of them, devoid of any rebellious intent. The value of this congratulatory gift must exceed our previous compensations. More, not less. Do you understand? Upon hearing these words, everyone in the hall gasped in shock. quickly replacing their expressions with resignation and sorrow. Indeed, presenting a gift of lesser value than the fines they had suffered would be utterly disgraceful. Understood, as per the ancestors' decree. A similar scene unfolded within the Buddhist sect. The Celestial Palace, and all the immortal legacies that Jiang Heng had touched, thus commenced an unprecedented congratulatory gift competition that swept across the entire central continent. All factions harbored a singular thought: to exhaust their fortunes to ensure the satisfaction of the two esteemed figures. In the mysterious sacred land, however, the atmosphere within the main hall was starkly different. The oppressive despair had long dissipated, replaced by a euphoric celebration of survival and inexplicable fervor. The Star Moon Empress sat regally, her gaze resting approvingly upon Gu Yunqi below. Gu Yunqi, present, master. Gu Yunqi stepped forward, bowing respectfully. You have performed admirably. The Star Moon Empress replied slowly. I shall fulfill my promise to you today. Henceforth, you shall be the new saintess of the mysterious sacred land, second only to me. All sect resources are at your disposal. Once this matter concludes, I shall personally guide you on your path to higher realms. Thank you for your cultivation, Empress. Gu Yunqi rejoiced, bowing again. Rise. The Star Moon Empress raised her hand. I now entrust you with an even more significant task. Please, Empress, instruct me. Open the treasury of the Cloud Peak Celestial Palace and retrieve our two treasured sect artifacts, the 9 Apertures Linglong Heart and the Taishu Immortal Garb. At the mention of these names, the quasi-emperor ancestors flanking the hall involuntarily twitched at the corners of their eyes. Those were their most prized possessions. Any one of them could cause chaos among the immortal legacies. Yet, at that moment, no one dared dissent. The Star Moon Empress continued. You shall personally lead the team to deliver these 2 treasures, along with other top-tier divine materials from the treasury, as gifts to the Thieving Alliance. Remember, we must express our sincerest respect with the highest standards of the mysterious sacred land. Understood. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the 10,000 Treasures Merchant Association, Qian Duo held a newly arrived gilded invitation with trembling excitement. It was the formal wedding invitation from the Thieving Alliance for Jiang Heng's nuptials. Quick, quick! Qian Duo shouted at his subordinates, spittle flying. Relay my orders. All branches. Every last one. Immediately. Bring the finest items from the vault to the headquarters. The wedding of Senior Jiang is an unprecedented event for our 10,000 Treasures Merchant Association. Anyone who dares to falter in this matter shall face my wrath. At that moment, the entire central continent was a tempest of activity. Within the Thieving Alliance, Jiang Heng was blissfully unaware of the chaos his wedding had incited outside. He was currently preparing to allocate half of his recent acquisitions to bolster the Alliance's foundation. With a casual wave of his hand, a dazzling light erupted in the plaza. Several weapons of varied forms, each exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance, materialized out of thin air. The celestial spear, the chaotic blue lotus, the demon-subduing pestle. Each item shimmered with an immortal glow, the engraved laws distorting the very fabric of space. These were genuine celestial emperor weapons. Even Su Jiyue's eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing their simultaneous appearance. However, this was merely the beginning. Jiang Heng waved his hand once more. With a resounding crash, a small mountain composed of countless translucent divine sources fell heavily into the plaza, saturating the air with an energy so rich that it caused the spiritual aura of the entire Thieving Alliance to surge tenfold. Following this, vast quantities of immortal medicinal herbs appeared, each exuding the scent of time itself, intoxicatingly fragrant, invigorating those who inhaled them. Su Jiyue stood in stunned silence. As the reincarnation of a 9-lifetime emperor, she had encountered countless treasures, even having ventured into the relics of ancient celestial emperors. Yet, the scene before her completely shattered her understanding. Celestial emperor weapons seemed as commonplace as cabbages, divine sources appeared as abundant as pebbles, and immortal medicinal herbs grew like weeds. Have you unearthed some ancient celestial emperor's treasury? She couldn't help but inquire, gazing at the composed Jiang Heng beside her. Jiang Heng glanced at her and slowly shook his head. Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, she ceased her inquiries. Instead, she stepped closer, gently wrapping her arms around his waist. Pressing her cheek against his chest, feeling an unprecedented sense of peace and sweetness. Her beloved was a man of countless secrets, but that was perfectly fine. As long as he was hers, it was enough. Let the Thieving Alliance have all of this, Jiang Heng said softly. Su Jiyue nodded, gathering all the resources he provided. With this foundation, the strength of the Thieving Alliance would experience a monumental leap in a remarkably short time. Time flew by, and soon the 3-month period drew near. The entire central continent was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng, at the eye of the storm, remained leisurely within his palace. Through the system, the cultivation returns from his disciples flowed into him continuously, akin to rivers converging into the sea. Finally, with just 3 days until the wedding, a terrifying aura momentarily surged from Jiang Heng's body, only to be perfectly contained without alarming anyone. At this moment, his cultivation had ascended from the initial to the intermediate quasi-emperor level. Jiang Heng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. As he felt the overwhelming primal force coursing through him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Chapter 252, The Wedding Approaches. In the course of this march, Su Jiyue fulfilled her promise, aiding the members of the Thieves' Alliance in reuniting with their beloved ones. There she stood before the alliance, her jade-like hand gently lifted. Instantly, every individual present felt an invisible, yet irresistible force drawing forth something from the depths of their being. It was the thread of causality, imprinted on their souls, binding them to departed friends and relatives. Buzz, an unparalleled power, belonging to the Emperor, erupted suddenly. The path of the Emperor transformed into countless golden threads, traversing the ethereal strands of causality, piercing through the void, transcending the barriers of the world, and directly delving into the unfathomable river of reincarnation. By my name, I decree your return. The voice, cold and authoritative, resonated through the void. In the next moment, within the main hall of the Thieves' Alliance, the space began to ripple as if disturbed by a gentle wave. One by one, the ethereal figures, some bewildered, others terrified, and many filled with confusion, were forcibly drawn from the ceaseless currents of reincarnation by those golden threads, slowly materializing before the onlookers. They were the long-lost parents, lovers, and dear friends of the members of the Alliance. Outside the hall, all the waiting members of the Thieves' Alliance stood frozen in place upon glimpsing those familiar, yet indistinct figures. Their minds went blank, quickly followed by uncontrollable tremors, overwhelming joy, and tears of ecstasy. Father, mother, a towering man, usually decisive in battle, wept like a child weighing 300 pounds, collapsing to the ground. Husband, a graceful female cultivator, clamped her mouth shut, yet could not contain the heart-wrenching sobs as she beheld the man who had perished in an attempt to save her. Is it really you, Adi? Cries of joy, cheers, and incredulous whispers filled the air. Su Jiyue remained composed, her fingertips lightly tapping once more. A torrent of vital energy and the principles of creation cascaded down, reshaping the ethereal souls, purging the useless impurities accumulated during their journey through reincarnation, preserving only the purest of memories. Thus, the hearts of the Thieves' Alliance were wholly united. The gazes directed at Su Jiyue transformed from mere reverence for their leader to a sincere and devout faith. As time flowed on, the day of the grand wedding arrived as scheduled. The entire headquarters of the Thieves' Alliance had been transformed into a celestial paradise. Ethereal lights swirled, and auspicious omens filled the air. Red silk and lanterns adorned the surroundings, crafted from the finest celestial silkworm threads and immortal wood, inscribed with festive patterns that radiated a gentle glow. The ground was laid with a crimson carpet, polished from stardust, extending from the mountain gate deep into the hall. Sparkling brilliantly, the air was suffused with an intoxicating fragrance, a result of the countless rare and wondrous flowers blossoming in abundance. The entire Thieves' Alliance had morphed into a vibrant sea of celebration. At this moment, deep within the Alliance, in a normally guarded chamber, a warm atmosphere enveloped the space. This was Su Jiyue's boudoir. Before a grand glass mirror, Su Jiyue sat quietly. Her mother, Su Yueyao, was delicately styling her cascading silvery tresses, inserting exquisitely crafted phoenix hairpins, adorned with intricate nine-tailed fox designs, into her hairdo. In the mirror reflected a visage of unparalleled beauty. Her skin was as pure as snow, untouched by dust, with brows resembling distant mountains shrouded in mist. Those normally imposing and aloof phoenix eyes were now veiled with a glimmer of shyness and anticipation, adding an enchanting allure to her presence. Su Yueyao gazed at her daughter in the mirror, her pride and satisfaction impossible to conceal. She set down the jade comb, resting her hands on her daughter's shoulders, and sincerely exclaimed, "Truly, my daughter is breathtakingly beautiful. That Jiang Heng lad is indeed fortunate. Seeing you like this, he must be utterly captivated. Mother." Instantly, a blush crept up Su Jiyue's neck, tinting her fair skin with a delicate rosy hue. Yet, upon hearing that Jiang Heng would be pleased, her momentary shyness transformed into boundless sweetness and joy. All right, I shan't tease you any longer," Su Yueyao said with a smile, shaking her head, her eyes brimming with maternal affection. She turned to retrieve a neatly folded wedding gown from a nearby rack. "Quick, try it on." Su Jiyue's gaze was instantly drawn to the wedding gown. It was an exquisitely lavish red bridal dress, woven from celestial silks, shimmering with subtle divine radiance. The hem, sleeves, and collar were embroidered with lifelike nine-tailed fox patterns and golden threads, each seeming almost alive as they sparkled under the light. The gown, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, perfectly melded nobility, mystery, and elegance, harmonizing flawlessly with Su Jiyue's essence. This was a wedding dress that Su Yueyao had painstakingly crafted for her daughter over 3 months. Meanwhile, in the chamber where Jiang Heng resided, he sat before a mirror. His figure clad in a white robe, his long hair casually cascading, embodying his usual nonchalance. "Master," a cool voice resonated from behind him. Li Linger approached, cradling a tray adorned with a set of intricate dark golden wedding attire, along with a matching crown and jade belt. She placed the tray down behind Jiang Heng and gently picked up a comb. "Master, today is your momentous day. You cannot remain so informal any longer." Her voice, soft yet authoritative, brooked no rebuttal. With that, Li Linger began to style Jiang Heng's hair with meticulous care. Strands of inky black hair flowed through her slender, fair fingers, becoming smooth and untangled. She gathered his hair and adorned him with the opulent dark golden crown. Next, she unfurled the wedding attire. The base color was a deep, stately black, intricately embroidered with dark golden threads depicting the essence of the myriad paths, celestial bodies, mountains, rivers, and seas woven into the fabric. "Master, please change your attire," Li Linger urged, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible delight. Jiang Heng, upon hearing her words, stood up, allowing his disciple to arrange him. He donned the wedding attire and fastened the jade belt. Once everything was in place, he glanced into the mirror once more. The reflection revealed him, his hair cascading like a waterfall, the golden crown atop his head accentuating his tall and noble stature, his appearance resembling that of a celestial being. His eyes, typically laced with a hint of laziness, now appeared profound as the night sky, radiating an air of indifference and authority that commanded reverence from all. Li Linger gazed at her master, momentarily entranced. Chapter 253. The arrival of all sects, the wedding day. The auspicious hour was approaching. Outside the mountain gate of the Thieves' Alliance, a throng of people surged, a cacophony of carriages and horses. No, to describe it as a sea of people was an understatement. It was an expansive ocean composed of various divine lights, treasure ships, and exotic beast mounts. All the forces of the central continent, known by name, whether righteous or sinister, whether concealed or overt, had gathered in attendance. An invisible yet heavy pressure enveloped this starry domain, causing all visiting powers to instinctively hold their breath. The sacred land of no limits, the Emperor of 10,000 swords has arrived. Gifts: 1 imperial weapon, the Tianqiong sword, 100 pounds of divine essence, 3 immortal elixirs. As the welcoming elder's voice resonated with fervor, a starship, enveloped in boundless sword chi, gracefully descended. The Sword Emperor, clad in white, personally disembarked from the vessel. Following him were several quasi-emperor ancestors, each struggling to carry a treasure chest, their faces contorted into expressions more painful than tears. Before presenting their offerings to the welcoming elder, this time, they had nearly exhausted the last remnants of their ancestral wealth. From the Buddhist sect, the unfeeling Buddha child has arrived. Before the echoes of their greeting faded, a myriad of golden rays illuminated the horizon. A colossal golden lotus flower broke through the clouds, radiating Buddhist light, while faint chants of sacred melodies could be heard. The unfeeling Buddha child donned a moon-white monk robe, his countenance dignified. Yet his smile bore an unmistakable sorrow. The involuntary twitch of the muscles at the corner of his eyes betrayed his true emotions. Gifts: a scroll of the Buddhist treasure, the 10,000 Buddha's congregation, a single Bodhi sacred heart fruit, another imperial-grade treasure. The Bodhi sacred heart fruit is a legendary object said to aid quasi-emperors in comprehending the imperial path. The Buddhists had indeed spared no expense. From the heavenly God Palace, the celestial emperor has arrived. One after another, formidable forces of great renown rushed to present their substantial tributes, transforming the scene into one more akin to tribute than mere gifts. Just as the crowd began to grow numb to the spectacle, the ethereal Holy Land as Sanctus, Gu Yunxi has arrived. A figure, cool and ethereal, descended from a mist-shrouded celestial ship. Gu Yunxi, clad in a white gown, appeared serene. Gifts: a 9-cavity Linglong heart, a Taishu celestial garment, top-tier divine materials in abundance. Upon the announcement of the ethereal Holy Land as gifts, the entire venue fell into an immediate silence. All eyes turned to Gu Yunxi. Even the Sword Emperor and the unfeeling Buddha child's pupils constricted in shock. Had the ethereal Holy Land lost its senses? The 9-cavity Linglong heart. It is a supreme treasure said to amplify a cultivator's affinity with the Dao Tenfold. The Taishu celestial garment. It is a pinnacle defensive artifact of the imperial grade. Each of these treasures would be sufficient to incite a fierce struggle among immortal forces. Yet now, they were merely presented as gifts. This was utterly unprecedented. The representatives of various forces, who had previously felt the sting of their own expenditures, suddenly found a sense of equilibrium. Compared to the ethereal Holy Land, their offerings seemed, perhaps, somewhat acceptable. Gu Yunxi, feeling the shock and incredulity surrounding her, remained utterly composed. With her head held high and a gracious smile, she completed the exchange of tributes and walked serenely to her designated seat. She knew that from this day forth, the ethereal Holy Land's position in Zhongzhou was secure. At that moment, the Wanbao Merchant Association's president, Qian Duo, has arrived. A grand ship, crafted entirely from divine gold, radiating splendor, careened through the air, pushing aside all other vessels to anchor at the forefront of the mountain gate. Qian Duo, his rotund figure leaping from the ship, glowed with excitement, his flesh quivering with fervor. The gifts need not be recited. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Bring forth the gifts I prepared for Senior Jiang and the Empress." As his words fell, hundreds of saint-level powerhouses from the Wanbao Merchant Association, faces flushed and veins bulging, struggled to carry an enormous chest, laboriously making their way down. The chest itself emanated a terrifying spatial fluctuation, the spatial Dao continuously distorting the light around it. Everyone craned their necks, their divine senses fervently reaching out, eager to discern what lay within. A modest gift, not meant as a tribute. Ignoring the crowd, Qian Duo bowed deeply in the direction of the Daodian Alliance's mountain gate. "I wish for Senior Jiang and the Empress to be eternally united, their longevity unmatched." As various guests gradually took their seats, the main hall plaza of the Daodian Alliance was already filled to capacity. Those who could sit here were none but the giants of the Zhongzhou continent, ancestors of great renown. Yet now, they sat with utmost decorum, hands resting solemnly upon their knees, not daring to breathe audibly. The atmosphere was solemnly grave. At last, the auspicious moment had arrived. "Welcome, Emperor. Welcome, Empress." With the elder officiant's booming voice echoing through the heavens, all eyes converged upon the entrance of the grand hall. There, the space rippled silently, and a figure slowly emerged. It was Jiang Heng, dressed in an opulent robe of deep black adorned with dark golden threads weaving the patterns of the 3,000 Dao. Crowned with a golden diadem, his face bore a distinctly visible expression of joy. Simply standing there, an invisible pressure emanated from him, causing all quasi-emperors present to tremble. In the very next moment, as Jiang Heng appeared, the space beside him rippled like water. A delicate jade hand emerged, effortlessly linking with his arm. Following this, a breathtakingly beautiful figure graced the presence of all. Adorned in fiery red, her phoenix eyes radiated affection. It was Su Jiyue. The moment she manifested, all brilliance of the world, the radiance of sun, moon, and stars, dimmed in comparison, converging solely upon her. The supreme pressure of a newly ascended emperor melded perfectly with Jiang Heng's unfathomable aura, forming a terrifying force that even the Dao would bow to. A match made in heaven, a union of perfect harmony. No, these words were far too feeble to encapsulate the grandeur of the pair before them. Standing together, they resembled two living deities, reigning over this realm and gazing down upon the multitudes. Su Jiyue leaned against Jiang Heng, her form nearly pressed against him. She tilted her face, radiant enough to overshadow all creation, gazing adoringly at Jiang Heng's profile, her once authoritative phoenix eyes now filled with unmasked affection. The weight of 9 lifetimes culminated in this moment, transforming into boundless happiness and fulfillment. She gently rested her cheek against his shoulder, whispering softly, a promise only they could hear, "From this day forth, you are solely mine." Chapter 254. Paying homage to heaven and earth, the Tao resonates. The warmth of Su Jiyue's breath lingered on Jiang Heng's ear, along with her tender declaration of possession. Before he could respond, the auspicious moment arrived. "Newlyweds, bow." The officiant elder's voice, imbued with immense spiritual power, resonated like a great bell throughout the ethereal plaza. All guests instantly straightened, their expressions solemn. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, Su Jiyue, linked with Jiang Heng, slowly turned to face the vast expanse of heaven and earth. "Bow to heaven and earth." The officiant's voice echoed once more. Jiang Heng inclined slightly, while Su Jiyue, adorned with a blissful smile, also deeply bent her waist. In that fleeting moment of their bow, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens above, an ominous sound, without forewarning. It was not mere thunder, but the resonance of the Tao in harmonious chorus. In an instant, the heavens above shimmered with a purple aura extending 30,000 miles to the east. As golden lotuses emerged from the void, cascading down myriad radiant colors. At that moment, the spiritual essence of the entire central continent seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, fervently converging towards the direction of the Heavenly Thief Alliance. In the plaza, Everyone was momentarily bewildered by this sudden, celestial phenomenon. What is happening here? The resonance of the Tao, a heavenly auspice. The heavens themselves are bestowing blessings upon them. My goodness, for an ordinary cultivator to stir even a hint of spiritual energy during their wedding is already remarkable. Yet, with this bow, they have seemingly invoked the very laws of the world. The Sword Emperor and the heartless Buddha's disciples were rendered numb by the spectacle. To them, it was clear that for these two, even the most improbable occurrences had become plausible. Jiang Heng was equally taken aback. He had merely bowed casually. Yet it had caused such an uproar? He could sense that within him. The primordial 3,000 Tao scriptures resonated with the newly ascended emperor's laws emanating from Su Jiyue at the moment of their bow, triggering a response from the external world. Second bow to the high hall. The officiant's voice drew everyone's attention back from their astonishment. Jiang Heng and Su Jiyue turned to face the main seat, where Su Yueyao was already smiling broadly, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Observing this perfect couple amidst the overwhelming auspices, Su Yueyao trembled with excitement. This lifetime has been worth it. Good children. She choked out, nodding repeatedly. Jiang Heng and Su Jiyue bowed deeply to her. Couple S bow. The officiant's voice trembled with emotion. Jiang Heng turned around, locking eyes with Su Jiyue. He gazed at her breathtaking beauty, her phoenix eyes brimming with moisture. Gazing at him with pure love. It was as if possessing him meant possessing the entire world. Jiang Heng's heart was inexplicably stirred. He then slowly bent down. Su Jiyue looked at him and also bowed deeply in return. Ceremony complete. The officiant's words had scarcely faded when Su Jiyue stepped forward, linking her arm with Jiang Heng's. Surveying the crowd, the brief manifestation of imperial pressure swept over all, causing their hearts to quiver. Today marks the joyous occasion of my union with my husband. All of you who have traveled from afar, it is only fitting that we personally offer a toast in gratitude. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. As her words settled, countless ethereal cranes and phoenixes, formed from the gathered spiritual essence, appeared in the sky, carrying platters of exquisite delicacies radiating a mystical light. Descending to various tables, divine nectar, dragon's liver, phoenix marrow, none were anything less than the finest treasures sought after in the external realm. The banquet had officially commenced. At the table of the Qingyun sacred land, Lonli held her wine cup, her gaze complex as she looked towards the couple surrounded by throngs of admirers. Once upon a time, that ethereal figure in white, Mu Feiyu, had sparked an unprecedented curiosity within her. She had even harnessed her family's power, seeking every means to capture his attention. Looking back now, it seemed utterly ridiculous. What had she mistaken for curiosity was merely an ant gazing up at a dragon, unaware of her own insignificance. Perhaps he had never regarded her at all. Elsewhere, at the table of the mysterious sacred land, a fiery figure stared longingly in that direction, her wine cup creaking under her grip, oblivious to the sound. Her crimson locks appeared to lose some of their luster. She reminisced about her battle with that man on the Tianqiong continent, the first time she had been defeated by a peer. Yet, rather than despair, it ignited an unprecedented fighting spirit and a hint of admiration she was reluctant to acknowledge. She had believed she had found a lifelong pursuit, a worthy companion for battle. But now, he had married, and the bride was not her, but the newly ascended peerless empress. Yu Yao, are you all right? A cool voice broke through from behind. Gu Yunxi had approached without her noticing, concern etched on her face. Yu Yao snapped back to reality and took a hefty swig of her drink, attempting to drown the bitterness in her heart with the fiery liquor. She forced a smile, her voice trembling slightly. Oh, it's you, Sister Yunxi. I'm fine. I just didn't expect that Jiang Heng would marry so soon. Gu Yunxi observed her with a mixture of emotions. Ultimately, her myriad thoughts coalesced into a resigned sigh. Some people, after all, were not meant to be within our reach. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng, under Su Jiyue's gentle guidance, began the toast process. Su Jiyue almost entirely leaned against Jiang Heng, wearing a victorious smile as they walked past table after table of guests. The once lofty sovereigns and ancestors now stood, bowing deeply, their faces adorned with humble and anxious smiles, offering insincere blessings before downing their cups in one gulp. Throughout, Jiang Heng maintained a stoic expression, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. Soon, they arrived at the table where their disciples sat. Han Lin, Xiao Xian, Zhou Yi Li Ling, and even Fu Yao had carved out time to attend, all present in a row. Upon seeing Jiang Heng and Su Jiyue approach, they hurriedly stood. Master, Mistress, Han Lin, the most earnest of the bunch, blushed as he respectfully called out. Congratulations, Master. Best wishes. Xiao Xian clasped his fists, his words sincere. Zhou Yi stood aside, silently bowing deeply. Beside him, Fu Yao glanced at Jiang Heng, then at Su Jiyue, finally mimicking Zhou Yi's gesture with a slight nod, acknowledging them. Jiang Heng's gaze fell upon Li Linger. Today, she donned a brand new dress, her face radiating a sweet and joyous smile. Linger wishes to congratulate master and mistress on your eternal bond and the enduring prosperity of the Dao. Her voice was melodious, and her blessings were impeccable. Jiang Heng nodded slightly, raising his cup. Su Jiyue's face also displayed a satisfied smile as she looked at her disciples, especially at Li Linger, and gently said, "You are all my husband's disciples. Henceforth, you shall also be mine. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek me out." "Thank you, mistress." They chorused in unison. After completing the toasts, Li Linger suddenly stepped forward, retrieving a delicate jade box from her storage ring. "Master, mistress, this is a small token of appreciation from us disciples." She presented it with both hands. Su Jiyue regarded her with interest, raising her delicate hand, causing the jade box to open of its own accord. Inside lay not some earth-shattering divine artifact, but rather a scroll. As the scroll unfurled, it depicted the scene of the Heavenly Thief Alliance, the reclining chairs in the pavilion, the peach tree in front of the house, and a figure in a black and gold ceremonial robe standing side by side with a woman in a red wedding gown, Jiang Heng and Su Jiyue themselves. The craftsmanship was not of the highest caliber, yet the spirit and heartfelt blessings imbued in the artwork were vividly conveyed. Jiang Heng gazed at the painting. His heart stirred ever so slightly. He knew that this must have been the handiwork of Li Linger. The smile on Su Jui's face grew even more pronounced, and she did not hesitate to lavish her praise. "It is beautifully rendered. I am utterly enamored." After she rolled up the painting, the two of them, having shared a drink with several disciples, continued to the next table. Along the way, Su Jui leaned closer to Jiang Heng's ear, her voice imbued with a hint of playful affection, whispering softly, "Husband, your disciples are quite perceptive. Soon, once the toasting concludes, it shall be our turn to share a cup of wine." Chapter 255. Information from Beyond, the Hanyu Universe. The atmosphere at the banquet was lively. Jiang Heng and Su Jui progressed through the toasting ritual. As they made their way, all guests rose in respectful acknowledgement. Before long, they arrived at a table nestled in the corner of the square, where a group from the evil god Sect was seated. At the forefront sat the prince of the underworld, clad in a black robe, emanating a chilling aura that starkly contrasted with the festive ambience surrounding him. As Jiang Heng and Su Jui approached, the prince of the underworld slowly rose, his face obscured in shadow, revealing no discernible expression. "Congratulations, Taoist Jiang, and felicitations to the Empress." His voice was hoarse, devoid of any discernible emotion. Jiang Heng, beaming with joy, lifted his cup, ready to partake in a hearty drink. Just then, a mental transmission echoed within his mind. "Taoist Jiang, might you harbor an interest in the realms beyond?" It was the voice of the prince of the underworld. Jiang Heng's hand paused slightly, contemplating the implications of beyond. A flicker of intrigue stirred within him, yet he maintained a composed facade. The prince of the underworld's thoughts continued, imbued with an unsettling allure. "The heavenly laws of this realm have been rendered incomplete, thanks to your wife, Taoist Su. When she attained enlightenment, she severed a portion of the heavenly essence, resulting in the incompleteness of the laws here. Should you wish to progress further and attain the title of emperor within this realm, such a feat is now impossible. The only avenue left is to venture into the expanse of the Hanyu universe." At these words, a tempest of emotions surged within Jiang Heng. Attaining the title of emperor? For him, it was indeed not a daunting task. With the system at his disposal, surpassing even the emperor was merely a matter of time. However, the phrase "the worlds beyond" ignited a genuine curiosity within him. If memory served him right, Su Jui had spent many of her past lifetimes in those distant realms. What wonders lay therein? Seemingly sensing Jiang Heng's intrigue, the prince of the underworld's voice resonated in his mind once more. "Should you be interested, feel free to seek me out in the future. This contains information from beyond. Merely infuse a fragment of your spirit into it to activate it. Consider it a modest gift from me to you and the Empress." As he spoke, the prince of the underworld produced a stone of deep purple hue from his sleeve, discreetly offering it to Jiang Heng. The stone pulsated with subtle spatial fluctuations. Jiang Heng's gaze swept over it before he accepted it, storing it away in his spatial ring. The entire exchange was seamless, so fluid that even Su Jui beside him merely sensed a new motion of him collecting an item. Once all was said and done, Jiang Heng finally drained his cup. However, Su Jui, ever perceptive, caught the momentary hesitation in his demeanor. As they turned to leave the table, her head immediately leaned closer. "What is it, husband? What are you pondering?" she inquired, her face tilted upward, her enchanting eyes glimmering with curiosity. "It's nothing," Jiang Heng replied casually. But after a moment's thought, he added, "Well, it's not entirely nothing. I will have something to ask you later." Su Jui blinked, her mind swirling with questions. Yet seeing Jiang Heng's reluctance to elaborate at that moment, she obediently nodded. She pressed her cheek against his arm once more, her voice soft and sweet. All right, husband. Whenever you wish to inquire, I shall be ready. They continued on. The next table belonged to the heavenly god hall. Upon seeing Jiang Heng approach, the heavenly emperor feigned a strained smile. The losses the heavenly god hall suffered this time were not insignificant. Congratulations, Taoist Jiang, and blessings to the empress. The heavenly emperor bowed in congratulations. Jiang Heng nodded in acknowledgement, yet as he raised his cup, the same mental transmission echoed once more. Taoist Jiang, I possess a fragmentary map of the starry seas beyond, which may prove beneficial for you in the future. I hope you will graciously accept it. Once again, the notion of the beyond resonated with Jiang Heng. The path to becoming an emperor in this world had been severed. They, the so-called emperors, sought to take that monumental step, their sole hope resting in the realms beyond. Thus, they had collectively chosen to present their tokens of goodwill to him. An investment of sorts. Jiang Heng's gaze lowered as he saw the heavenly emperor extend a stone, this one gleaming silver, its surface etched with star-like patterns. He likewise accepted it discreetly, stowing it away in his ring. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated, Jiang Heng replied lightly, finishing his cup. Upon seeing him accept the offering, the heavenly emperor appeared greatly relieved, exhaling a long-held breath. The toasting ritual continued, and the atmosphere in the square grew increasingly vibrant with the movements of the newlyweds. Finally, once the last guest had been honored with a toast, Su Jui, who had been tightly clasping Jiang Heng's arm, began to grow restless. Her delicate hand gently pinched and scratched at his arm. Husband. Her voice, laced with an impatient yet playful tone, whispered in his ear, fragrant like orchids. All the guests have been toasted. Jiang Heng turned to face her, only to find Su Jui gazing up at him, her breathtaking visage illuminated with a captivating blush. Her eyes shimmering with a blend of anticipation and shyness. She stood on tiptoe, her rosy lips nearly brushing against his earlobe, her voice trembling slightly as she softly murmured. Next, shall it be our turn to share the cup of wine? Chapter 256, The Night of the Wedding Chamber. Soon, the wedding approached its conclusion. After the various factions had enjoyed the feast and exchanged blessings, they began to depart. In an instant, only the members of the Thieving Heaven Alliance remained. The couple was now at the threshold of entering their bridal chamber. The entire square resonated with celestial melodies as countless petals cascaded from the heavens, forming a vibrant pathway that stretched from the center of the square to the main hall of the Thieving Heaven Alliance. The joy radiating from Su Jui's face could no longer be contained. She grasped Jiang Heng's hand and stepped onto the petal-laden path. Husband, let us go. Her voice brimming with joyous excitement. Jiang Heng offered no resistance, allowing her to lead him. He could feel the blessings directed at them from all directions. Under the gaze of the multitude, the couple's figures soon vanished at the entrance of the main hall. Everywhere one looked was an expanse of festivity in red draperies. A crimson carpet and red dragon and phoenix candles flickered softly, emitting gentle crackling sounds. A delicate and enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, soothing to the senses. The palace doors gradually closed behind them, isolating them from the clamorous world outside. In that moment, it seemed as though the entire universe was reduced to just the two of them. Su Jiyue released her hold on Jiang Heng's arm. Yet her captivating phoenix eyes remained steadfastly locked onto him, unwilling to divert even for a fleeting instant. She stood there, silently gazing at him, her eyes reflecting a blend of shyness and anticipation. This atmosphere stirred a restlessness within Jiang Heng as well. Darling, she called softly, her voice as sweet and tender as honey. With a graceful step, she moved to the table at the center of the room, where a pair of exquisite jade flasks and two elegantly intertwined wine cups awaited them. Su Jiyue lifted the jade flask and deftly poured wine for both of them. The amber liquid shimmered under the candlelight, exuding a bewitching glow. She lifted the two wine cups and slowly approached Jiang Heng, handing one to him. Darling, this is yours, she said, her cheeks flushed, whether from the intoxicating aroma of the wine or her own bashfulness. Jiang Heng observed her, captivated by the depth of emotion reflected in her eyes, and silently accepted the cup. Upon seeing this, Su Jiyue's smile blossomed even more radiantly. She stepped closer, her delicate arm gracefully encircling his, their proximity allowing Jiang Heng to distinctly inhale her unique fragrance and feel the warmth of her breath. Their gazes intertwined. In the flickering candlelight, Su Jiyue's eyes shimmered with mist, as if 1,000 unspoken words were concealed within their silent exchange. She had awaited this day for far too long, from their first encounter in the first life to the despair of the 8th, and finally to their reunion in the 9th. This cup of wine had been a long time in the making. Slowly, she tilted her head back and drank deeply from her cup. Jiang Heng followed suit. The wine flowed smoothly down their throats. transforming into a warm current that rushed through their veins. As they set down their cups, Su Jiyue suddenly extended her arms and tightly embraced Jiang Heng's waist, burying her face deep in his chest, as though wishing to meld herself into him entirely. "Darling, darling," she murmured repeatedly, her voice laced with a satisfied sob. Jiang Heng felt the dampness of her tears soaking through his clothing. He opened his mouth, yet no words came, standing rigidly as she clung to him. After a long while, Su Jiyue gradually lifted her head, her tear-streaked visage breaking into a smile that could enchant the world. "Darling," she said, rising onto her toes, her lips softly brushing against his in a fleeting kiss. "Tonight, you are mine, and I am yours." Before her words fully dissipated, she began to deftly unfasten the intricate golden garments adorning Jiang Heng. Her movements were tender yet tinged with urgency. The red candles flickered. Garments fell away, one by one, until the final layer of restraint was removed. Su Jiyue gazed upon Jiang Heng's flawless physique, the flames of desire igniting in her phoenix eyes. She extended her trembling hand to caress his chest. "Darling," she whispered once more. The red wedding gown slipped away, revealing her exquisitely beautiful form, akin to jade. In the next moment, Su Jiyue playfully pushed him onto the bed draped in crimson silks, leaning over him, her hair cascading like a waterfall across his face. "Yuer has awaited this moment for 9 lifetimes," she murmured in the tranquil chamber. As the red candles burned low, dawn began to break. The spacious bridal chamber was enveloped in a serene stillness following their passionate encounter. Su Jiyue curled up like a languid cat in Jiang Heng's embrace, her delicate arms tightly wrapped around his waist, a lingering blush gracing her cheeks. She slept deeply and peacefully, experiencing the most tranquil slumber of her 9 lifetimes. For her most treasured possession lay nestled in her arms. Jiang Heng, however, found no solace in sleep. With his eyes wide open, he gazed at the embroidered red canopy overhead while his mind wandered to the 2 stones that the Emperor of the Underworld and the Heavenly Emperor had respectively bestowed upon him. Outside this realm, amidst the vast cosmos, the woman in his arms seemed to sense his restless thoughts, her long lashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. "Darling." Su Jiyue's voice emerged, tinged with the huskiness of sleep. She propped herself up, noticing Jiang Heng lost in thought, and tightened her embrace. "Why don't you sleep a little longer, darling? The dawn has not yet fully broken." Jiang Heng snapped back to reality, looking down at her. The morning light streamed through the window, casting a holy glow upon her flawless visage. "I cannot sleep," he replied calmly. "There are matters I wish to inquire about." Su Jiyue blinked, instantly alert. She sat up, the silk blanket slipping away to reveal a glimpse of her pristine skin, yet she paid it no heed. "What does my darling wish to ask?" "You shall hold nothing back." Jiang Heng also sat upright, meeting her gaze directly as he posed his most pressing question. "What do you know about the realms beyond?" He recounted the words of the Emperor of the Underworld and the Heavenly Emperor. They claim that the path of emperors in this realm has been severed, and the only escape lies beyond. Upon hearing this, Su Jiyue's expression remained largely unchanged. She gathered her disheveled hair, her demeanor growing more serious. "What they say is not entirely incorrect." After a moment's reflection, she began to elaborate. "Though in my later lifetimes I have indeed traversed beyond this realm into the boundless sea of stars, my knowledge about the realms beyond is still limited. The star domain we inhabit is vast, and is known as the celestial star domain. Within this domain, there exist countless grand worlds like the one beneath our feet, as well as innumerable fragmented smaller worlds and ancient life stars." Jiang Heng listened intently. This information was entirely new to him. He then posed his most critical question. "Have you ever encountered, above the realm of emperors, the so-called divine path powerhouses?" At this, a flicker of confusion and uncertainty crossed Su Jiyue's eyes. She shook her head. "I cannot say. In the worlds I have journeyed through, I have met other emperors who have achieved enlightenment, and even encountered heavenly emperors stronger than the average. However, they too remain within the confines of the emperor's realm. As for the divine path powerhouses you speak of," Su Jiyue paused, seemingly lost in recollection. "I have only heard fragmented whispers about the divine path from ancient relics in the starry void or from ancient beings who have existed for countless epochs. It appears to be an entirely different level of existence, transcending beyond that of emperors. Nonetheless, throughout my 9 cycles of reincarnation, I have never witnessed the trace of a single divine path powerhouse, whether through first-hand experience or documented accounts." She gazed at Jiang Heng, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. "I am truly sorry, my husband, for being unable to provide you with any substantial information." Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng shook his head and fell into a contemplative silence. Even Su Jiyue, who had traversed 9 lifetimes and ascended to the realm of emperors in each, was oblivious to the path that lay beyond the imperial domain. It appeared that to uncover the answers he sought, They would need to turn to the 2 stones bestowed by the evil god cult and the heavenly god palace. Noticing Jiang Heng's silence, Su Jiyue assumed he was troubled by the uncertainty ahead. Her heart softened, and she instinctively moved closer, wrapping her arms gently around him from behind. Her warm, delicate form pressed against his back. There is no need for you to worry, my husband. If you wish to pursue the path beyond the imperial realm, once we have settled matters here, we can journey together through the myriad realms, seeking clues and savoring all the wondrous sights along the way, shall we? Her voice was imbued with hope. In truth, she wished fervently for Jiang Heng to abandon the pursuit of that elusive divine path. She merely desired his everlasting companionship. However, should he wish to chase after it, she would wholeheartedly support him. Very well, Jiang Heng replied with a gentle smile and a nod. He felt the presence of the enchanting woman behind him, and for the moment, he pushed aside his thoughts of the world beyond. Since clarity eluded him for now, there was no point in dwelling on it. There were more pressing matters at hand. Seeing him remain silent, Su Jiyue thought her words had not made an impact and was about to say something more when, suddenly, she felt the world spin. In an instant, Jiang Heng had turned and laid her back down. My husband, you. She looked at him in bewilderment. Jiang Heng gazed down at her, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do not dwell on such matters. His voice held a tone of undeniable authority. Let us embark on this once more. Chapter 257, The Heavenly God, the Divine Realm. In the expansive bridal chamber, a serene tranquility lingered after the tempest of passion. The bedclothes lay in disarray, and the air was thick with lingering intimacy. Su Jiyue's hair was tousled, her exquisite form reclined languidly upon the bed. Her captivating phoenix eyes were tightly shut, long lashes adorned with glistening tears, her cheeks still flushed, exuding an overwhelming sense of fatigue. In that moment, she felt utterly devoid of energy, not even capable of moving a single finger. No, I cannot endure this any longer, Su Jiyue murmured weakly. My husband, I truly cannot take any more. Imagine she, the illustrious empress of 9 lifetimes, her body forged through countless trials, her spiritual energy as vast as the ocean. Yet now, she felt as though she were on the brink of being completely drained. Jiang Heng, invigorated, sat up and regarded the soft, feline-like figure of Su Jiyue beside him. He could distinctly feel that since his constitution had evolved into the primordial 3000 Dao body, he seemed to have shed some invisible shackles. It was not merely an explosive surge in cultivation speed and combat prowess. Even his abilities in this regard had undergone an unfathomable enhancement, ceaseless, akin to an eternal motion machine. After donning his garments, he cast a glance at Su Jiyue, who was too exhausted to speak, and said with indifference, Rest for now. I have matters to attend to in my chamber. Su Jiyue lacked the strength to even open her eyes, emitting a faint whimper from her throat, which sounded like a mix of affection and complaint. Once dressed, Jiang Heng turned and returned to the room where he usually resided. He closed the door behind him and set up a simple soundproof barrier. Then, sitting cross-legged on a mat, he concentrated. 2 stones materialized in the palm of his hand. One, given by the prince of the underworld, was enveloped in a deep purple hue, resonating with spatial ripples. The other, presented by the prince of the sky, was silver-white, its surface etched with star-like patterns. Jiang Heng's gaze settled upon the silver-white stone, the heavenly god palace. He was eager to discern the true intentions of this former adversary. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his thoughts. Subsequently, a thread of his soul power cautiously probed into the core of the silver-white stone. As soon as his consciousness touched the heart of the stone, Jiang Heng felt an overwhelming darkness envelop him, his very essence seemingly yanked from his body by an irresistible force. Time and space twisted, and when he regained his senses, he found himself amidst an expansive, boundless river of stars. Countless colossal celestial bodies spun gracefully around him, some ablaze with fierce flames, others encrusted in ice crystals, some lifeless, and others teeming with vibrant vitality. Each star appeared to be an independent world, and he felt as insignificant as a mere speck of dust. As Jiang Heng marveled at the breathtaking spectacle before him, the starry river ahead suddenly contorted. An endless stream of starlight converged, coalescing into a towering, ethereal figure. The visage of this figure was obscured, its form seemingly comprised of countless stars, exuding an aura of solemnity, antiquity, and grandeur. A presence far surpassing that of any emperor, even transcending the realm of this very world, washed over him. Merely standing there, it felt as though this figure was the nucleus of the universe. Jiang Heng's heart tightened. He sensed that this ethereal being was formidable, and even in his current state, he might not be its equal. At that moment, a voice of authority echoed within his mind. You must be the young friend Jiang Heng. How fortunate to meet you for the first time. I am the star master of this domain, though you may also refer to me as the heavenly god. I presume you have many unanswered questions regarding the world beyond this star domain. The heavenly god's voice was measured and calm, reminiscent of a patient elder. Allow me to elucidate these matters for you. Jiang Heng remained silent, choosing to listen attentively. The universe in which we reside is known as the vast universe. It is boundless and encompasses myriad star domains. The realm beneath our feet, as well as the starry river visible to your eyes, belongs to the Tianyu star domain. Jiang Heng maintained a tranquil demeanor, for he had already gleaned this information from Su Jiyue. He refrained from speaking, opting instead to continue listening. Each star domain is governed by one or more star masters who maintain its operation and order. I am one of the 2 star masters of the Tianyu star domain, the other being the one you are already acquainted with, known as the evil god. As expected, Jiang Heng's heart comprehended. The heavenly god palace and the evil god cult, so they were indeed backed by the true sovereigns of this star domain. The imperial realm was not the culmination of cultivation, but rather a brand new starting point. The heavenly god's words affirmed Jiang Heng's suspicions. Beyond the imperial realm lies the divine realm, which is divided into 4 tiers: the divine path, the divine spirit, the divine king, and the divine emperor. Both I and the evil god reside within the divine path realm. Amongst the star domains, there exists a hierarchy based on the number and strength of the star masters, generally categorized into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The Tianyu star domain, with only 2 star path beings, is classified as a lower tier star domain. The heavenly god's voice carried a note of melancholy. In the ruthless competition of the cosmos, many star domains have faced annihilation for attracting foes of a higher caliber. Once a star domain is annihilated, its sovereign becomes uprooted, transforming into a homeless wanderer. The destruction and desolation you previously encountered were the remnants of the departed masters of the star realms. How enlightening! Another mystery within Jiang Heng's heart was unraveled. No wonder those 2 wills were so formidable, yet exuded an essence of being unmoored and drifting. As he digested this vast array of information, a new query burgeoned within Jiang Heng's mind. He actively projected a thought. Esteemed elder, I find myself perplexed by a matter. My wife, Su Jiyue, has traversed 9 lifetimes, some of which were spent beyond this realm, wandering the cosmic seas. Why has she never mentioned your existence? Given Su Jiyue's prowess, having attained the imperial path in every lifetime, it was implausible that she would remain oblivious to the existence of the star sovereigns. In the celestial river, the divine figure remained silent for a moment. Then, he emitted a knowing chuckle. At our level of existence, the world unfolds before us like a canvas. If we wish for you to perceive it, you shall undoubtedly see. Conversely, if we choose not to, even if we stand before you, you would perceive us merely as a speck of dust, a stone, or even a gentle breeze. Although your wife has attained the imperial path in each of her lifetimes, her gaze remains within the confines of that canvas. How could she possibly discern us beyond its borders? Ah, I see. Thank you for clarifying, esteemed elder. Jiang Heng felt a sudden clarity wash over him. The divine entity nodded with a smile. Just then, the figure began to blur, signaling that this communication was nearing its conclusion. His final words resonated in Jiang Heng's mind. The reason I have shared so much with you is that this long-silent celestial star domain requires an element of change. And you, my young friend Jiang Heng, possess a fate so intricate that even I cannot fully comprehend it. It is the most intriguing variable I have encountered in millennia. With that, the divine figure, along with the vast expanse of the celestial river, shattered into countless motes of light. Jiang Heng's consciousness abruptly sank, instantaneously returning to his corporeal form. He remained seated in a lotus position upon the mat, the silver stone in his hand now dimmed and reduced to powder, cascading from his fingertips. The room enveloped in silence, yet Jiang Heng's mind echoed with the divine entity's last words. A variable, you say? He murmured softly, his gaze gradually shifting to the other stone in his hand, a gift from the Emperor of the Underworld. Chapter 258, The Malevolent Deity, the Hypocrite, and the True Scoundrel. Jiang Heng's attention fell upon the dark purple stone. This gem, bestowed by the Emperor of the Underworld, symbolized the malevolent deity, a ruler of the star realms who stood alongside the divine being. The promises laid forth by the celestial entity appeared grand and beautiful. Yet Jiang Heng had never subscribed to the notion that fortune would fall from the heavens without cause. The divine being, self-proclaimed master of the stars, exuded an unmistakable intrigue towards variables, a rather ominous sign indeed. In the eyes of the powerful, a variable often equated to an uncontrollable factor, and the uncontrollable typically necessitated elimination. He steadied his breath, allowing a wisp of his spiritual essence to seep into the dark purple stone. There was no disorienting pull, nor the grandeur of the celestial river. Instead, Jiang Heng's consciousness plummeted into a profound abyss of darkness. Surrounding him was an eerie stillness, no sound, no light, not even a semblance of space or time. How do you feel? A languid voice punctuated the silence, emerging unexpectedly within Jiang Heng's consciousness. The voice bore no discernible gender, imbued with a peculiar magnetism that stirred the primal desires within the soul. Are you the malevolent deity? Jiang Heng inquired, maintaining an unwavering vigilance. Indeed. That is what they call me. The voice chuckled lightly. Did that old stickler, the celestial deity, regale you with tales of the universe and the star realms? Did he present himself as a selfless guardian dedicated to the order of the star realms? The tone dripped with unabashed mockery. Did he ever reveal to you what his concept of order truly entails? Jiang Heng remained silent. Allow me to enlighten you. The malevolent deity's voice took on a playful lilt. His order is one of stagnation. He is akin to a poorly skilled artist, crafting what he believes to be a perfect masterpiece. Then, he forbids anyone from altering even a single stroke. He does not permit the figures within his painting to escape their confines. He does not allow this star realm to exhibit any colors beyond his control. Any prodigy wishing to add their hue to the canvas, any variable capable of inducing chaos, shall be. The malevolent deity's voice paused, relishing the next words, erased. Jiang Heng's spirit shuddered slightly. This proclamation resonated with his own suspicions. So, the celestial deity is a hypocrite, while you are the true scoundrel. Jiang Heng countered. Ha ha. I relish that assessment. The malevolent deity laughed heartily, causing the entire dark space to tremble. I make no effort to conceal my intentions. I revel in chaos, in change, in witnessing the collision, destruction, and rebirth of all things. Stagnation signifies death. Only chaos is the wellspring of life and progress. While the celestial deity desires to transform this star realm into a stagnant pond, I seek to boil it into a bubbling cauldron. What shall emerge from this broth? I do not know, but I eagerly anticipate it. The malevolent deity's words were rife with temptation. That old stickler, did he also speak of variables? Did he mention that you were quite interesting? The malevolent deity's voice carried a hint of pity. Poor little fellow, you have been marked. In his logic, an interesting variable equates to a potential threat that must be prioritized for elimination. His lengthy discourse was merely an assessment of your threat level to determine how best to cleanse you. As expected, Jiang Heng had anticipated this and felt no surprise. What is it that you seek from me by divulging this? Jiang Heng inquired directly. Quite simply, the malevolent deity replied languidly, I admire you, and I wish to invest in you. You are like a stick of dynamite buried in the earth. The celestial deity aims to excavate you delicately and dismantle you, whereas I wish to hand you a lit torch. I long to witness how explosively you can stir this stagnant pond. Images began to coalesce in the darkness. They depicted an army clad in silver armor. Their expressions were grave, their gazes vacant, resembling emotionless machines. The aura they exuded did not belong to spiritual power or divine essence, but rather an embodiment of regulation itself. Do you see? These are the former believers in the celestial deity's variables, stripped of their emotions by the divine order, reduced to puppets existing solely to maintain his absurd order. The malevolent deity narrated. Their sole purpose is to assist the celestial deity in erasing all anomalies, prodigies, aberrations, disruptors, and variables like yourself. What do you think? Surprised? The malevolent deity's voice brimmed with schadenfreude. Jiang Heng remained silent, acutely aware that the malevolent deity's words were likely grounded in truth. Is your investment merely to tell me this? Certainly not, the malevolent deity chuckled. The power of the celestial gods embodies order and guardianship. They can construct the most formidable barriers. In contrast, my strength lies in chaos and erosion. I can tear through the tiniest of crevices. The barriers of the celestial universe have been fortified by the celestial gods for countless millennia, making it nearly impossible for even those of the divine path to traverse freely. Yet for me, creating a backdoor, allowing intriguing entities to enter or exit, is a trivial task. The implication behind the malevolent deity's words was not lost on Jiang Heng. He understood that he could be offered a ticket to leave the celestial universe. As long as he survived this purification and proved his worthiness for further investment, he would not hesitate to open a gateway to a broader world. Go on, little one. Let me see whether you will be assimilated or set the entire canvas ablaze. With those words, the endless darkness receded like a tide, and Jiang Heng's consciousness instantaneously returned to his chamber. The piece of eerie purple stone in his hand crumbled to dust, symbolizing the two dominators of the star realm. One concealed a dagger beneath a smile, while the other harbored sinister intentions. He had become a crucial pawn in the game of two formidable beings of the divine path. A pawn. Jiang Heng's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Whoever wishes to be a pawn may do so. He rose to his feet and pushed open the door. Outside, the sun shone brightly. Su Jiuyu had donned a simple palace gown and leaned against the railing, idly gazing at the distant clouds as they danced across the sky. Upon hearing the door creak open, she turned her head, her phoenix eyes lighting up. "Husband, are you done with your business?" She hurried over, naturally intertwining her arm with Jiang Heng's, her form pressing against him. "Yes," Jiang Heng nodded. Su Jiuyu tilted her face upward, regarding Jiang Heng with a hint of melancholy in her gaze. "Husband, wasn't that a bit too intense? I feel as if my bones might shatter," she complained softly. Resembling a petulant cat, Jiang Heng glanced at her, responding nonchalantly, "That was merely a warm-up." Su Jiuyu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully punched him. "Husband, you wicked." Just then, Jiang Heng's smile suddenly faded as he lifted his gaze toward the sky above the headquarters of the Thieving Heaven Alliance. He had no intention of choosing between the malevolent and celestial deities. His fate was to be dictated solely by himself. However, it was certain that neither of these entities could descend into this realm due to the limitations of world status. This made things easier. Being unable to defeat them now did not imply future incapacity. After all, he possessed a system, and the constraints of the world's realm were not insurmountable for him. Thus, he resolved to bide his time until he could transform from a pawn into a player before confronting these two celestial dominators. Chapter 259, Jiang Heng's Self-Cultivation. "Husband, what are you contemplating?" Su Jiuyu's voice pulled him from his reverie. "Nothing," Jiang Heng replied coolly. Su Jiuyu, undeterred, tilted her face upward, her eyes brimming with eager anticipation for praise. "Husband, was I not well-behaved just now?" She referred to their wedding night and her unintrusive nature while he tended to his affairs. Jiang Heng cast her a sidelong glance. "Yes, you performed admirably. Such behavior deserves encouragement." He affectionately ruffled her hair as if she were a small kitten. Su Jiuyu instantly beamed with satisfaction, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Then, "Husband, what shall we do next?" She was filled with expectation. As newlyweds, they should explore the mountains and rivers, witnessing the world's splendor. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Heng earnestly replied, "Let us find a lounge chair, bask in the sun, and fish." Su Jiuyu's smile froze. Did you not say you would accompany me on a journey through the myriad realms, enjoying all the scenery?" She sounded somewhat aggrieved. "That is a retirement plan," Jiang Heng stated with a serious demeanor. "It is not yet time for retirement." "Then when is it?" Su Jiuyu felt her thoughts lagging behind. Jiang Heng raised 2 fingers, the striving face. He paused before adding, "To ensure a better retirement in the future, we must exert ourselves now." Su Jiuyu blinked, seemingly comprehending. Is husband going into seclusion to cultivate and reach a higher realm? She perked up immediately. "Yuer can protect you." Jiang Heng shook his head. "No. What I mean is that I will supervise your efforts." He said this while leading Su Jiuyu toward the training grounds. At the training ground, disciples including Han Lin, Xiao Xian, Zhou Yi, and Li Linger were diligently practicing. Upon spotting Jiang Heng and Su Jiuyu approaching hand in hand, they ceased their activities and bowed in unison. "Greetings, Master, Mistress." Their voices resonated in harmony, filled with reverence. Hearing herself referred to as mistress caused Su Jiuyu's cheeks to flush, yet her heart swelled with sweetness. She subtly straightened her posture, adopting a composed and graceful demeanor. Jiang Heng's gaze swept over the disciples. Han Lin was steady and reliable, his 5 elemental energy robust. Having reached the first transformation into a quasi-saint, Xiao Xian exuded a fierce battle spirit, with exotic flames surging within him. At the 5th transformation into a quasi-saint, his aura sharp. Zhou Yi, holding a brush, was enveloped by the golden dragon of fortune. At the pinnacle of the 3rd transformation into a quasi-saint, his expression increasingly composed. Li Linger possessed a most peculiar aura, the energies of life and death circulating, a celestial phoenix's silhouette flickering, having brushed against the threshold of the saint realm. Jiang Heng nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, they are all talented cultivators, bound to the system. "Well done, everyone. Your diligence is commendable." He cleared his throat and spoke. The disciples' faces illuminated with joy at their master's praise, which brought them greater delight than any treasure could offer. However, Jiang Heng's tone shifted. "The path of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, one will inevitably regress. Your current strength may suffice for self-preservation in this world, but in the vast multiverse, you are but a drop in the ocean." He began to paint a grand vision for the disciples, drawing from what he had gleaned from the celestial and malevolent deities. The Emperor realm is not the terminus. Beyond it lies an even broader divine realm. Names of unfamiliar realms, deities, divine kings, divine emperors, flowed from Jiang Heng's lips, causing a stir among the disciples. They had believed that reaching the Emperor level was the pinnacle of cultivation, only to discover that a vast expanse awaited them above. In an instant, flames of ambition ignited in everyone's eyes. Even the usually aloof Fu Yao displayed a glimmer of excitement in her azure gaze. Witnessing the enthusiasm of his disciples, Jiang Heng couldn't help but smile inwardly. Excellent. The return on their cultivation over the next few centuries is assured. Master, Xiao Xian was the first to step forward, his eyes ablaze with determination. I shall not disappoint your expectations, Master, and will surely step into the divine realm to expand your territory. So will I? Zhou Yi followed closely, his voice resonant and unwavering. Li Linger was particularly forthright, kneeling on one knee. Where Master pointed, there lay the direction of Linger's sword, impervious to both deities and demons. Han Lin scratched his head, smiling amiably. Master, I will strive to keep pace with everyone. Jiang Heng nodded in approval, remarking, the child is indeed teachable. After dismissing this invigorated group of disciples, Jiang Heng could finally embark on his leisurely existence. He procured the most comfortable recliner and placed it at the edge of the most picturesque cliff of the Thieving Heaven Alliance. Beside it stood a small table adorned with spiritual fruits and fragrant tea. Su Jiyue took it upon herself to sit beside him, peeling grapes and massaging his shoulders. The sun radiated warmth, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Jiang Heng squinted, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. What dominion over star realms? What formidable beings of the divine path? Should the heavens fall, he would be the one to bear the weight. He was now the highest among them. Thus, there was nothing to worry about. As long as he remained strong enough, troubles would dare not pursue him. Husband, open your mouth. Su Jiyue presented a peeled grape to his lips. Jiang Heng languidly complied, savoring the sweet fruit. Delightful. Husband, did I perform adequately just now? Su Jiyue leaned in, seeking affirmation. Before the disciples, she had maintained a noble and dignified demeanor, uttering not a single unnecessary word. Barely passing, Jiang Heng replied casually. Su Jiyue pouted in dissatisfaction. Just barely passing? Her eyes twinkled mischievously as she leaned closer, her lips brushing against Jiang Heng's earlobe, her breath fragrant as orchids. Then, husband, shall Jiyue strive a little harder tonight, aiming for excellence? How about that? Jiang Heng felt a twinge of concern for his future retirement, suspecting it might not be as leisurely as he had envisioned. Especially concerning his waist, it might become quite fatigued. Time flowed gently in this leisurely manner. A year later, while fishing, Jiang Heng suddenly sensed a surging power emanating from within. It was the return of his cultivation. Judging by the intensity, one of his disciples must have stirred up quite a commotion. He glanced at the system panel. Ding! Your disciple Li Linger has triggered the Phoenix rebirth, enduring trials of life and death, successfully advancing to the Saint King realm. You receive a 10,000-fold cultivation return, elevating your cultivation to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow. Truly, the king of competition. Within just a year, she had surged from initial entry into the Saint realm to the Saint King. He felt the turbulent power within him, tantalizingly close to the true emperor realm. Yet, that final step was firmly obstructed by the incomplete heavenly path of this world. System, is there any way to circumvent the heavenly path restrictions of this world and directly attain enlightenment? Jiang Heng inquired within his mind. Ding. Detection indicates that the current world's laws are incomplete, the path to emperorship severed. Option 1. Forcefully attain enlightenment. The host may expend their own essence to contend against the incomplete heavenly path, with a 30% chance of success and a 70% chance of failure, resulting in death and dissolution. Option 2. Temporarily restore the laws. The host may expend 100 billion system coins to purchase a standalone heavenly path law patch, guaranteeing a 100% success rate. Option 3. Repair the laws. The host may expend 1 trillion system coins to purchase a heavenly path law patch, restoring the rules of this realm with a 100% success rate. Jiang Heng stared at the long string of zeros, his eye twitching involuntarily. 100 billion? Why not just rob a bank? He checked his balance. After years of signing in, receiving returns from his disciples, and various task rewards, the total barely amounted to a few hundred billion. He was far from the target. Husband, what's the matter? Su Jiyue, noticing his unusual expression, inquired with concern. Nothing. Just a fish got away. Jiang Heng calmly retracted his fishing rod. It seemed he needed to devise a way to procure some funds. He turned his gaze towards the sacred lands, ancient clans, and immortal dynasties of the central continent, formulating a lucrative plan in his mind. These entities had inherited wealth over countless millennia. Surely their coffers were substantial? It was time for them to contribute a little more to the path of this emperor's ascension. Chapter 260, Attaining Enlightenment. The following year, a significant event transpired in the central continent. The newly appointed sovereign of the realm, the new leader of the Thieving Heaven Alliance, Emperor Jiang, issued invitations to all the leaders of the top powers across the central continent to convene at the Thieving Heaven Alliance for a grand discussion. In an instant, the entire central continent was abuzz with anticipation. Various sacred lands, ancient clans and dynasties were engulfed in anxious speculation. What did this new king intend to do? Was he seeking to exert pressure upon them or to redraw the boundaries of power? With trepidation, the leaders of the major factions arrived punctually at the Thieving Heaven Alliance. What awaited them was not the anticipated banquet of doom, but rather an unprecedented product launch. In front of the main hall of the Thieving Heaven Alliance, a platform had been hastily erected. Jiang Heng, clad in white robes, stood elegantly upon the stage, wielding an artifact resembling a microphone. Dear friends and compatriots, I welcome you to take time out of your busy schedules to participate in this symposium on constructing a harmonious cultivation realm. His opening remarks left the assembly of ancient beings below exchanging bewildered glances. What was this? A symposium? I know many of you harbor numerous questions. Jiang Heng continued with a slight smile. For instance, with a world so vast, why can't we explore it? Why, after toiling diligently to reach the quasi-emperor realm, do we find the path ahead obstructed? Why must we helplessly watch our lifespans dwindle, turning into mere dust? Each of his words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of the audience. This was the most profound agony harbored by these ancient beings who had lived for countless years. Today, I am here to resolve this issue for you. Jiang Heng's voice resonated with confidence. I hereby announce the official launch of the Thieving Heaven Alliance's luxurious package for attaining enlightenment and becoming an emperor. As his words fell, the curtain behind him dramatically unfurled, revealing bold characters inscribed in a flamboyant script. Do you wish to become an emperor? Do you desire immortality? I shall foot the bill for your dreams. The audience fell into a profound silence. Everyone gaped, as if gazing upon a madman. Attaining enlightenment and becoming an emperor? What a jest! The heavenly path was incomplete, the road to emperorship severed. This had been an immutable consensus for eons. Did he think attaining enlightenment was as simple as purchasing cabbage, offering packages? I know you doubt me. Jiang Heng seemed to anticipate their skepticism. Words alone are insufficient. Practice is the sole criterion for verifying truth. He snapped his fingers. Come, bring forth my first client. A venerable elder from the Thieving Heaven Alliance respectfully guided a white-haired old man onto the stage. As the crowd focused, gasps filled the air. Is that not the old master of the Taichu sacred land? Did he not enter meditation 5,000 years ago? His aura radiated the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Merely a step away from the imperial domain, whispers swept through the crowd. The Taichu master, a figure of unparalleled brilliance from a bygone era, had been a beacon of extraordinary talent. Alas, he had ultimately failed to break the shackles of the heavenly path, choosing self-sealing in the twilight of his life to seek a glimmer of hope. Yet, unexpectedly, he now stood before them. Esteemed friends, it has been a long time. The primordial Saint Lord bowed slightly to the audience below, his voice raspy, yet filled with vigor. He cast an eager glance at Jiang Heng, Alliance leader Jiang. May we commence? At any time, Jiang Heng nodded. The primordial Saint Lord took a deep breath, seated himself cross-legged, and began to channel his energy. Striving against an invisible barrier. Boom. The entire firmament was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, thunder roaring and lightning flashing. A formidable force, emanating from the essence of the heavenly Tao, descended with a thunderous crash, as if seeking to crush all defiant beings into powder. The primordial Saint Lord's complexion paled, his body trembling violently, clearly bearing the weight of immense pressure. The spectators below felt their hearts leap into their throats. They had all endured this phase and understood the sheer despair of the heavenly Tao suppression. At that moment, Jiang Heng made his move. He slowly extended a hand, palm facing upward, a patch radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, seemingly composed of countless runes of law, gently spun in his palm. Go. He flicked his finger. The heavenly Tao law patch transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the dark clouds above. In an instant, the winds ceased, the clouds dispersed, and the thunder silenced. The oppressive force of the heavenly Tao evaporated, replaced by a harmonious, complete, and magnificent aura of the great Tao that permeated the world. It was as though a tattered fabric had been flawlessly mended. This was. The ancient beings below all sprang to their feet, their faces etched with disbelief. The path to the emperor had been opened? The primordial Saint Lord was momentarily stunned before erupting with joy. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he roared, unleashing all his power without reservation. Boom. A pillar of light, piercing through heaven and earth, shot skyward from him. A magnificent imperial might surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings like a tsunami. Countless phenomena emerged, celestial music played, and golden lotuses blossomed. He had attained the Tao. A living emperor had been born before their very eyes. The entire venue erupted into fervor. Heavens! It is indeed possible. The path to the emperor has reopened. Surely, I am not dreaming. Alliance leader Jiang. No, Emperor Jiang. Please grant me a chance. I am willing to expend the full might of my clan in exchange for a spot to attain the Tao. Everyone went mad. Their gazes upon Jiang Heng burned with a fervor surpassing that of seeing their own fathers. Jiang Heng surveyed the scene with satisfaction. Excellent. The fish are all hooked. Everyone, please calm down. He raised his hand, signaling for silence. The spots are limited and will be allocated on a first-come, first-served basis. As for the pricing, it shall be fair and just for all. The starting bid is 500 billion top-tier spirit stones, or equivalent divine materials, imperial scriptures, or ancient treasures. With no upper limit, the highest bidder shall prevail. He paused, donning a benevolent smile. Oh, and the expenses incurred by the newly ascended primordial emperor will be fully borne by the primordial sacred land. The bill will be sent to your esteemed sanctum shortly. Just as the newly minted primordial emperor, still basking in joy, stumbled slightly, nearly plummeting from the sky, he recalled that he had apparently signed an exorbitant contract. Observing the eager old fellows below, their eyes alight with determination to part with everything for a chance, the primordial emperor suddenly felt his ascension was not in vain. In the ensuing days, the threshold of the Celestial Thief Alliance was nearly trampled down. Various factions engaged in fierce bidding for a spot to attain the Tao. Jiang Heng's system currency surged at an unprecedented rate. Soon, he amassed 1 trillion or more. On a moonless, windy night, Jiang Heng quietly infused a patch of heavenly Dao law worth 1 trillion into the essence of the heavenly Dao of this world. From that moment onward, the laws of this realm became whole, and the path to the emperor was completely reopened. Of course, to the outside world, he proclaimed that this patch was a consumable, precious, and irreplaceable. Having completed all this, Jiang Heng could finally focus on his own ascension to the emperor's realm. He did not orchestrate any grandiose spectacle. Instead, he simply sat cross-legged in his room, his mind focused. Ding! Detecting that the host cultivation has reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperor, and the world's laws have been perfected. Would you like to begin the path to the Tao? Yes. Boom. A surge of imperial might, 100-fold greater than that of the primordial Saint Lord during his ascension, erupted from him. There were no heavenly tribulations, no extraordinary phenomena. Everything unfolded so naturally. His form underwent an instantaneous and ultimate transformation. The 3,000 Dao bodies of Hunyuan seamlessly fused with the emperor's Dao fruit. His divine soul glimpsed the end of time and comprehended the mysteries of space. In that moment, he was the Dao, and the Dao was him. Across the entire central continent, all living beings, regardless of their cultivation level, felt an overwhelming sense of submission emanating from the depths of their souls. It was as if a true deity had descended into the mortal realm. Su Jiyue rushed into the room at the first opportunity. She gazed at Jiang Heng, who sat enveloped in the aura of the great Dao, her phoenix eyes sparkling with wonder. My husband, you? Yes, I just attained the Dao successfully. Jiang Heng replied with a smile, his eyes opening. It feels quite good. He stood, stretching his limbs, and with every gesture, the laws of heaven and earth resonated with him. He now sensed that with a mere thought, he could return this world to chaos. This was the power of an emperor, nay, the power of an emperor far beyond the ordinary. My husband is amazing, Su Jiyue enunciated with emphasis before suddenly throwing herself into his embrace. Her arms clung tightly around his neck. You have become an emperor. Shouldn't we celebrate properly? Her voice carried a slight tremor and allure. Jiang Heng looked down at her, taking in her beautiful face flushed with excitement. How would you like to celebrate? Su Jiyue stood on her tiptoes, pressing her red lips firmly against his. Let us have a little baby, shall we? Jiang Heng. Chapter 261. The Overzealous Disciples and Their Tasks. Life after Jiang Heng's ascension to emperor was much as he had envisioned, equally leisurely and monotonous. The fishing pond had merely shifted from a small lake at the foot of the mountain to an endless sea of stars. His fishing rod was fashioned from the branches of the world tree, and the bait consisted of dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Occasionally, an unwitting extraterrestrial demon would attempt to take advantage of him, but before they could approach, Jiang Heng would merely point, turning them to cosmic dust. My husband. You seem lost in thought again. Su Jiyue's voice came from behind. She approached, holding a plate of sliced spirit fruits. Now, she exuded an imperial grace, every movement imbued with elegance. Yet before Jiang Heng, she would always be that charming, affectionate woman. I was pondering, Jiang Heng replied, retracting his empty fishing rod. Thinking about those 2-star masters? Su Jiyue gently fed him a piece of divine fruit, her voice soft. Yes, Jiang Heng nodded. Ever since he attained the Tao and became emperor, those 2 sovereigns of the star realm had not made a sound, seeming as if they had vanished from the mortal realm. Yet, this silence left him feeling somewhat uneasy. The calm before the storm often proved to be the most exasperating. My dear husband, there is no need for concern, Su Jiyue murmured as she embraced him from behind, resting her chin upon his shoulder. When soldiers come, We shall meet them. When water arrives, we shall bury it in earth. Regardless of what transpires, I shall remain by your side." Jiang Heng smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Of course, he harbored no worries. With the system in place, as long as his disciples exerted sufficient effort, his strength would burgeon infinitely. Time, indeed, was on his side. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. These 3 years marked the most splendid era in the central continent over millennia. With Jiang Heng's celestial patchwork, one formidable old monster after another, previously stymied at the threshold of the quasi-emperor realm, successfully attained enlightenment. The title of emperor was no longer merely a legend. Although these newly ascended emperors appeared no different from fledgling chicks in Jiang Heng's eyes, their emergence heralded a seismic shift in the global landscape. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng's disciples experienced an explosive surge in their cultivation. On Mount Tianqiong, beneath the waterfall of the rear mountain, the cycle of the 5 elements thrived eternally. Han Lin uttered a low exclamation, his hands forming intricate seals. The 5 elemental forces, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, swirled around him, creating a perfect cycle. Ultimately, a radiant array of colors surged skyward, invoking the vast laws of heaven and earth. The quasi-emperor tribulation descended. Unfazed, Han Lin harnessed the power of the 5 elements, resolutely dissipating the heavenly tribulation. In the end, a magnificent aura of quasi-emperor energy emanated from him. He had succeeded. Once the weakest among them, he became Jiang Heng's first disciple to step into the quasi-emperor realm. Simultaneously, in another secret realm of Mount Tianqiong, an aged figure was safeguarding a young man, none other than the rejuvenated Dan Lao, with the young man being Xiaoxian. The 9 yang burning heaven. Xiaoxian wielded a flaming staff, transforming into a blazing sun. After fulfilling his 3-year promise with his fiancée ahead of schedule, he became singularly focused on martial pursuits. Confronted with the quasi-emperor tribulation, he showed no hesitation, launching a fierce strike with his staff. The ferocious flames clashed violently with the force of the tribulation. Ultimately, the heavenly tribulation shattered, and Xiaoxian, bathed in arcs of lightning, transcended through the tempest of thunder. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, in pursuit of cultivation, re-established the great Zhou dynasty in the central continent. At this moment, he found himself embroiled in a war against another dynasty. Armed with the Tiang Yuan brush, meticulously crafted by Su Jiyue, he faced a sea of foes alone. These adversaries were the very enemies he had cultivated during his 3 years of establishing the dynasty, an immortal dynasty within the central continent, with strokes as powerful as a dragon. The auspicious golden dragon roared forth, as he claimed the life of the enemy commander amidst the chaos. In the instant his brush pierced the heart of the opposing leader. Resolving the cycle of fate, he concurrently broke through to the quasi-emperor realm. In the icy depths of the extreme north, Nirvana, second transformation. Li Linger sat cross-legged atop a millennia-old iceberg, her body enveloped in flames of black and white. Her aura oscillated between life and death, each transition amplifying her strength. When the quasi-emperor tribulation descended, she simply opened her eyes in tranquility. The ethereal form of the heavenly phoenix materialized, inhaling deeply and devouring the tumultuous clouds of tribulation. Quasi-emperor. Achieved. In an instant, 4 newly ascended quasi-emperors emerged within the central continent, sending ripples of astonishment throughout the realm. Beside Jiang Heng's recliner, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Your disciple Han Lin has successfully ascended to the quasi-emperor realm. You have received 100,000-fold return on your cultivation. Ding. Your disciple Xiao Xian has successfully ascended to the quasi-emperor realm. You have received 100,000-fold return on your cultivation. Ding. Your disciple Zhou Yi. Ding. Your disciple Li Linger. A cascade of notifications surged through Jiang Heng's consciousness, propelling his power to unprecedented heights. Mid-tier emperor, high-tier, pinnacle. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, he shattered a barrier. A terrifying energy, far surpassing that of an emperor, erupted within him. The realm of the heavenly emperor. The entire process unfolded silently, causing not a single ripple. Upon sensing the surging power within, Jiang Heng merely shifted into a more comfortable position, continuing to recline. These youngsters were exceedingly industrious. He squinted slightly, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. Yet, this is advantageous. They strive, and in turn, I too grow stronger. Beside him, Su Jiyue's phoenix eyes sparkled with admiration, brimming with reverence. My husband has grown stronger once more. Is this what you meant when you said one could level up while reclining? She mused, marveling at her husband's enigma and unparalleled strength. Basic operation, do not engage. Jiang Heng waved his hand dismissively. Gazing at his empty fishing rod, he suddenly felt a twinge of boredom. With his disciples having reached the quasi-emperor realm, was it not time for him to make an appearance? He could not possibly allow them to engage in solitary play indefinitely. "Let us go see those youngsters," he declared, taking Su Jiyue's hand and stepping forth, arriving at the training grounds of the Thief Alliance's headquarters. At that moment, the four newly ascended disciples had congregated, exchanging insights. Upon noticing Jiang Heng's arrival, they promptly bowed in respect. "Congratulations to you all on your ascension to the quasi-emperor realm," Jiang Heng greeted them with a smile. "It is time for me to assign you some tasks." Instantly, their spirits lifted, for they understood that their master was about to impart supreme techniques. Yet, Jiang Heng shook his head. "You have already forged your own paths in terms of divine abilities and techniques. What I can teach you now are far more practical matters." He turned his gaze to Xiao Xian. "Xiao Xian, your staff technique possesses great power but lacks versatility." He then looked toward Zhou Yi. "Zhou Yi, your brush technique is stable yet lacks decisiveness. Today, I shall allow you to witness what true adaptability looks like." As he spoke, he pointed skyward, lightly slicing through the air. With a resounding whoosh, a fissure spanning billions of miles appeared upon the crystalline barrier of the cosmic expanse. On the other side of the rift lay a foreign world, engulfed in a brutal conflict. Countless bizarre beings clashed upon the battlefield. That is, Xiao Xian and Zhou Yi stared in astonishment at the scene beyond the rift. A realm of comparable stature to theirs was being invaded by another world. Jiang Heng explained calmly, "Xiao Xian, Zhou Yi, your assignment is to venture into that battlefield. You may return only when you have quelled that war." Before they could react to his words, with a grand sweep of his sleeve, an irresistible force enveloped them, casting them directly into the spatial rift. "Master! Master!" Their horrified cries echoed from within the rift, swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of battle. Han Lin and Li Linger, witnessing the scene, felt a chill run down their spines, a foreboding sense rising within them. "Master is being rather blunt, is he not? That is an entire world at war," Han Lin thought. Jiang Heng's gaze then fell upon Han Lin. "Your pathway of the 5 elements has reached a bottleneck. I shall send you to a place where you will find what you require, enabling your celestial vessel to function at its fullest potential." With another wave of his hand, he continued on his path. The figure of Han Lin vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he found himself in a world fragrant with blossoms and filled with precious medicinal herbs. An elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, was watering a small plant. Startled by Han Lin's sudden appearance, the old man stammered, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Just as Han Lin was trying to comprehend the situation, a voice echoed in his mind. It was Jiang Heng. "This is the realm of the apothecary god. The old man before you is the previous apothecary god. Your task is to master all his alchemical techniques, and then surpass him." Han Lin was taken aback. Finally, Jiang Heng turned his gaze to Li Linger. "Linger, your path is fraught with peril. Slaughter is not the end, but the beginning. I have sought for you a place of reincarnation. There, you will face 99 layers of illusions, corresponding to 99 different lives. When you can pierce through life and death and comprehend your true heart, only then will your path be deemed truly accomplished." As he finished speaking, Li Linger's figure also faded away. The vast training ground was left with only Jiang Heng and Su Jiyue. Chapter 262, The Final Step. 5 years later. 5 years had passed since Jiang Heng attained the status of Heavenly Emperor. During these years, he had embraced the long-desired life of retirement. His days were filled with either fishing or basking in the sun, occasionally being engaged by Su Jiyue in discussions of the mysteries of life. His existence was remarkably simple yet monotonous. Meanwhile, his disciples were fervently leveling up in their respective novice villages, each achieving the status of emperor. Xiao Xian and Zhou Yi made their mark on foreign battlefields, earning the title of the newly risen twin stars. Han Lin, in the apothecary god-s realm, had thoroughly exhausted the old apothecary god-s teachings, making remarkable progress in alchemy. Li Linger, traversing through the 99 layers of illusions, was achieving an increasingly profound state of mind. Their cultivation soared rapidly, continuously providing Jiang Heng with 100,000-fold return. On this particular day, Jiang Heng was fishing by the star sea when suddenly, the entire celestial star domain trembled violently. An overwhelming and majestic imperial might erupted from the depths of the thieving heaven alliance, soaring into the sky. Countless auspicious colors filled the air, and clouds stretched for miles. It seemed as if the very laws of the world were rejoicing and exulting. Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his face. Finally, it has come. He reeled in his fishing rod, and turned to behold a breathtaking figure rising gracefully from the depths of the thieving heaven alliance. She donned a magnificent phoenix robe, crowned with an imperial diadem, her beauty unparalleled, none other than Su Jiyue. After the accumulation of 9 lifetimes and the nurturing she received from Jiang Heng over the years, she had finally achieved a remarkable breakthrough, stepping into the realm of the Heavenly Emperor. Her aura, distinct from Jiang Heng's primordial path, was imbued with the vicissitudes of reincarnation. Husband, I have succeeded. Su Jiuyue's figure suddenly appeared before Jiang Heng, embracing him with fervor. Jiang Heng could feel the power within him surging once more. Ding! Your partner Su Jiyue has successfully attained the Heavenly Emperor status, triggering the hidden bond of divine couples. You gain 1,000-fold comprehension of cultivation, elevating your cultivation to the 3rd level of the divine path. Now, Jiang Heng stood on the precipice of the divine realm, merely a step away from transcending the celestial star domain. However, he was in no rush, intent on further accumulating strength before venturing beyond. Congratulations. Jiang Heng approached Su Jiyue, patting her back. How does it feel? Unprecedentedly wonderful. Su Jiyue exclaimed, her small fist pumping with excitement. I feel like I could take on 10 of my former selves. Her phoenix eyes sparkled with mischief as she suddenly regarded Jiang Heng. Husband, now that we are both heavenly emperors, shall we spar a little? A glint of eagerness shone in her gaze. While she was aware that she could not possibly defeat her extraordinary husband, as fellow heavenly emperors, she was curious to test their respective strengths. Very well, Jiang Heng readily agreed, eager to ascertain the true strength of his 9-lifetime empress. But do allow me a slight advantage. Su Jiyue's words were light, yet her eyes brimmed with determination. The two stepped forth, arriving in the chaotic void beyond the star domain. Come forth. Jiang Heng stood with hands clasped behind his back, calm and collected. 3 moves. Su Jiyue scoffed lightly. Husband, you underestimate me. With a fierce cry, she took the initiative. First move, dreamlike mortal realm. She gently pointed her jade finger, and the entire chaotic void transformed into a vibrant scene of human life. The streets bustled with activity, a true depiction of life. Jiang Heng found himself standing on a street corner of an ancient city. Everything around him felt astonishingly real. A little girl in coarse linen, her hair styled into braids, dashed past him, holding a skewer of candied fruit. An elderly man, white-haired, leisurely played chess at a street corner. Even the air was infused with appetizing aromas. This was Su Jiyue's path. She had woven her experiences from 9 lifetimes into the very fabric of the laws. At a mere thought, she could conjure a realm of mortal existence. Those who became ensnared within it, if their resolve was weak, would forever be lost, trapped in an endless cycle of illusions. Quite intriguing, Jiang Heng chuckled, refraining from shattering this realm. Instead, he strolled through the ancient city streets as a true visitor. Entering a tavern, he ordered a fine wine and a few dishes, indulging in his own enjoyment. Su Jiyue's figure materialized opposite him, her expression a mix of exasperation and curiosity. Husband, what are you doing? Drinking, Jiang Heng replied, swirling his cup. The wine in this illusion is quite delightful. Su Jiyue felt as if she had struck a pillow with her fist. Second move, time is a song. She formed another seal. The flow of time within the mortal realm accelerated wildly. Seasons changed, and years passed. The tavern was renovated, the streets transformed. Surrounding pedestrians aged from youth to elder, eventually becoming dust in a handful of moments. The terrifying laws of time were capable of reducing even a mighty emperor to ashes in an instant. Yet, Jiang Heng remained seated, impervious to the relentless passage of time. His figure seemed to transcend the river of time, unaffected by its currents. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Jiyue's beautiful eyes. Jiang Heng shook his head. When it comes to the laws of time, you still have a bit to learn. Finishing his last sip of wine, he rose. Do you have a third move? Su Jiyue took a deep breath, her demeanor shifting to one of unprecedented gravity. Husband, be cautious. Third move, 9 lives of reincarnation, love and hate turned to void. Her entire being began to shimmer with an ethereal glow. 9 figures identical to her emerged from her body, each representing a lifetime. Each figure encapsulated a profound emotion: love, hate, infatuation, resentment, and regret. 9 emotions transformed into 9 fundamental laws, interweaving to form a celestial net, descending upon Jiang Heng. This was her mightiest move, the culmination of all her power from 9 lifetimes, capable of severely wounding or even annihilating an equally ranked heavenly emperor. Faced with this critical strike, Jiang Heng finally made his move. He did not invoke any divine abilities. Instead, he slowly extended his arms, as if awaiting the return of a beloved. Come back, he murmured softly. The 9 figures, imbued with profound emotion, abruptly halted just a foot away from him. The struggles, madness, and resentment etched upon their faces vanished in an instant, replaced by boundless affection and tenderness. They transformed into 9 streams of light, willingly merging into Jiang Heng's embrace. Su Jiyue's true form also materialized in his arms. She gazed at Jiang Heng in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Why is it like this? She pondered. Because Jiang Heng held her close, whispering softly in her ear, "Every love, hatred, and conflict of yours across lifetimes has arisen because of me. Your path, your laws, your power, all are inscribed with my name. How could you ever strike it yourself?" Su Jiuyue's body trembled violently. She finally grasped the truth. Her greatest weakness was him. She would never be able to wield a true blade against him. "Husband, you are so mischievous," she mumbled, burying her face in Jiang Heng's embrace. Her voice tinged with a hint of grievance and unmistakable sweetness. Chapter 263, An Uninvited Guest. That night, as usual, Su Jiyue entered Jiang Heng's chamber to share the bed. Jiang Heng, cradling the fragrant softness of his beloved, felt a slight headache. This woman was now constantly preoccupied with thoughts of bearing him children. Matters of procreation should unfold naturally, he asserted seriously. A forcibly picked fruit is never sweet. Su Jiyue blinked her enchanting eyes and lifted her head from his embrace. "Husband, are you perhaps incapable?" Jiang Heng's expression darkened. A man should never tolerate such insinuations. He swiftly scooped Su Jiyue up, striding purposefully toward the bed. "Today, let me show you what it means to wield the great Tao of primordial unity, what it means to possess the might of the celestial emperor." The next day, Jiang Heng emerged from his chamber, his face radiating confidence. Although Su Jiyue had become even more formidable after attaining the celestial emperor's path, resembling a warrior in a juicing machine, it was evident that he, Jiang the celestial emperor, still surpassed her. Su Jiyue followed behind him, her face glowing with satisfaction, albeit tinged with slight fatigue. She gazed at Jiang Heng's back, a proud smile gracing her lips. "Husband, where shall we go fishing today?" She affectionately linked her arm with his. "No fishing today," Jiang Heng wearily waved his hand. "We need to rest. If we continue, the fishing rod will snap." Su Jiyue's cheeks flushed, and she playfully retorted, "Husband, you are truly wicked." The couple settled in reclining chairs at the cliff's edge. Jiang Heng collapsed onto the chair, feeling as if every cell in his body protested. Being a slacker was exhausting, especially when one was a slacker with a family. "Husband, how do you think the disciples are faring?" Su Jiyue leaned against him, her voice gentle. Jiang Heng lazily opened the system panel, where the statuses of several disciples were readily apparent. Xiao Xian and Zhou Yi were engaged in a spectacular battle in an otherworldly battlefield. One wielded a ruler, while the other employed a brush, achieving the remarkable title of being versatile in both literature and martial arts. Tales of their exploits spread throughout the entire otherworld. Han Lin was thriving in the apothecary god realm, using the celestial bottle to cultivate countless long-lost divine medicines. The former apothecary god now followed him closely, seeking his guidance, treating him with more affection than a beloved grandson. Li Ling'er continued to navigate the cycles of the illusory realm, her mental cultivation nearing a critical breakthrough. Observing his disciples' fervent endeavors, Jiang Heng smiled with satisfaction. "Keep it up, my industrious tools. The advancement of your master relies on you." He glanced at his own cultivation status. Host, Jiang Heng. Cultivation, 3rd level of divine path. Accumulated return of cultivation, 99,999. The long string of zeros dazzled Jiang Heng's eyes. He was akin to a sealed supernuclear bomb. The moment he stepped beyond this celestial star domain, his cultivation would instantaneously ascend to the divine path. Yet, for the moment, he had no intention of leaving. With a cherished wife at home and disciples striving outside, why venture into the elements when he could grow stronger in repose? Now, with his cultivation on the rise, the threats of celestial and evil gods no longer occupied Jiang Heng's thoughts. The closer he approached the divine path, the clearer it became that the celestial and evil gods were at best at the 5th or 6th levels of the ordinary divine path. He even sensed that even if he did not break through to the divine path, his peak as the celestial emperor would suffice to stand against the two. His greater concern lay beyond the star domain, amidst the divine beings, divine kings, and divine emperors that resided above the divine path. As Jiang Heng pondered, he suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing something unusual. Su Jiyue also sat up straight, her expression grave. "Husband, did you feel that?" Jiang Heng nodded. "Just moments ago." A peculiar sensation swept across the entire celestial star domain. This sensation was cold, lifeless, devoid of any emotion, as if a precise instrument were conducting a scan. It was neither a celestial god nor an evil god. He was all too familiar with the auras of those two. Was it a new enemy? Jiang Heng's consciousness swiftly extended outward, scanning the space beyond this realm. Every inch was thoroughly examined, yet he found nothing. The energy seemed to have never existed at all. Strange, Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes. To be able to elude his notice right before his eyes, the opponent possessed remarkable skills. Su Jiyue tightened her grip on Jiang Heng's hand, a flicker of worry flashing in her phoenix-like eyes. "Could it be?" "It's nothing," Jiang Heng reassured her. patting her hand gently. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall cover it. In my territory, even a dragon must coil. Despite his words, a sliver of vigilance crept into his heart. Such unknown enemies were indeed troublesome. However, several days passed in tranquility, and that eerie energy never resurfaced. As if it had all been a mere illusion, Jiang Heng's wariness gradually relaxed. Perhaps it was just some divine being passing through, he mused. Picking up his fishing rod once more. Life must continue. On one particular day, while he and Su Jiyue were fishing amidst the cosmic sea, the entire star domain suddenly trembled violently, without warning. It felt as if an invisible hand had violently shaken it. Jiang Heng leaped to his feet, his gaze sharp as lightning, directed towards the barriers of the star domain. There, in the boundless chaos of the void, a colossal figure began to emerge slowly. It was a ship, a gargantuan vessel composed entirely of pure crystal. It was so immense that words could scarcely encapsulate its size. Stars appeared insignificant as dust in its presence. It simply hovered there, devoid of any energy fluctuations or overwhelming might. Yet, its very existence was enough to instill a profound sense of dread in the souls of any who beheld it. This is a creation that transcends the cognitive limits of the celestial star domain. It is a being from a higher dimension, which has descended upon this barren universe, the central continent. At that moment, all living beings lifted their heads. They could not see the colossal vessel, yet they sensed an intangible fear tightening around their throats, as if the apocalypse were imminent. Jiang Heng and Su Jiyue stood side by side in the chaotic void, their expressions graver than ever before. What is this entity? Su Jiyue's voice carried a note of seriousness. I do not know, Jiang Heng shook his head, but I am certain that the newcomer harbors no good intentions. At that instant, a cold, mechanical voice devoid of any emotion abruptly resonated within the minds of every being in the star domain. It was a language they had never heard before, yet its meaning was unmistakably clear to them. According to the Galactic Civilization Accord, Section 3, Article 7, this inferior planetary civilization, the celestial star domain, has been designated as a standard resource extraction unit. All indigenous life forms will undergo pacification procedures. Chapter 264, The Annoying Fly. The chilling voice echoed throughout every corner of the celestial star domain, resembling a verdict from the highest court. The Galactic Civilization Accord? Resource extraction? Pacification procedures? In essence, it meant, your world has been requisitioned by us. You natives will be dealt with. My dear they. Su Jiyue's phoenix eyes rarely revealed such a serious expression. She could feel that behind the cold voice lay a power governed by a higher set of rules. Jiang Heng, however, maintained a tranquil demeanor. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the endless void to glimpse the edge of the star domain. Beyond the chaotic barrier of the celestial star domain, two figures were confronting a group of individuals clad in silver uniforms. These two figures were the celestial overseers of the celestial star domain, the celestial god and the evil god. In that moment, their faces reflected no longer the composure and calculation they had shown in front of Jiang Heng, but rather a profound wariness. Lord Inspector, is there some sort of misunderstanding? The celestial god's face, composed of starlight, strained to form a semblance of a humble smile. We, in the celestial star domain, have consistently submitted sufficient resources to the Galactic Civilization Alliance on time every year, without any defaults. Opposite him, the leader of the silver-clad individuals bore a stern visage, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He did not look at the celestial god, but instead focused on a holographic display on his wrist. According to Alliance Directive Number 77, an anomalous energy level surge has been detected within the celestial star domain. Over the past 5 years, more than 10 A-class life forms and 1 S-class life form have continuously emerged. Just moments ago, yet another S-class life form was born. Such an energy explosion on this scale has severely disrupted the ecological balance of civilization in this region, triggering the cleansing protocol. The silver-clad man's voice mirrored that of the earlier proclamation that had resonated through the star domain. The celestial god's expression stiffened. The evil god, leaning lazily against a nearby structure, interjected with a hint of mockery in his tone. I say, old stick in the mud, is this the order you aspire to? After maintaining stagnant waters for tens of millions of years, a little imp has punctured the heavens in mere moments. Now look, you've summoned the cleaners. The silver-clad man finally lifted his head, casting a glance at the evil god. Designation B-378, Evil God. According to the records, you have repeatedly engaged in actions that disrupt the order of the Alliance. Your dereliction of duty will be accounted for in this incident. The evil god's expression darkened. Lord Inspector, the celestial star domain is the foundation for both of us. I implore you to show leniency. The celestial god pleaded once again. We are willing to offer double, no, triple the resources, merely to have the cleansing protocol revoked. Request denied. The silver-clad man replied coldly, waving his hand dismissively. Once the protocol is initiated, it is irreversible. Now, please comply with the pacification procedures. The dozen or so silver-clad warriors behind him stepped forward in unison, exuding a synchronized aura of the divine realm. Each one of them was, in fact, a formidable warrior at the first level of the divine realm. The expressions of the celestial god and the evil god darkened entirely. They realized that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. It seemed they could only risk everything in a desperate fight. The celestial god's voice turned icy. He radiated starlight, transforming the laws of order into chains that encompassed the surrounding chaos. The evil god also shed his languid demeanor, as the forces of chaos and corruption coalesced around him into a swirling vortex. A great battle was imminent. However, at that moment, a calm voice unexpectedly echoed in everyone's ears. I say, gentlemen, isn't it a tad impolite to dispute at my doorstep? All were taken aback, abruptly turning toward the source of the sound. There, in the chaotic void not far away, stood a young couple side by side. The man wore white robes, his demeanor serene as if merely out for a stroll. The woman, clad in a phoenix robe, possessed an unparalleled beauty, gracefully linking her arm with the man, Jiang Heng and Su Jiyue. Upon seeing Jiang Heng, both the celestial god and the evil god's pupils constricted sharply. They had completely failed to notice when Jiang Heng had arrived. The rapid growth of this variable had surpassed their comprehension. The silver-clad inspector then fixed his gaze upon Jiang Heng and Su Jiyue. An alarming sound blared from the holographic display on his wrist. Warning. An SS-level life form detected. Warning. Target data anomalous, unable to parse. For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed the inspector's cold visage. He looked up at Jiang Heng, his voice still frigid. According to the Galactic Civilization Accord, any individual not registered as SS level or above will be considered a potential threat. I now order you to immediately cease resistance and submit to the Alliance's inspection. Jiang Heng casually rubbed his ears. Did you just say you intend to purify my world? Yes, the inspector nodded. This is to maintain the balance and order of cosmic civilizations. Every individual must comply. Oh, Jiang Heng nodded in understanding before turning to Su Jiyue. Did you grasp that? Su Jiyue shook her head. I didn't understand, my husband. All I heard was a swarm of flies buzzing. I feel the same. Jiang Heng nodded in agreement. Then let us swat them. No sooner had he spoken than he waved his hand toward the inspector. At that moment, a voice echoed in Jiang Heng's mind. Instant kill effect triggered, given that the host is at the pinnacle of the heavenly emperor realm, and the enemy's highest cultivation is at the third level of the divine realm. They may be directly erased. The moment the system's voice resonated in his mind, without any forewarning, the silver-clad inspector and the dozen or so warriors behind him began to vanish from existence, as if they were pencil sketches being erased, starting from their heads, disappearing inch by inch, their faces unable to register any expression of terror. In an instant, they were utterly erased from this universe, leaving not a trace of energy behind, as though they had never existed. The chaotic void fell silent once more, leaving only the celestial god and the evil god standing in stunned silence, their bodies cold with shock. What had they just witnessed? A dozen or so formidable beings of the divine path, including a patrol officer of equal rank, have simply vanished? What kind of power is this? Is it a matter of words manifesting as law? No, even deities of the divine realm could not achieve such astonishing feats. The celestial god and the malevolent god exchanged glances, each reflecting profound trepidation in the other's eyes. They finally comprehended the nature of the monster they had provoked. A variable? This is no mere variable. This is clearly a force intent on overturning the table. Jiang Heng clapped his hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He turned to face the two-star domain masters who were now utterly dumbfounded. Now, it is your turn. A benevolent smile graced his face. Will you depart on your own, or shall I assist in your departure? Chapter 265, Jiang Heng's Arrangement. Subduing the heavenly malevolence, Li Ling'er emerges from seclusion. Upon hearing Jiang Heng's words, both the celestial god and the malevolent god trembled simultaneously. Depart? Where could they possibly go? As star masters, their very existence was intertwined with the celestial star domain. Should they leave, they would, like the two unfortunate souls before them, become as rootless driftwood. Not only would their cultivation plummet, but they would also become targets for the myriad dangers lurking in the cosmos. Realizing this, the celestial god inhaled deeply and bowed profoundly to Jiang Heng. Jiang Daoyu, no Jiang Darren. He decisively altered his address. Previously, it was our ignorance that led to our offense. I beseech your forgiveness. We are willing to offer everything, merely to remain in the celestial star domain to serve you. Beside him, the malevolent god, though reluctant in his heart, understood the weight of the situation. He grimaced, mimicking a bow. Indeed, from now on, the celestial star domain shall be at your command. We shall serve as your gatekeepers. What say you? A true man knows when to yield, for that is the wisest course. Jiang Heng regarded the two, momentarily lost in contemplation. Eliminating them would be an easy task, but what then? Though the celestial star domain is not vast, it is rife with trivial matters. Surely, he could not attend to these mundane affairs daily. And how could he relax as a slacker? Should he let Su Jiyue manage? No, his beloved wife was meant to be cherished, not burdened with labor. With this thought, Jiang Heng concluded that retaining these two as tools might not be a poor choice after all. After all, they were professionals, adept in their duties. A gatekeeper? Jiang Heng surveyed them with a playful glint in his eye. For now, they seemed adequate, but could they truly manage such a wide gate in the future? The celestial god and the malevolent god instantly wore expressions of bitterness. They discerned Jiang Heng's insinuation that their cultivation was insufficient. Lord, the celestial god began to explain. But Jiang Heng waved his hand dismissively. Enough, with a casual gesture. Two orbs imbued with pure insights of the great Dao flew into the bodies of the celestial god and the malevolent god. Gifts he had accumulated over the years through his idle sign-ins. This is your reward. Boom. The celestial god and the malevolent god felt as though their minds had exploded. Countless supreme truths regarding order and chaos erupted within their consciousness. The bottleneck that had plagued them for countless eons shattered in that instant. Their auras began to ascend rapidly, 4th, 5th, 6th levels of the divine path, until they finally reached the pinnacle of the 9th level, where they gradually came to a halt. Feeling the unprecedented surge of power coursing through them, their faces radiated ecstasy and disbelief. Just a casual flick of his hand propelled them from the 3rd level of the divine path directly to the peak. What an extraordinary feat. Who exactly is this master? Could he possibly be a reincarnated divine emperor? The more they pondered, the more convinced they became, and they promptly resolved to cling tightly to Jiang Heng's thigh. Thank you for your benevolent endowment, my lord. The celestial god and the malevolent god trembled with excitement, bowing deeply before Jiang Heng from the depths of their hearts. Rise. Jiang Heng replied nonchalantly. From now on, you shall be responsible for managing the daily affairs of the star domain. Additionally, keep an eye on that so-called Pan-Stellar Civilization Alliance. Report any disturbances to me immediately. Understood. They both responded in unison, their voices resounding. Having dispatched his newly acquired subordinates, Jiang Heng took Su Jiyue's hand and stepped back into the Thief Alliance. In the chaotic void, only the celestial god and the malevolent god remained, exchanging bewildered glances. Old stick in the mud, have we just hitched our fortunes to a great master? The malevolent god remarked dreamily. Not merely a great master, the celestial god corrected solemnly, but to the heavens. At the edge of the Thief Alliance, Jiang Heng reclined once more in his comfortable chair. Su Jiyue sat beside him, kneading his shoulders, her expression tinged with concern. Husband, that Pan-Stellar Civilization Alliance sounds formidable. Each of those individuals was a being of the divine path, yet they merely served as patrol soldiers. Behind them, there must be even more terrifying entities. Yes, I am aware. Jiang Heng replied lazily, eyes still closed. What shall we? There's no need to rush. Jiang Heng interrupted her. They will need time to locate us. This period is ample for me to cultivate that group of disciples into capable enforcers. Upon hearing this, Su Jiyue chuckled softly. Husband, you wish to be a hands-off manager. What do you mean wish? Jiang Heng retorted with a serious expression. I have always been one. Otherwise, why would I take them as disciples? Is it merely for their good looks? Su Jiyue was amused by his banter. She understood that although her husband spoke of idleness, he had already devised comprehensive plans in his heart. With him by her side, no crisis could pose a threat. She leaned contentedly against Jiang Heng, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Just then, Jiang Heng suddenly opened his eyes. He accessed the system panel, gazing at the notifications with a slight smile. Ding, your disciple, Li Linger, has navigated through the 99 layers of the reincarnation illusion, comprehended her true self, and successfully attained the title of Divine Emperor, triggering a 10,000-fold cultivation return. Ding. Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the divine path. Excellent. The unparalleled master of scrolls has finally emerged from seclusion. Jiang Heng nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, Li Linger's figure materialized in the training grounds. At this moment, Li Linger exuded a striking transformation. Clad in her familiar white attire, as pure as snow, her eyes now reflected not merely an icy demeanor, but also a serene and compassionate understanding of worldly affairs. The energies of life and death circulated around her, forming a perfect Tai Chi diagram. She had forged her own path. Master. Upon seeing Jiang Heng and Su Jiyue, Li Linger calmly bowed. How do you feel? Transformed, Li Linger succinctly replied. Jiang Heng nodded in approval. Excellent. Your senior brothers are still out honing their skills. It is time to assign you some tasks. Li Linger's eyes brightened instantly. Please, Master, issue your command. Jiang Heng pondered for a moment and said, I have a list for you. He infused a thought into Li Linger's mind. The list contained names and coordinates. Information he had extracted from the memory of the Silver Armored Patrol officer regarding the Panstellar Civilization Alliance's nearby weak outposts. The strongest among them merely at the peak of the Divine Emperor level. Your task is to summon all these individuals back. Jiang Heng's tone was remarkably calm. Remember, it is an invitation. One must persuade them with reason, allowing them to willingly visit us. Should they refuse to be reasonable, then you shall enlighten them with reason. Li Linger was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended Jiang Heng's intent. The disciple acknowledged her understanding, vowing to fulfill the task. She bowed once more to Jiang Heng and then vanished from sight. Su Jiyue, observing the direction in which Li Linger had departed, could not suppress a chuckle. Husband, are you sending Linger to challenge them? What challenge? Jiang Heng replied with righteous indignation. This is a cross-star domain-friendly exchange. Chapter 266. Li Shuer leaves the sect. The sect master of Kunwu feels a mixture of joy and worry. Meanwhile, in another realm, within the Kunwu realm, at this moment, deep within the forbidden grounds of Kunwu sect, atop a mountain enveloped in ethereal mist, a resplendent noblewoman adorned in luxurious attire gazed with a furrowed brow at the young girl before her. The girl, with cascading silver hair and skin as pure as snow, sat quietly, seemingly devoid of any outward aura, yet appearing to merge seamlessly with the surrounding universe. She was none other than Li Shuer, the esteemed junior ancestor of Kunwu sect, a lineage so exalted that it inspired awe. The noblewoman was none other than Yunlan, the current sect master of Kunwu. Years ago, this little girl had descended from the heavens, landing squarely upon her head. Initially, Yunlan had intended to reprimand her, but upon sensing the girl's extraordinary potential, she was overwhelmed with joy and, against all opposition, forcibly took Li Shuer as her closed-door disciple. Over the years, she had treated Li Shuer as her own, showering her with various rare herbs and secret techniques as if they were of no consequence. Li Shuer, in turn, had proven her worth, her cultivation soaring at a meteoric pace. In a remarkably short period, she had ascended from a mere honored one to an unparalleled existence at the emperor level. Such speed was indeed astonishing. Consequently, Kunwu sect's dominant position had become even more secure, and Yunlan grew increasingly satisfied with her disciple. However, just moments ago, Li Shuer had suddenly declared her intent to leave. How could Yunlan possibly accept this? Shuer, why? Yunlan implored earnestly. Has the sect treated you poorly? Or has someone wronged you? Speak to your master, and I shall rectify it. Li Shuer shook her head, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of regret. Master, you have treated me exceedingly well, and the sect has been generous. However, she paused, her tone imbued with unwavering determination. I have found my master. This master, of course, referred to Jiang Heng. At the moment Jiang Heng obliterated the inspector from the Interstellar Civilization Alliance, the ripple of energy sweeping through the star domain reached the Kunwu realm. Li Shuer distinctly sensed her master Jiang Heng's familiar presence within that surge. He was in action, and it seemed he was in peril. This thought instantly consumed her mind. She had to return. She had to be by her master's side. Yunlan was taken aback. Master? But you are an orphan. Where could you possibly have a master? When Li Shuer had fallen, her mind had been clouded, retaining only her name and the quest for her master. Yunlan had assumed she was merely babbling due to her fall. To her astonishment, Li Shuer still remembered this. He is not merely my master, he is my true master. Li Shuer's words were somewhat convoluted. In her heart, Yunlan was her teacher imparting knowledge, while Jiang Heng had granted her rebirth and everything she held dear. The significance of the two was not to be compared. Yunlan was bewildered, yet grasped the crux of the matter. Whoever he may be, you cannot leave. She adopted a firm stance. You are the foundation of Kunwu sect, the hope for its future. How can you simply depart? If you leave, what will happen to the sect? What will happen to me? By the end of her plea, her voice quivered with emotion. On one hand, she genuinely could not bear to part with Li Shuer. On the other, she feared that if this revered figure left, she might never return. Most crucially, ever since Li Shuer arrived, her own fortune had taken a turn for the worse. From biting her tongue while drinking water to tripping on flat ground, every alchemical attempt ended in disaster, and her meditative retreats were consistently interrupted. She had an instinctive sense that this misfortune was tied to Li Shuer, and that she must keep her close to quell such calamities. Li Shuer gazed at the tearful Yunlan, her heart heavy with reluctance. However, the thought of her master potentially facing danger steeled her resolve. Master, I am sorry. She stood, bowing deeply to Yunlan. I must leave. You. Yunlan trembled with fury. If you dare step outside this mountain gate, I shall. She found herself at a loss, unable to conjure a proper threat. Fight. She was no match. Scold. This girl was impervious to reprimand. Ultimately, she stamped her foot. Unless you can exit the mountain gate's protective formation without harming anyone, you shall not leave. This was the only solution that came to her mind. The protective formation of Kunwu Sect was an ancient legacy, strengthened by generations of sect masters. Even emperor-level powerhouses would find it challenging to breach, let alone without causing harm. It was an almost impossible task. She was confident this would suffice to confine Li Shuer. However, Li Shuer merely nodded calmly. Very well. Her acquiescence unnerved Yunlan, filling her with a sense of foreboding. The news of Li Shuer attempting to breach the mountain gate spread like wildfire throughout Kunwu Sect. All disciples and elders were left dumbfounded. What? The junior ancestor intends to leave? Did the sect master not intervene? She did, came the reply. But the sect master said that if the junior ancestor can exit the protective formation without harming anyone, she may go. How is that possible? With the formation activated, even spirits could not traverse it, let alone without causing harm. I fear the junior ancestor is doomed to fail. As discussions erupted, countless disciples and elders surged toward the mountain gate, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. At the mountain gate, Yunlan stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her expression grave. Behind her stood dozens of esteemed elders of Kunwu Sect, each possessing the cultivation of near emperors. Together, they activated the formation, enveloping the entire Kunwu Sect in a radiant barrier. The surface of the barrier shimmered with flowing runes and swirling sword energies, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens. Shuer, if you regret this now, it is not too late. Yunlan made one last effort. Li Shuer, her silver hair dancing in the wind, remained silent, simply taking a step forward. One step, 2 steps. She moved slowly yet resolutely, each step imbued with unwavering determination. Buzz. The moment she entered the formation's domain, the entire array seemed to come alive. An endless torrent of sword energies surged forth from all directions to obliterate her. Each blade was powerful enough to easily rend a near emperor. Yet, as these sword energies approached within 3 feet of Li Shuer, they inexplicably stalled, as if an invisible barrier separated her from the outside world. More peculiarly, those sword energies began to turn upon one another. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of clashing echoed incessantly. The formation was engaging in a self-inflicted battle. The elders controlling the formation were left aghast. What is happening? The formation is out of control. My spiritual power has become uncontrollable. Puff. An elder suddenly spewed a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion instantly paling. His strength had been repulsed by the grand formation. Soon, more and more elders suffered the same fate, staggering in their breaths in disarray. Yunlan watched in stunned silence. She was aware that Li Shuer was quite sinister, but she never anticipated it to this extent. Steady yourselves. Everyone, hold steady, Yunlan exclaimed, forcefully mobilizing her quasi-emperor power in an attempt to stabilize the chaotic grand formation. However, at that very moment, Li Shuer had already approached the edge of the formation. She extended a slender finger and gently tapped the shimmering barrier. Crack. A faint sound resonated. The protective barrier of the Kunwu Sect, akin to fragile glass, displayed a fissure. Subsequently, the crack rapidly spread like a spider's web. Boom. A tremendous noise erupted as the entire barrier shattered, transforming into a cascade of radiant light that rained down. Everyone stood in awe. The entire process, from Li Shuer stepping into the formation to its destruction, spanned merely a dozen breaths. The pride of Kunwu Sect's protective formation was shattered just like that. Moreover, not a single person was harmed, aside from those elders who had inflicted internal injuries upon themselves. Yunlan stood there, mouth agape, unable to utter a word for a long while. She finally comprehended that her disciple had ascended to an unimaginable height. She wished to retain her, but it was no longer within her grasp. Li Shuer bowed deeply once more to Yunlan. Master, take care. With that, her figure flickered and vanished into the horizon, leaving behind a bitter-faced Yunlan and the disheveled upper echelons of Kunwu Sect. After a considerable time, Yunlan let out a long sigh. Enough, enough. A woman must not be kept. She suddenly felt that since Li Shuer had departed, she no longer choked on water, walked without stumbling, and even her breathing had become notably smoother. The misfortune that had entangled her for years seemed to have departed alongside the young girl. Yunlan's expression turned immensely complex, realizing that this little girl had indeed come to disrupt her peace. The moment she left, my good fortune returned. A sense of inexplicable sorrow surged within her heart. Chapter 267. The Rakshasa Realm, the Banquet of Hongs. On the other side, in the Rakshasa Realm, there were neither sun, moon, nor stars, but rather a perpetually hanging blood-red crescent moon. The earth was a dark crimson, with foul-smelling magma flowing through its cracked seams. The sky was shrouded in gray, perpetually echoing with desperate howls and wails. This was a world rife with chaos, slaughter, and the survival of the fittest. At this moment, upon a throne constructed of countless bones, a young man in a black robe rested his chin on one hand, gazing down at the billions of kneeling Rakshasa spirits below. The youth was Feng Yuan. Beside him stood a figure quietly attending to him, Zhouya. Zhouya, now devoid of any trace of the former pride of the great Zhou princess, wore a thin black veil, her eyes reflecting complete submission to Feng Yuan. Just then, a subtle tremor coursed through the fundamental laws of the Rakshasa realm. The source of this disturbance came from beyond the realm, fleeting yet imbued with an overwhelming authority that commanded all laws to submit. Feng Yuan, seated upon the throne, abruptly opened his eyes. For the first time, a flicker of surprise appeared in his otherwise calm gaze. This aura, he murmured, as the peculiar, dormant cicada on the back of his hand stirred uneasily, flapping its wings. This aura felt strangely familiar, reminiscent of his unorthodox master, Jiang Heng. Yet its intensity surpassed anything he could comprehend. Has my master encountered trouble? Feng Yuan furrowed his brow, not out of concern for Jiang Heng's safety, but rather in fear that his most reliable shield might shatter too soon. He had only been in the Rakshasa realm for a few years, leveraging the experiences and methods from his previous life as a demon lord. Coupled with the almost invincible witch goddess Gu technique, he had thrived here as if in water. From an outsider, he had carved a bloody path, devouring and scheming, and had audaciously ascended to the 9th seat of the throne beneath the watchful eyes of 8 seasoned Rakshasa kings, thus achieving the status of a great emperor and becoming the 9th Rakshasa of this bloody land. It seemed time to hasten my progress. Feng Yuan retracted his thoughts, his icy gaze sweeping over the scene below. The Rakshasa realm was merely a pit stop on his road to return. He required the resources here to pave his path ahead. However, it appeared that unforeseen variables threatened his logistical base in another world. As he pondered, a chilling divine thought traversed the endless void, descending upon his bone temple. 9th Rakshasa, Feng Yuan. The voice was ancient and hoarse, imbued with a decaying essence. 3 days hence, at the Blood Moon Summit, attend the 9 Rakshasa Council. The voice of the first Rakshasa, Moro, left this message before receding like a tide. A cold smile crept onto Feng Yuan's lips. A council? The Rakshasa realm had never been governed by any council. The sole law here was that the mightiest fist dictated the truth. That ancient being, Moro, who had existed since the inception of the Rakshasa realm, suddenly orchestrating such a spectacle, was all too transparent in intent. It seemed my presence as a newcomer had become an eyesore to them. Feng Yuan rose, approaching the edge of the temple, gazing down at his territory. On the blood-red plains, countless newly born Rakshasa were devouring one another, vying to emerge as the stronger. This was the rule he had instituted, far more efficient than the rearing methods of those 8 old geezers. It was precisely this efficiency that had caused his forces to expand rapidly in a short time, provoking the wariness of other Rakshasa kings, especially the first Rakshasa, Moro, an ancient being existing since the dawn of the Rakshasa realm, rumored to be on the verge of breaking through to the emperor level. Very well. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Feng Yuan's eyes. He had been lamenting the trouble of dealing with each one individually, and now they were delivering themselves to his doorstep, saving him considerable effort. He turned to Zhouya. Go, fetch my Taodaigu. Upon hearing this, a flicker of fear crossed Zhouya's eyes, yet her body moved involuntarily, bowing in compliance as she proceeded deeper into the temple. There lay Feng Yuan's gu pool. Within it churned not some ethereal liquid, but a viscous amalgam of divine souls and flesh. Various gu insects floated within, exuding an aura that could send chills even through quasi-emperors. Feng Yuan paid no heed to Zhouya's fear. To him, she had long ceased to be a person. Instead, she was a competent tool, a top-tier furnace. A perfect gu guide. He slowly returned to his throne, seated himself, and gently tapped his fingers against the armrest, beginning to strategize for the banquet 3 days hence. What he needed to do was not merely overturn the table, but to turn every guest at the table into his own delicacy. 3 days later, at the Blood Moon Summit. This was the sacred ground of the Rakshasa realm and the dojo of the first Rakshasa, Moro. An ancient black temple hovered directly beneath the blood-red moonlight. Around the temple, the space twisted, and the laws were chaotic. Any ordinary emperor approaching would be corroded by that decaying aura. Today, the temple doors stood wide open. The 7 Rakshasa kings, excluding Moro, had gathered here. They varied in form. Some resembled mountains, others boasted 3 heads and 6 arms, while some were merely writhing shadows. Yet, without exception, they exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence. They were the most ancient and formidable entities of the Rakshasa realm, each having devoured more than one sovereign from other worlds. At this moment, These 7 dread deities sat in silence at their respective positions, the atmosphere thick with oppressive tension. They awaited the arrival of the audacious newcomer. Humph! What audacity to keep us waiting for him. The third Rakshasa, a colossal being of molten lava, could no longer contain his ire and bellowed. Patience, spoke a figure shrouded in black mist from the main seat. He was the first Rakshasa, Immortal, an intriguing young man. A little longer wait is of no consequence. Yet, despite his casual words, the blood-red eyes concealed within the black mist glimmered with a chilling, murderous intent. The rapid ascent of Feng Yuan had been so swift that it instilled a sense of unease even in this ancient being. Moro would not allow any variables beyond his control to persist, hence he orchestrated this trap. Under the guise of the 9 Rakshasa Council, he lured Feng Yuan here. In this Blood Moon Temple, his home ground, leveraging the temple's ancient killing formation and the powers of the other 7 Rakshasa kings. He was utterly confident in eradicating this newcomer. Subsequently, he would distribute Feng Yuan's Dao fruits and territory among the others, a reward promised to his fellow Rakshasa kings. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the hall. They were measured and unhurried. All the Rakshasa kings immediately turned their gazes toward the entrance. A young man clad in a black robe strode in, followed by a woman adorned in black veils, none other than Feng Yuan and Zhouya. As Feng Yuan entered the grand hall, it seemed he paid no heed to the 7 icy gazes, instead taking an interest in the hall's decor. TSK. What a peculiar taste in decoration. Using vengeful souls as chandeliers and the bones of divine beings as pillars, truly an eccentric aesthetic from antiquity. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every Rakshasa king. The third Rakshasa immediately slammed his hand on the table. You seek death, boy? The terrifying imperial might bore down upon Feng Yuan with ferocity. However, as this crushing pressure neared within 3 feet of Feng Yuan, it vanished as if absorbed into the abyss. Feng Yuan didn't even lift an eyelid. He strode directly to the only vacant seat in the center of the hall and sat down leisurely. Then, he raised his gaze toward Moro on the main seat. First Rakshasa, it is an honor. His tone was flat, devoid of any semblance of reverence. A flicker of intrigue passed through Moro's eyes hidden beneath the black mist, prompting him to halt. The third Rakshasa, who was ready to erupt again. The 9th Rakshasa is indeed as renowned as claimed. Today, we convene the council for a matter of paramount importance regarding the survival of our Rakshasa realm, which requires discussion among us. Moro's voice turned solemn. Oh, pray, enlighten me. Feng Yuan replied, feigning a demeanor of rapt attention. Moro intoned gravely. Our realm emerged from chaos, governed by its inherent laws. Recently, however, malevolent entities from other worlds have infiltrated, using vile sorcery to corrupt our beings, disrupt our laws, and consume our essence. Such intentions are worthy of eradication. As he spoke, his cold gaze fixated on Feng Yuan. This malevolence has grown rapidly, seizing high positions within mere years. If allowed to persist, our Rakshasa realm shall face irreparable doom. To safeguard our peace, I propose we unite the strength of all 9 of us to vanquish this fiend. Moro's voice rang with conviction, and the other Rakshasa kings echoed in agreement. Indeed, it must be eradicated. Such heresy has no place in our world. In an instant, the entire hall brimmed with murderous intent. All eyes pointed squarely at Feng Yuan. This was Moro's strategy, to claim the moral high ground first. Yet, in the face of this righteous judgment, Feng Yuan's expression remained devoid of turmoil, even as he lightly applauded. Well said, passionate and just, I almost believed it myself. His tone shifted to one of amusement. However, I have a question. You, who have ascended through devouring and slaughter, what right do you have to speak of laws and tranquility? Are you not the greatest malevolence in this world yourselves? His words struck like a thunderclap, leaving the assembly in shock. No one anticipated that Feng Yuan would not only refuse to defend himself, but would instead chastise them all. Moro's expression darkened considerably. It seems you concede. Concede what? Feng Yuan chuckled. That I am more efficient and superior than you? You nurture beings like livestock, reaping the rewards only after millennia, inefficient and wasteful. In contrast, I advocate for survival of the fittest, allowing all beings to partake in this grand game of evolution. The strong grow stronger, while the weak become nourishment. This is the path most aligned with the fundamental interests of the Rakshasa realm. He rose, arms outstretched, his demeanor fervent. You are but a band of beggars clinging to gold mountains, hindering the progress of the world. Today, I am not here to partake in any nonsense council. I am here to deliver the final lesson to you, decrepit old fools. The title of this lesson is The Ascension of the New Emperor. The moment his words fell, the entire Blood Moon Temple trembled violently. Blood-colored formations flared to life across the ground and walls, weaving into a net that sealed the entire space completely. Moro's icy voice echoed within the hall. Arrogant brat, Today marks your demise. Strike. The 7 Rakshasa kings surged into action simultaneously. The cataclysmic imperial laws converged from all directions, sealing off every escape route for Feng Yuan. Chapter 268. Ladies and gentlemen, please enter the banner. Facing the cataclysmic joint assault of the 7 Rakshasa kings, Feng Yuan's expression of amusement remained entirely intact, as though he were savoring a theatrical performance scripted long ago. The killing net woven from the interlaced imperial laws drew near, embodying decay, oblivion, fusion, and tearing. 7 distinct yet equally tyrannical wills of destruction materialized as chains of law, sealing off all dimensions. The power capable of obliterating stars thickened the air into a viscous crystal, even causing Zhouya, standing behind Feng Yuan, to instinctively tremble in fear. However, Feng Yuan merely lifted his right hand. He extended a finger and casually tapped the void. One word escaped his lips: rise. Boom. A sound of profound resonance erupted not from the outside, but from the very foundations of the Blood Moon Temple, from every bone and inch of wall. The blood-colored formations originally summoned by Moro to ensnare Feng Yuan erupted in brilliance, instantly redirecting their focus like bloodthirsty serpents, turning upon their true masters. What? The 3rd Rakshasa, the Molten Giant, was the first to bear the brunt. His molten imperial fist had yet to reach Feng Yuan when a blood-red chain erupted from the ground, ensnaring his arm with a resounding clatter. Immediately, the formations on the walls and pillars sprang to life, morphing into countless crimson tendrils that viciously pierced his body. Moro, what the hell is happening? The 3rd Rakshasa roared in fury. He believed this to be a failure of Moro's formation. The remaining 6 Rakshasa kings similarly realized, to their horror, that their proud killing formation had become their prison. Within the throne room, the imperial majesty surged violently, and the collision of laws created an instantaneous chaos. It was not I. The voice of Moro, seated in the main position, resonated with an unmistakable tremor of horror. He could distinctly feel the control he wielded over the Blood Moon Temple being ruthlessly stripped away by an invisible force, overshadowing him. How could this be possible? This temple was a sanctuary he had painstakingly forged through his own path, a part of his very being. Unless... His gaze was fixed intently on the nonchalant figure of the young man in the black robe. It was you. What have you done? Feng Yuan finally rose to his feet. He strolled leisurely to the center of the grand hall, as if meandering through his own backyard, observing the 7 Rakshasa kings besieged by the grand formation with keen interest. I have long stated that your antiquated aesthetic is beyond comprehension. Yet, I must concede, the materials used in this edifice are commendable. Feng Yuan extended his finger and lightly tapped the void. Buzz. The formation of the entire hall surged with even greater ferocity, and this time, all the power converged with precision upon a single target, the 3rd Rakshasa. The magma giant emitted a wailing cry, so harrowing it seemed beyond the capacity of any living being. His gargantuan body was sliced, torn, and bound by thousands upon thousands of blood-colored runes. These runes resembled famished locusts, ravenously burrowing into his form, greedily devouring his imperial essence. Save me. Moro, quickly save me. He reached desperately toward the throne, his eyes filled with pleading and terror. However, at this moment, the other Rakshasa kings were too preoccupied with their own survival, their gazes toward Feng Yuan imbued with a profound, bone-deep fear. They finally comprehended the truth. This so-called council was not a banquet of great significance, but rather a meticulously prepared grave for all of them by this newcomer. When did you? Moro's voice quivered. To seize control of the temple without his notice was no small feat. Feng Yuan smiled, a glimmer of feline mockery dancing in his expression. Can you guess? He spread his hands, and a swarm of illusory, nearly invisible locusts flitted and frolicked in his palms. Every Rakshasa I have slain, every inch of land I have traversed, has been in preparation for this day. This temple, built upon the fundamental nodes of the Rakshasa realm. Do you think it is your fortress? No, it is merely a rather large trap I had laid out long ago. I summoned you all here today simply to conserve energy, sparing me the trouble of collecting you one by one. His words, like a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss, sent shivers down the spines of the once mighty Rakshasa kings. This young man had calculated everything from the very beginning. Arrogance. The ultimate humiliation drove Moro into a frenzy. He roared in rage, casting aside all reservations. His very being transformed into an intensely concentrated black mist, instantly permeating every corner of the temple. He intended to forcibly reclaim control with his most primal power. Defiant resistance. Feng Yuan shook his head, seemingly somewhat disinterested. He glanced at the silent figure beside him, Zhouya, who had stood still from the beginning, akin to a finely crafted marionette. Go, let him see your new form. Upon hearing this, Zhouya's body stiffened slightly. In the next moment, Her vacant gaze was instantaneously replaced by insatiable greed and thirst. She slowly lifted her head, and upon her once revered face of the great Zhou's long princess, countless strange blood-colored patterns emerged, resembling a living web. An aura, cold and sinister enough to instill dread even in the Rakshasa kings, erupted violently from her being. "At your command, my master." She emitted a cackling laugh, transforming into a twisted stream of crimson light, hurtling towards the black mist that represented Moro, driven by an insatiable desire to consume all. What manner of creature is this? A living being? No. It is an embodiment of a certain law. She has transformed a quasi-emperor into a living sacrifice that knows only how to devour. Moro recognized the essence of that aura, issuing a cry of disbelief. This was the most malevolent and forbidden technique of the demonic path within his understanding. The clash of blood light and black mist, two utterly distinct yet equally domineering laws of consumption, tore and collided within the temple with wild ferocity. The entire structure trembled violently under this force, as if it would collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan cast a nonchalant glance towards the remaining 6 Rakshasa kings. Already immobilized by the grand formation suppression, he slowly unfurled a black banner. The banner was devoid of any substance, yet exuded a terrifying gravitational pull that made even an emperor's soul tremble. "My soul is being drawn out." One of the Rakshasa kings screamed in terror, clutching his head desperately, unable to halt the excruciating pull on his spirit. Before his words had fully escaped, Feng Yuan flicked the banner with a casual motion, as if merely dusting off the corners of his attire. "Today, let my banner have its grand unveiling. Esteemed guests, please enter the banner." Chapter 269. The Transfer of Power in the Rakshasa Realm, the Soul Emperor. The blood-souled banner unfurled, resembling a gaping abyssal maw intent on devouring souls. For the first time, the 7 Rakshasa kings, ensnared by the blood-colored runes, experienced the emotion known as powerlessness. Their once proud imperial bodies groaned under the overwhelming might of the temple's formation, and the indestructible laws of their forms fractured, revealing deep wounds that exposed bone. Their souls were uncontrollably extracted from within, transforming into radiant streams of light, shrieking as they were consumed by the banner. "No!" One Rakshasa king howled in terror, desperately pressing down on his crown, attempting to prevent his soul from departing. Yet all efforts were in vain. As his imperial body continued to struggle, a translucent soul, identical to his visage, was forcibly wrenched from his head by an unseen force. The soul emitted a piercing, distorted wail, transforming into a desperate beam of light, uncontrollably shooting towards the black banner. Puff! A soft sound echoed. The light merged with the banner, causing not even a ripple. Yet, upon the previously empty surface of the banner, a tortured, writhing soul shadow emerged, reflecting the anguish of an imperial essence. This was merely the beginning. The second, the third. The imperial bodies, under the formation's might, crumbled inch by inch, dissolving into the purest dust of energy. Souls were extracted one after another from their shattered shells, screaming and wailing, transforming into beams of light consumed entirely by the black banner. Buzz! The blood-soul banner trembled violently, emitting a contented low hum. On its surface, 7 tortured, contorted imperial soul shadows vividly appeared, their former immense might and relentless ferocity now serving as pure nourishment for this ancient demonic artifact. The aura of the banner escalated at an observable rate, surging dramatically. Next, Feng Yuan's voice remained emotionless, his gaze shifting from the satisfied banner to the only battlefield still marked by defiance. At this moment, Moro had fallen into absolute disadvantage. The essence of the tasting goo was to consume all. Zhouya, transformed into a living goo, resembled an insatiable abyss. Every collision of her blood light with Moro's primal black mist brutally tore away substantial portions, greedily digesting them. With each morsel consumed, Zhouya's aura intensified, while Moro weakened correspondingly. Under the ebb and flow of fate, Moro's demise has become an inevitability. "Devil! You wretched devil!" Moro let out a roar, a cacophony of horror and resentment. He could not fathom how, after orchestrating his life's ambitions and surviving since the dawn of the Rakshasa realm, he could be vanquished by a mere newcomer, and in such a thoroughly crushed and powerless manner. "Thank you for the compliment," Feng Yuan replied nonchalantly. With a flick of his finger, a black insect, resembling a minute ant, silently soared forth. This insect swiftly penetrated the barriers of space, burrowing into the depths of Moro's primal dark mist. This was the frenzied black mist that enveloped Moro suddenly stiffened. An unprecedented sensation erupted from the very core of his soul. He felt as if a seed had been planted deep within him, and in that moment, countless negative emotions, greed, jealousy, fear, despair, were amplified infinitely in his heart. The Heart Demon Gu, one of the means by which Fang Yuan had garnered fame in his previous life. It inflicted no harm upon the body but directly attacked the Dao heart, igniting the heart's demons and obliterating a being from within. No, no. Moro's will shattered instantly under the dual assault from within and without. The black mist that he had transformed into roiled violently before exploding into a myriad of particles. A pure essence of primal power burst forth like a flood released from a dam, spilling in all directions. The bloodlight that took the form of Zhouya emitted an ecstatic shriek, voraciously consuming the majority of this lavish feast, while the remainder was entirely absorbed by the blood-soul banner in Fang Yuan's grasp. On the banner, the eighth soul shadow materialized, that of Moro, yet his shadow was far more solid and tormented than the other 7. Thus, all 8 kings of the Rakshasa realm had fallen. Zhouya collapsed to the ground. Reverting to her human form, her aura surging several-fold, already half a step into the threshold of the Emperor realm, needing only a single retreat to transcend into that level. She gazed at Fang Yuan with eyes filled not only with gratitude, but also with an almost fervent adoration. Without this man, she could have never reached her current height. Fang Yuan paid her no heed. He lowered his gaze to the blood-soul banner in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. To consume the souls of 8 emperors in one go, this ancient demonic artifact's power even faintly surpassed that of his peak in the previous life. The dormant spring and autumn cicada on the back of his hand gently fluttered its wings at this moment, emitting a faint chirp, seemingly pleased with the banquet. Fang Yuan nonchalantly beckoned. Deep within the temple, the great door sealing Moro's countless epochs of accumulated treasure resonated open with a thunderous boom. A mountain of rare treasures, ancient secret arts, and crystallizations of the great Dao transformed into a dazzling sea of light, laid bare before him. All of this was now his. Fang Yuan strode towards the throne belonging to the first Rakshasa. He slowly seated himself, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. At that moment, the entire Rakshasa realm fell into an eerie silence. All Rakshasa spirits engaged in slaughter, consumption, or flight instinctively halted their actions, regardless of their location or endeavors. They prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear directed towards the pinnacle of the blood moon, a terror rooted in their very essence constricting their throats. They sensed that the heavens had changed. A new, overwhelming will, more domineering than any previous Rakshasa king, descended upon them. This will instantly envelop the entire world. From this day forth, Fang Yuan's indifferent voice resonated through the laws, echoing in the minds of every living being. I am your sole sovereign. The old order is null and void. The new rule is but one: evolve or become sustenance. Commence the slaughter. With a single command, the once silent Rakshasa realm erupted into chaos. Countless suppressed Rakshasas surged forth, their eyes igniting with bloodlust as they pounced upon their kin. An unprecedented massacre sweeping across the entire world had officially commenced. Upon the throne, Fang Yuan surveyed the land, now transformed into a crucible of refinement. A cold smile gracing his lips. This was precisely what he desired. Here, he would forge the strongest army, extracting every last ounce of value from this world. Then, he raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the barriers of realms, gazing into the distant starry sky. Master, I hope your shield can endure a little longer. When I emerge from my retreat, perhaps I can offer you a surprise. Chapter 270, Li Shuer returns, Kroll Star Domain. The galaxy flowed, light receding. Li Shuer's figure traversed the void, resembling a silver lightning bolt pursuing starlight. The tumult that swept across the entire Kunwu realm served as a beacon, guiding her through the endless darkness. She was utterly certain that it was the aura of her master. With a mix of urgency and anticipation, she crossed countless layers of spatial barriers. Finally, guided by the trace of the aura, she descended into a desolate starry expanse. Here lay the fringes of the Tianyu star domain, amidst a barren meteor belt. Li Shuer's spiritual sense swept across the area in an instant. Then her form abruptly stiffened. Not far away, upon a massive meteor, a young man clad in white languidly leaned back, exuding an air of unparalleled relaxation. It was her long-cherished master, Jiang Heng. Yet at this moment, a woman in red was nestled affectionately in his embrace, delicately feeding him a glistening spiritual fruit with her alabaster fingers. The warmth in her gaze toward him brimmed with love and possessiveness, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. That scene was both harmonious and piercingly painful. Li Shuer felt her heart gripped by an invisible hand, a sensation akin to having her home invaded, engulfing her entirely. She stepped forward, her figure instantly appearing atop the meteor. A frigid aura caused the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. Master, who is this? Her voice quivered slightly. Her gaze fixed intently on the woman in red, filled with scrutiny. Jiang Heng lazily opened his eyes, surprised to see her. Oh, it's Shuer. Long time no see. He greeted her casually, then lightly patted the hand of the woman beside him, introducing her in a nonchalant tone. "This is your master-mistress." Boom. The term master-mistress detonated in Li Shuer's mind like 1,000 thunderclaps. She stood frozen, her entire being in a state of shock. The woman in red, Su Jiyue, slowly straightened her posture, surveying the silver-haired girl before her. A gentle yet undeniable smile, indicative of her principal status, blossomed on her face. "You must be Shuer, right? Your husband often speaks of you." At the sound of Shuer, Li Shuer trembled all over. Husband? Master-mistress? Countless thoughts swirled in her mind, ultimately coalescing into a profound sense of bitterness and loss. She did not envy her master for finding a partner. In her heart, her master was the most outstanding, irreplaceable existence in the world. Such a man, possessing multiple wives and concubines, is nothing out of the ordinary. What torments her is the realization that she is not the first. She believed herself to be the most special disciple of her master. Alas, it was merely her illusion. This feeling is more unbearable than the sky collapsing upon her. Shuer has met the master's wife. She squeezed out those few words through clenched teeth, her head bowed, concealing the complex emotions swirling in her eyes. Su Jiyue smiled with satisfaction. "Shuer, there is no need for excessive courtesy. We are family from this moment forth," she said casually, once again affectionately linking her arm with Jiang Heng's, asserting her claim. Jiang Heng seemed entirely oblivious to the invisible sparks flying between the two women. He stood up and stretched lazily. "I'm a bit tired of fishing. I think I'll head back for today." His gaze swept over Li Shuer, noticing her impressive cultivation at the emperor level. Commendable cultivation. It appears you haven't been slacking off outside." This simple praise caused Li Shuer to lift her head instantly. The bitterness in her heart softened by a twinge of joy. "Master praised me. Master still cares about me." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded vigorously. Everything about Shuer is a gift from her master. Su Jiyue observed her devoted demeanor, and a barely perceptible cold glimmer flashed in her eyes. The most significant position beside her husband will forever belong solely to her. She silently scoffed in her heart, yet her face retained a flawlessly radiant smile. "Let us go? Husband, Shuer has just returned. I shall personally cook for her to welcome her home." With that, she unobtrusively closed the distance between Li Shuer and Jiang Heng, firmly anchoring him by her side. Li Shuer bit her lip, silently following behind. This war without gunpowder had only just begun. She would never concede. There must be a place for me beside my master. Meanwhile, in the Kroll star domain, on a harsh crimson planet, lies the 733rd frontline outpost of the Galactic Civilization Alliance. The lizard man Kashu had just concluded a lengthy period of seclusion. He felt the ceaseless flow of emperor-level laws within him and let out a triumphant roar. After nearly 10,000 years, he had finally transitioned from the pinnacle of the emperor realm to the heavenly emperor realm. From this moment on, he was no longer a mere outpost commander, but qualified to ascend to a higher echelon. "Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations." Several fellow lizard men, his subordinates at the emperor level, flattered him as they gathered around. "With your extraordinary talent, you shall surely soar within the alliance." Kashu reveled in their praise, lifting his head high, his lizard-like vertical pupils filled with arrogance. Just then, a secure message from beyond the star domain arrived, projecting directly onto the screen before him. "Order. The 731st Patrol Squad has gone missing in the Tianyu star domain. Life beacons have vanished. S-Class and SS-Class energy reactions detected in the area. Orders for outposts 733, 734, and 735 to converge immediately and execute a Level 3 cleanup protocol in the Tianyu star domain. Command authority temporarily transferred to the commander of outpost 733, Kashu." Kashu was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. What a grand gift right after his breakthrough. Cleansing a primitive star domain would be a monumental achievement. That SS-class energy reaction? It was probably just a malfunction. In such a barren place, producing even a few emperors would be extraordinary. "Transmit my orders," Kashu commanded with exuberance, rallying everyone to prepare for transition. How dare a mere primitive world defy the might of the Alliance? He could already envision himself triumphantly returning, receiving accolades from his superiors. However, just as he finished speaking, a chilling female voice unexpectedly resonated within the command hall. "Oh, would you like me to guide you?" "Who?" Kashu's pupils constricted sharply, his consciousness expanding instantaneously, yet the hall was devoid of any presence. The few emperor subordinates beside him stood on high alert, forming a protective circle. A mere trick. Kashu scoffed coldly, unleashing the oppressive aura of the heavenly emperor, sweeping across the entire hall. The very fabric of space twisted under this force, groaning under the burden. Yet, that voice echoed again, still calm, as if unaffected. "Life and death, reincarnation, Quite fascinating, isn't it? As the words fell, the command hall began to undergo a bizarre transformation. The sturdy metal walls rapidly decayed, sprouting patches of rust. The bright lights dimmed, as if they had endured eons. The expressions of the emperor's subordinates froze, their skin visibly aging at an alarming rate, becoming shriveled. Their once lustrous black hair swiftly turned gray and fell away. The vibrant essence of life was ebbing away. No. My vitality. My cultivation. One emperor screamed in terror, frantically channeling his energy, yet could not stave off this strange aging. In mere breaths, the emperors turned into dry bones, collapsing to the ground with a clatter. It was as if time had been accelerated a billionfold upon them. Kashu felt his scalp tingle, his body turning icy. What kind of bizarre means is this? Show yourself, he roared, striking at the void. Chapter 271. The Universe in One's Palm, a Battlefield of Azura. The terrifying laws of the Emperor transformed into a beam of destructive light, blasting a massive hole in the command hall's ceiling. However, a hand as pure as jade appeared before the beam at an unknown moment. With a gentle grip, that star-destroying light was effortlessly crushed, dissipating into nothingness. A figure clad in white began to coalesce before Kashu. She was a woman of ethereal beauty, her gaze indifferent, as if devoid of any human emotion. It was none other than Li Ling. Who are you? Kashu's voice trembled, his previous arrogance wholly supplanted by fear. The other party, clearly only at the heavenly emperor level, exuded a pressure even more terrifying than when he faced those divine beings at headquarters. Who I am is of no consequence. Li Linger replied flatly. My master wishes to invite you for a cup of tea. Master? Tea? Kashu was utterly bewildered. What if I refuse to go? He asked, trying to sound imposing. Li Linger tilted her head, seemingly contemplating the question. Oh, my master says one must persuade with reason. If you refuse to be reasonable. She paused, an unusual glimmer finally appearing in her indifferent eyes. Then I shall enlighten you on the matter. In an instant, Li Linger's figure vanished. Kashu felt a flash before his eyes, an indescribable terror engulfing him entirely. He felt as though he had plunged into an endless sea of reincarnation. One moment, he was the exalted heavenly emperor. The next, he had become a mere ant, subject to slaughter. Life and death, strength and weakness, frantically alternated within his perception. His Dao heart was repeatedly crushed, reshaped, and crushed again within this endless cycle of illusions. A heart-wrenching scream echoed across the Crimson Planet. Time passed without his notice. Li Linger's figure reappeared in the now-ruined command hall. Kashu lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, his body convulsing, eyes vacant and unfocused. His imperial doctrines had utterly collapsed, and his pride, along with his will, had been annihilated completely. Li Linger gazed upon him, extending her hand with an air of tranquility. Now, we may engage in reasoned discourse, she stated, disregarding Kashu's pitiful state, her attention shifting to the planet itself. Master said to invite them over as guests. To bring only one person would be quite impolite, she murmured, as the celestial power within her surged with a mighty roar. The dual forces of life and death soared into the heavens, coalescing into a vast Taiji diagram that obscured the sky. The diagram rotated slowly, emanating an unfathomable potency. The entire Crimson Planet, along with its edifices and the lizard men inhabiting it, began to tremble violently under this force. Space contorted and folded, enveloped by this Taiji diagram. The colossal planet astonishingly began to shrink, diminishing continuously until it transformed into a palm-sized, resplendent crimson orb. Li Linger extended her hand, cradling the orb gently within her palm. Inside the orb, mountains and rivers remained intact, while countless lizard men ran in terror, unable to escape the confines of this palm-sized realm. The task was complete. She glanced at the orb in her hand, then cast her gaze at the unconscious Kashu sprawled on the ground. Grasping his ankle, she lifted him as one would a bag of refuse. With a single step, her figure vanished from this star domain. At the pinnacle of the Thieves' Alliance, Jiang Heng reclined in a familiar lounge chair, resting with his eyes closed. Beside him stood a small table and two chairs. Su Juyue and Li Shuer occupied either side, engaged in a silent standoff. The table was laden with exquisite dishes, each brimming with spiritual essence, rare delicacies seldom seen in the outside world. Shuer, you must be tired after your return, Su Jue said with a warm smile, delicately placing a translucent piece of dragon liver into Li Shuer's bowl. Do indulge. This is your husband's favorite, specially prepared for you. She enunciated the word husband with particular clarity. Li Shuer observed the dragon liver in her bowl without making a move. She lifted her gaze to Su Jue. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Master's wife. She picked up her chopsticks, attempting to place a piece of phoenix marrow into Jiang Heng's bowl. Master has been busy. He deserves some nourishment. However, just as her chopsticks reached halfway, They were gently intercepted by another pair belonging to Su Jiyue. There is no need for you to trouble yourself with such small matters. Dear Sister Shuer, Su Jiyue replied with a smile, gracefully lifting the piece of phoenix marrow and placing it into Jiang Heng's bowl. Husband. Jiang Heng did not even lift his eyelids, simply opening his mouth to consume it, seemingly oblivious to the intense undercurrents between the two women. Li Shuer bit her lip, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had extinguished her fervent passion. This master's wife, though appearing gentle and amiable, was, in reality, an insurmountable wall separating her from her master. Come, Shuer, do try this, Su Jiyue said, picking up a golden-hued spirit fish. This particular Hahuan fish recognizes only one mate throughout its life. Should one perish, the other will follow suit in death. Isn't that touching? She remarked, casting a pointed glance at Jiang Heng. Li Shuer felt another pang in her heart, understanding that this was Su Jiyue asserting her claim. She raised her wine glass, pouring herself a drink and downing it in one gulp. The fiery liquor burned her throat, yet did little to quell the bitterness within. Master, Li Shuer suddenly spoke, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Heng. I have returned this time to stay. I wish to remain by your side forever, serving you. Su Jiyue's smile faltered slightly. Jiang Heng finally opened his eyes, surveying the resolute Li Shuer and the dangerously smiling Su Jiyue. He felt a headache coming on. One was already enough trouble. And now there was another. Chapter 272, Divided Actions. Within the headquarters of the Thieves' Alliance, Jiang Heng sensed the necessity to break the eerie silence. Just as he began to formulate his thoughts, a ripple unexpectedly spread through the space beside him. In an instant, a figure clad in white appeared, Li Linger. Her arrival instantly captivated the attention of both Su Jiyue and Li Shuer, momentarily halting their unspoken conflict. Master, Li Linger addressed Jiang Heng with a slight bow, then opened her palm. Upon her pristine hand, a gem-sized orb of glass hovered, radiating a deep crimson hue. Within the orb, the outlines of mountains and rivers could be faintly discerned, along with countless minute figures scurrying in terror. An aura of familiar yet alien imperial laws emanated from the orb. Su Jiyue's pupils constricted slightly. She sensed that this diminutive orb contained the essence of an entire planet. What extraordinary craftsmanship was this? Li Shuer felt her heart tremble violently. As a being of the Emperor realm, she recognized the terrifying implications of such power. The universe contained within a single grain of sand. This was no mere display of strength. It involved the perfect application of spatial and transformative laws. Moreover, given that this individual referred to Jiang Heng as master, it was evident that she was a new disciple taken under his wing during his absence. This sister disciple possessed an astonishing level of power. Li Linger appeared oblivious to their astonishment, casually tossing forth her other hand. Thud! A lizard man, charred and barely alive, was unceremoniously dropped to the ground. It was none other than the previously proud Kashu. His gaze was now vacant, foam dribbling from his mouth, body twitching uncontrollably, clearly having endured unimaginable horrors. He is the commander of the outpost, Kashu, Li Linger announced. The others on the planet are all here. She gestured toward the orb in her palm, as if reporting a trivial matter. Master requested to invite them over as guests, so I brought them all. Li Shuer interjected. Invite them? You call this an invitation? Just packing up their stronghold and taking them away is quite the domineering method of hospitality. Jiang Heng lazily cast a glance at Kashu on the ground, then at the orb containing the planet. He nodded slightly. Well done, efficient work. You've earned your keep. Let us sit down and eat together. He gestured for Li Linger to take a seat beside him. Li Linger complied, her movements precise and devoid of unnecessary expression. Her presence added a further layer of complexity to the already tense atmosphere at the table. Jiang Heng paid no heed to the subtle dynamics among the three women, instead focusing on the half-conscious Kashu lying on the floor. The eye of the Dao quietly activated. Buzz. A torrent of information flowed into Jiang Heng's mind via the threads of causality. The Galactic Civilizations Alliance, a colossal interest group formed by the union of 4 medium-sized star regions. With at its core 4 divine beings known as the 4 pillar deities who preside over the central star region. The essence of the alliance lies in its relentless expansion, seeking, conquering, and exploiting the uncivilized lower star domains, plundering their resources, origins, and even the gifted beings to sustain the upper echelons of civilization. The Tianyu star domain, marked as T-789 on their star map, was designated as one of the targets for harvest. The previous annihilation of the outermost patrol teams and frontline outposts by Lixuer and Leilinger was merely a minor setback. Many such teams and outposts remained. Jiang Heng's brows furrowed slightly. This information indicated that another wave of forces would soon arrive, with one batch being slain only to be replaced by another. When would this incessant provocation cease? It needed to be resolved once and for all. At that moment, His eye of the Dao captured new intelligence. The eradication of those 2 outposts had drawn the attention of the Alliance. 2 additional outposts, numbered 734 and 735, had received orders to converge and were preparing to leap towards the Tianyu star domain. Although they were merely led by a heavenly emperor, it still posed a troublesome situation. Jiang Heng withdrew his gaze from contemplation. He glanced at Su Jiyue on his left and Lixuir on his right. The 2 continued their silent combat through glances. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. With nothing pressing to engage him, Jiang Heng spoke in a calm tone. His voice, though soft, invigorated both women at the table. Su Jiyue and Lixuir immediately ceased their flirtatious exchanges, straightened up, and turned their attention to Jiang Heng. "Husband, master, what are your commands?" they exclaimed in unison. Jiang Heng raised a finger and traced 2 arcs in the air. 2 luminous screens manifested before Su Jiyue and Lixuir, displaying unfamiliar star maps and a pulsating red dot. "You shall each handle one of the teams," he instructed, pointing at Su Jiyue. "You will go to the 734th outpost." He then gestured towards Lixuir. "You will proceed to the 735th. Both Su Jiyue and Lixuir were momentarily taken aback, before their eyes shone with excitement. This signified they could engage in a proper contest. "Yes, husband." Su Jiyue beamed, rising with a radiant smile. "Yes, master." Lixuir also stood, her gaze resolute and her spirit high. Their goals aligned perfectly. They sought to prove their superiority over one another in front of Jiang Heng. "Go." Jiang Heng waved his hand dismissively, akin to shooing away 2 chattering sparrows. Su Jiyue and Lixuir bowed gracefully to Jiang Heng before vanishing in a flash of light, tearing through the fabric of space at the mountain's summit. The dining table finally fell into a serene quietude, leaving only Li Linger sitting in tranquil silence. Jiang Heng exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, the world had quieted. He reclined back into his chair, closed his eyes, and savored this hard-won tranquility. Chapter 273, 5 Years of Accumulation, the 9th Layer of Divine Path. Time flows unceasingly, and the years pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had elapsed. During this period, the Tianyu star domain experienced an unusual calm. The so-called Universal Star Civilization Alliance, after suffering the loss of 3 elite teams, appeared to have utterly forgotten this barren star domain. Aside from the occasional unwitting unmanned reconnaissance ship straying into the Tianyu star domain, only to be dismantled by patrolling cultivators, no further disturbances occurred. At the headquarters of the Heavenly Thief Alliance, atop the mountain cliff, Jiang Heng remained reclined in that familiar chair, his posture unchanged for 5 years. Sunlight cascaded upon him, rendering him akin to an ancient, unyielding statue. Yet, only he knew the tremendous transformation he had undergone over these 5 years. Host, Jiang Heng. Cultivation level, pinnacle of Heavenly Emperor. True cultivation level, 9th layer of Divine Path. Cultivation method, primordial 3000 Dao Sutra. The data on his system panel clearly indicated his true cultivation level, the 9th layer of Divine Path, a mere step away from the realm of divinity. All of this was thanks to his diligent disciples. "Master," a cool voice interrupted Jiang Heng's feigned slumber. Li Linger's figure appeared before him, her aura deeper and more restrained than 5 years prior. The dual forces of life and death swirled around her, resembling a tangible wheel of reincarnation that captivated the mind at a mere glance. "Beep. Your disciple Li Linger has successfully integrated the laws of life and death into her imperial path, resulting in a cultivation advancement, triggering a 100,000-fold bond return. Congratulations. Host, your comprehension of the path of reincarnation has significantly enhanced, nourishing your soul's origin." Jiang Heng felt no wave of emotion at the notification. He had grown accustomed to such prompts over the past 5 years. He responded lightly. Immediately after, 2 more figures joined her. Su Jiyue's crimson attire appeared even more vibrant, her 9 fluffy fox tails flickering behind her. Every smile and frown she made carried an enchanting charm, as if she could sway the heavens with her mere will. Lixuir, clad in her ethereal white dress, exuded an increasingly otherworldly quality. She stood quietly, resembling a peerless divine sword concealed within its sheath, radiating a sharp intent that could pierce the heavens at any moment. Beep. Your partner Su Jiyue's 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline has further awakened, grasping the embryonic form of the law of desire, resulting in a cultivation advancement, triggering a 100,000-fold bond return. Congratulations, host. Your comprehension of the path of the 7 emotions and 6 desires has improved. Beep. Your disciple Lixuir has attained clarity of sword heart, severing inner demons, and has merged supreme sword intent into the laws of space, resulting in a cultivation advancement, triggering a 100,000-fold bond return. Congratulations, host. Your comprehension of the path of space and the path of the sword has enhanced, transforming sword domain into sword morning. Jiang Heng. Over the years, he had grown numb to the system's notifications. These three were akin to walking repositories of experience. Particularly, their subtle competitive spirit propelled their cultivation speed to unprecedented heights. Today, one would break through a minor realm in seclusion. Tomorrow, another would comprehend a new divine ability. And the day after that, the third would perfect their integration of laws. The cycle continued, with Jiang Heng benefiting from their hard work while remaining idle. How to describe this feeling? Simple yet monotonous. Husband, I have concocted some new elixirs for you to try, Su Jiyue said with a bright smile, presenting a jade vial as if showcasing a treasure. Master, I recently found a piece of void divine iron at the edge of the star domain, which can be used to upgrade your reclining chair, Lixuir added, revealing a piece of shimmering silver metal. Li Linger quietly observed before retrieving a glazed orb that encapsulated a planet from her robes. Master, the lizard men within this orb have recently begun to revere you. They refer to you as the Supreme Lord of Leisure, the true God of laid-back salvation. This is the faith energy they have coalesced. Though weak, it is pure. Upon the gem nestled within her palm, a faint, nearly imperceptible milky white radiance swirled. Jiang Heng, Su Jiyue, Li Shuer. The atmosphere grew peculiar once more. The Lord of Salty Fish, the God of Lying Flat, Su Jiyue and Li Shuer twitched at the corners of their mouths, torn between laughter and restraint. What utter nonsense! Jiang Heng's expression darkened as he accepted the orb, his consciousness delving into its depths. Before him lay a crimson planet, upon which countless lizard men prostrated themselves in an exceedingly bizarre manner, mimicking Jiang Heng's own languid repose upon a chair. They chanted fervently, O great Lord of Salty Fish, bestow upon us the power of effortless gain. O Supreme God of Lying Flat, grant us a peaceful day, free from toil. Praise be to Salty Fish. Praise be to Lying Flat. The veins on Jiang Heng's forehead throbbed. He could sense an absurd yet devout surge of faith coalescing around him. What is the meaning of this? All he wished for was to quietly assume the role of a behind-the-scenes mastermind. Yet here he was, branded as a malevolent deity. Linger, dispose of this gem by casting it into the chaotic void, and do so at a considerable distance, Jiang Heng stated, his face devoid of expression. But master, the power of faith within it, Li Linger began, perplexed. I refuse, Jiang Heng interjected firmly. He could not bear the thought of his divine moniker becoming the Lord of Salty Fish. It was too humiliating. Understood, master. Li Linger nodded, taking the orb and stepping forward, her form vanishing. Moments later, she returned, her hands now empty. A sense of relief washed over Jiang Heng. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs. The power of the ninth layer of the divine path surged within him, yet it was tightly constrained by the world's inherent laws. He felt akin to a robust man encased in a skin-tight suit, every movement heavily restricted. He could even distinctly perceive the repulsion emanating from this realm, as if it were saying, you are too powerful, you do not belong here, depart at once. It's time to move, Jiang Heng murmured to himself. He had lingered too long in this small pond. Prolonging his stay would not only hinder his breakthroughs, but could also lead to his assimilation by the world's laws. It was time to explore the vastness beyond and address some lingering minor troubles. His gaze turned towards the unfathomable darkness of the cosmos beyond the Tianyu star domain. With a mere thought, he vanished from his location. On the back mountain, Kashu, trapped in this place, had long since lost the grandeur of the heavenly emperor. Now, he was but a wretched being, his cultivation diminished, even inferior to an ordinary lizard man. For 5 long years, he had endured endless terror and despair. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him without warning. It was the white-clad youth he had only seen once before. Kashu's body trembled violently as he fell to the ground, quaking in fear. And master, Jiang Heng paid no heed to his trepidation, merely gazing at him with calmness. The eye of the great Dao quietly opened. Kashu felt as if his very soul was laid bare to a pair of invisible eyes. The Galactic Civilization Alliance is formed by the Crystal Civilization, Silicon-based Civilization, Flame Demon Clan, and Shadow Insect Clan, for medium civilizations united. The supreme rulers are the 4 divine sovereigns, each a formidable being of divine realm. The Eastern Sovereign, Salomon, is the supreme leader of the Crystal Civilization, his essence being a self-aware stellar core, wielding the laws of light and heat. The Western Sovereign, Murphet, creator of the Silicon-based civilization, is a collective consciousness formed of countless nanobots, commanding the laws of matter and information. The Southern Sovereign, Baroque, the Flame Demon King, born of the molten core of the earth, governs the laws of destruction and fire. The Northern Sovereign, Kazik, the matriarch of the Shadow Insect Clan, exists in higher dimensions, controlling the laws of the void and devouring. The Alliance's objective, Their home star domain is in decline, resources depleted, and laws in disarray. They must continually plunder the essence and resources of nascent star domains to delay the destruction of their home star domain and seek a path to higher divine realms. The Tianyu star domain falls under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Sovereign Salaman and is one of his designated pastures. A torrent of information flooded Jiang Heng's mind. He swiftly unraveled the sequence of events. It turned out to be a band of cosmic pirates resorting to plunder for survival. However, their strength was far superior to that of ordinary pirates. For beings of divine realm, indeed, unimaginable existences within the Tianyu star domain, yet to Jiang Heng, they were merely inconsequential. Though he currently stood at the 9th layer of the divine path, with the formidable primordial 3000 Dao body and various extraordinary abilities bestowed by the system. In a confrontation, even beings of divine realm would not necessarily be his match. Moreover, he could break through at any moment. "Spare me, Great One. I shall divulge all I know," Kashu pleaded. Silence. Jiang Heng uttered a single word, and in the next instant, Kashu's voice was abruptly silenced. His body disintegrated into particles, dissipating in the wind, completely erased from this world. Having resolved this minor inconvenience, Jiang Heng returned to the cliffside.